All right. Good morning, everyone. Today is November 20th, 2018. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. Excuse me. The next meetings of the authority will be December 5th, December 19th, then there's a 3-week break, and January 9th, and then January 23rd. Those are all Wednesdays. Items, for the most part, will be called in the order they are assigned in. We have some matters from counsel's office and some matters with interpreters that might get called earlier. As you can tell, we have a pretty packed house today. When your item is called up, once the members start voting, please do not interrupt them unless they have a question for you. All right, so they'll have some questions, then we take the vote, and then please, to be blunt, shut up. We're going to go first to Buffalo, after some matters from counsel's office, then Albany, and then New York City. Chairman, do you have any other? No. All right. So the first items, we're going to start in New York City. This is a request. It's item 2374B, a request for an emergency summary order of suspension with respect to VS Atlantic Industries, LLC.
Ms. Marsico.
Good morning, members. Counsel's office is before you seeking that you issue an emergency order of suspension as to a premises known as Atlantic Boat Club due to a recent homicide on November 2nd of an unlicensed security guard who had been at the premise off duty and was shot 3 times and succumbed to his injuries. The reason we're here is not only because of this homicide, but 2 additional reasons. This licensee has been violating the promises they made to you 3 members in April of this year, and also to the terms of the license. And also, this licensee has not been cooperating with the police and is presenting a drain to the resources of the local police precinct. As the members recall, on April 4th, Ms. Hunt and Ms. Battle were before you. They were very convincing. They represented to you that they indeed wanted to offer Caribbean seafood at this 58-patron restaurant. They wanted to turn the corner from what this premise had been, which was a notoriously bad location. It was so bad that there was a police-related shooting there involving an incident there. And the precinct hasn't forgotten that police-related shooting, which is the reason why they've been careful to continue monitoring this place. And so they made promises. They convinced the community board that they wanted to be this seafood restaurant. They invited inspections from the community board. They withdrew their application to have a DJ. They said they'd invested a lot of money in this place, and they really had high hopes of being a restaurant. Well, it didn't take very long, and actually one of the ladies, Ms. Hunt, as you recall, had been a bartender at Beehive, so she knew very well the problems that Beehive had had, and she told the members that she had been suggesting all along that Beehive not violate the law and operate lawfully, and that her advice wasn't heeded to. Well, it looks like Ms. Hunt fell on her old ways, and when money got a little tight, they converted to a nightclub again. The Special Operations Lieutenant advises that the patrol officers never stopped monitoring this premise, but they did notice after we issued a license in April that the premise was quiet, they didn't have a lot of patrons, and then business started picking up, and they saw signs that this place had converted to a nightclub. I would also note that our investigators recently have been driving past the location during hours of operation during the day, and the premise does not appear to be serving any seafood during the day. So it appears to be a nightclub operation. On November 2nd, it appears that this off-duty unlicensed security guard who just happened to be there was lured out of the premise by someone. May have been because of a prior dispute related to the licensed premise, and again, he was murdered. Prior to that, there was a large brawl on October 21st. When the police attempted to investigate, no one claimed to be supervising the premise. No one would give their names to the police. They saw evidence that there was a DJ who had been playing. They were charging $10 cover charges to this supposed seafood restaurant, and there was musical equipment. There were other incidents as well. September 30th, a patron was struck over the head, and on September 23rd, an employee was struck over the head by a rock related to some sort of dispute, which may or may not be related to the subsequent homicide. That's still being investigated. The bottom line is that per the Special Operations Lieutenant, this is not operating as a restaurant. This is in fact a nightclub, and the precinct wants the SLA's assistance in assuring that no further violence occurs. So for these reasons, we're requesting that you issue a summary order of suspension.
Was the kitchen even in operation? Was there a kitchen in operation at all?
We have not inspected inside the premise.
I mean, that's the least of the issues. I'm
Yes,
just wondering.
we have not, for, various reasons. The homicide investigation is still ongoing, and we have not gone in.
What, how do we, you said it's an off-duty unlicensed security guard. How do we know it's a security guard?
The detectives' statements that they've obtained from witnesses indicate that he did work there as a security guard. However, on the night of the homicide, apparently, they're told that he wasn't working on that night. He was there, and that's when he was murdered.
And are they, there is evidence that they're using DJs and there's dancing and,
Yes, the patrol officers have informed the Special Operations Lieutenant they have seen dancing. We checked social media. We didn't see any evidence of dancing, but the police officers say they have seen dancing.
and are you seeing, in social media, do you see use of promoters?
Our investigators did not see any evidence of use of promoters. So whatever they're doing is a little bit sort of under the radar.
And then we've been doing drive-bys and noticed that they're not serving during the day at all?
Yes, correct. We've been limiting our inspections to the outside, Chairman, because of this.
Does it appear at night they're serving dinner at all, or from the drive-bys, or we don't know?
That's not clear.
Okay.
It's not clear.
Social media posts indicate they've been promoting birthday bashes.
Yes, that's per the police department. They saw some posts on their Facebook promoting birthday bashes, without any further detail. But, the fact that they're having a $10 cover charge to a seafood restaurant really doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You were ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Very disturbing that this license was just issued in April of 18, small restaurant and becoming a nightclub. This is a drain on police resource. Unfortunately, the chairman had sort of predicted this outcome during the April hearing, and
So you're going to blame it on me?
no, I'm not. I'm just mentioning that as I think the licensees were aware of the potential of this happening, and it's very disheartening that someone has lost their life. And so I vote to summarily suspend due to a threat on public health, welfare, and safety. It's never good when an employee is lured outside and shot 3 times.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
As it says here, I warned her, the licensee, and Mrs. Battle, about repeating the same mistake, so I'll take the hit for that. And as to Commissioner Fan's point, the license was just granted in April of this year. Unfortunately, a young man, 27-year-old man, is no longer alive because of this place. The brawls, they withdrew the application for the DJ, but had it anyway. Dancing, all that in violation of the terms of their license. So I'm going to vote to summarily suspend as well, and also request that there be a name stop on the location.
Not yet.
Well, we got to litigate it first.
You do that when there's a disposition. Right now, that it's just suspended. There's nothing to do.
Pending the hearing.
Shut it down.
I'm going to vote to summarily suspend as well, and are you litigating this?
Probably, yes.
So we're not taking anything less than revoke, so get ready for a hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 2374C. This is also a request for a summary order of suspension with respect to 39 Karaoke, Inc.
Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you. Stephen Armstrong appearing on behalf of Counsel's Office in support of the summary suspension of the premises known as 39 Karaoke Inc., located at 820 39th Street in Brooklyn. The incident matter that brought us here, although this is unfortunately not the most recent incident, were 2 drug overdoses that occurred inside a private room at the licensed premises on October 23rd of 2018, which resulted in the death of one of those individuals. What we know about this incident, on October 23rd, approximately 2:40 a.m., a security guard was working at the front door, was alerted by 2 patrons. They told him that there were drunk men in one of the private rooms. Security guard immediately went to the room, found 2 men unconscious and unresponsive at a table inside the private room. Security guard immediately called 911, and according to the responding officers, the 911 call came over as a possible alcohol poisoning. That's what officers were expecting when they arrived. And when they got there, police found the premises mostly empty. They tried to communicate with the remaining patrons and employees, found that no one would communicate with them in English. Ambulances arrived shortly after police. The first individual was given 2 shots of Narcan, did not respond, was then taken to Lutheran Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at 3:40 a.m. The second individual was given 4 shots of Narcan, taken to Maimonides Hospital, where he was listed in critical condition but has since recovered. After the 2 individuals were removed by emergency medical services, police officers searched the private room where the overdoses were discovered, found a vial of white powder beneath a chair inside the room. This white powder is believed to be ketamine. Police also found a $10 bill containing white powder residue, also believed to be ketamine, in the wallet of one of the overdose victims. And while this overdose incident is what led our office to pursue a summary suspension, as I said earlier, this is not the most recent incident. At approximately 12:45 a.m., morning of November 17th, this past Saturday, the March Operation Task Force conducted an inspection of the premises and arrested 2 individuals for possession of a controlled substance. It's believed to be ketamine. This location has also had several other drug incidents. In January of 2017, March inspection resulted in the arrest of 3 individuals for possession of ketamine in plain view. On April 3rd of 2018, the 66th Precinct conducted a business inspection that resulted in the arrest of 4 individuals for possession of a controlled substance, 3 of those for ketamine, 1 for MDMA. On June 2nd of this year, 66th Precinct conducted another business inspection, this time resulting in the arrest of 1 individual for possession of alleged ketamine. Police officers also found a Ziploc bag containing 6 vials of white powder, believed to be ketamine, in a garbage can inside the premises. We spoke to Lieutenant Lattori, who is the Special Operations Lieutenant at the 66th Precinct. He told us, unsurprisingly, that this is a known drug location. And while management at the location has generally been cooperative with police, it is clear the licensee is failing to exercise adequate supervision over the premises. Having a drug overdose death at a location that has had multiple prior drug incidents is bad enough, but to less than a month after an overdose death, to again have drugs found inside the premises indicates that nothing the SLA can do, short of revoking the license, is going to be effective. And it's because of this we recommend this license be summarily suspended pursuant to Section 413 of the State Administrative Procedure Act. Thank you.
Counselor, I see that their method of operation said there would be no security personnel. So they did have security personnel, but they did not maintain a roster of them. Is that correct?
Yes, that appears to be true.
So you mentioned all these individuals getting arrested. Are any of them employees?
Not that I'm aware of. It's not noted in the police reports, if that is.
Are any, is the implication that they're selling the ketamine there, or is it being brought in, or we don't know?
I mean, there's nothing in police reports to indicate that. I mean, it's certainly being used there, but I'm not sure if there's any indications it's being sold either by staff or by patrons.
Mr. Armstrong, is the licensee ever at the location, or it seems like in the records that he's sort of hands off with this business?
Yeah, so in none of the, the Special Operations Lieutenant told us they've had multiple business inspections. There's also been several March operations. In none of these has the principal been at the premises, and it even says in the method of operation, the licensee will manage, won't have a manager, and yet at none of these inspections has the licensee been present.
Okay.
And we're talking about a karaoke bar with individual rooms, right? Private rooms, you shut the door, and they have no security. Or they did have security, but they're not supposed to have security.
Right.
All right.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to summarily suspend. Very disturbing that ketamine continues to flow through this location, regardless of the fact that one person had died, one was critically injured. Also very disturbed by the fact that this is actually very close to a residential area. The licensee seems to not care about his own business, have a clear disregard for the ABC laws, failure to supervise his own premise. This is therefore a threat to public safety.
Commissioner Ford.
Seems to be quite a bit of illegal drug activity going on within the premises openly. Two individuals discovered by police passed out, and no one called for assistance. EMS gave Narcan to both. One survived, and one, unfortunately, one didn't. So I see this as a threat to the public health and safety, so I'm going to vote to summarily suspend.
I'm going to vote to summarily suspend on the same grounds. Thanks.
All right, the next item is 2374D, Juve NY Inc.
Mr. Buckley.
Good morning, Commissioners. Robert Buckley, Associate Attorney, New York office. This is a matter of Juve NYC Inc., Liberty Avenue in Jamaica. This is clearly a nightclub. That's the way the license was issued. There's and apparently it's operated by a family. The son of the sole principal did file a personal questionnaire as the manager. They only listed 2 employees for a 300-person capacity nightclub, no specific security. But nonetheless, the issue here that's before you, Commissioners, today is that there have been 4 instances of gunfire in around this location in the last 5-6 months. In May, someone's car was shot up, and 2 weeks later, someone was, apparently an innocent bystander, was hit by gunfire and ended up pronounced dead at a hospital. And then in October, we have even though it's a licensed security guard at this location, shoots an underage person in front of the location with an unregistered 9mm Glock that was found apparently in his vehicle right outside the location. And then just on November 11th, the police responded for more gunfire at this location. Apparently after a fight, it appears to be in a commercial area. It doesn't seem to be any other place where the persons would be coming from who engaged in this fight, and then there's this shooting. So based on the, again, instances of gunfire at this location and also the drain on police resources, as you can see from the police reports, these what are couches 911 calls are really what are called community time or visibility. These are really, what are called patrol. Blanking out, but it's police attention to this location in disproportionate amount. So based on all that, there's a immediate danger. Again, someone's died, someone else has shot, and also an imminent danger that it doesn't seem that the licensee is taking any steps to curb this activity.
You mentioned they're only supposed to have 4 employees.
I believe just 2. I believe in the
2, and they
application
went
it's
obviously
2.
beyond that. They had a whole cast of security guards.
With Commissioner, with a 300-person premises, doesn't seem, again, it's a strictly nightclub, a very limited menu, so you wouldn't expect kitchen staff, but to just have 2 employees to.
But they obviously had more than that.
It would seem to be, yes. Yeah, it seems to be a whole staff of security guards.
Are there other clubs nearby? Because I see that there was a 500-foot radius index
I'm not sure that.
showing arrest complaints and summonses.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that. All I know is that there is this, what's called the Portuguese Recreation Club, but I don't believe that's liquor licensed.
And you have
I don't know, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Since January of 2017, you have 90 911 calls? Do you
Well,
have?
again, those are not calls for service, but these are really when the police
Oh, they're directed patrols?
directed patrols. Yeah, that's when they go, they call it in as a 911 job for the most part. So it's really the police put in the patrol car and, for a period of time, both for preventive measures, obviously, and also in case something does happen, so the police are right there.
Okay.
I'll take one, thank you.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes, I am.
Commissioner Fan?
Thanks, Tom.
I am horrified that a patron was shot by a security guard. I think that is just the definition of threat to public health, safety, and welfare. I vote to summarily suspend. Thank you, Mr. Buckley.
Commissioner Ford?
I think that alone is enough for me. I vote to suspend.
I vote to summarily suspend as well. There's obviously a lot of gunplay going on related to this place among other issues with their method of operation, so I'll vote to summarily suspend.
Thank you all.
All right, the next item is 2374E. It's also a request for a summary order of suspension regarding FC Lounge Corp.
Ms. Marsico.
Members, Council's office is before you due to the fact that a man by the name of Luis Orozco tragically died on November 10th, 2018, after patronizing the licensed premise known as Blue Martini 39 Lounge. He went to the licensed premise with some friends. He was overserved. He drank beer after beer after beer. Video surveillance that the police have shows that Mr. Orozco passed out for a substantial amount of time while inside the premise. He was then tossed out with his two extremely intoxicated friends as his protection. And apparently he tried to come back in, which is a typical behavior of someone who is severely intoxicated. He was ejected once again. No one provided him a taxi. No one called the police. No one called an ambulance. No one did anything. They tossed him out again with his two intoxicated friends. And Mr. Orozco then wobbled onto the street and was struck by a passing motorist who said he observed Mr. Orozco wobbling on the street and he couldn't avoid him. Mr. Orozco succumbed to his injuries 2 days later. And we're before you because this was totally preventable. This tragic incident is the most recent in a pattern of the licensee recklessly selling alcohol. If you'll see in the memo, the licensee has 3 notices of pleadings pending, and the prosecutors have been all over this licensee. Our prosecutor issued a notice of pleading, Mr. Buckley issued a notice of pleading on September 14th. Another notice of pleading on August 20th. Another notice of pleading also on August 20th. They were charged with selling to a minor. Then they were charged with obstructed visibility. And if you see the facts of that case, when the police went to investigate, the bartender refused to give the police an identification. What legitimate premises has a bartender that refuses to offer their driver's license or ID to a police officer? On August 4th, there was a prohibited hours sale where there were several people caught drinking there after hours. Members, this location is so lawless that a person named Jose Ricardo Pereira, who has no lawful authority to be in control of the premise, actually had the temerity to tell the police that he owned the premise, and he also told the police that they were not authorized to continue viewing the very important videotaped evidence, and he ejected the police from the room that they had been allowed to and did not permit them to record any further video. Luckily, the police were able to record some of the video on a phone, which SLA has, but this man, who's obviously availing the license, or we don't know what he's doing there, is apparently controlling this premise. So, members, no one is supervising this premise. This man was recklessly permitted to be overserved and died, and they're on notice that they're not doing their job. So for this reason, we're requesting that you summarily suspend this license. Oh, and I'm sorry, and I apologize. There was a follow-up inspection on by the SLA investigators, Travali, and the police. They found a slew of fire safety code violations. They found an unlicensed security guard. They're not serving any food, which is no surprise. another problem, which is exactly why the law requires that taverns serve food. There's no food there. They had no books and records, and they also had a DJ. And in the videos where you see the passed out man that I viewed, you also see dancing. I forgot to charge that, but they also permit dancing there. So I just wanted to add that. So we're requesting that you shut this location down on a summary suspension.
And you have sale to a minor charge pending, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Vote to summarily suspend. It seems like there's disregard for the ABC laws. I'll let you sort it out at trial whether there's a veiling or not, but very disturbing set of facts leading to the death of patron.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to summarily suspend as well on same basis.
I'm going to vote to summarily suspend. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We have another item in New York. We have an interpreter here, so I'm going to call that. It's item 2316. You don't have it in your stack that I gave you. It's Bueno Deli NY Corp. I believe the licensee is, the applicant is here, and the interpreter.
Wait, 2316?
Could you just have him introduce himself to the members?
My name is Ivan Bueno. I'm the owner of Bueno Deli, Brentwood, New York. So I'm coming to the 2316.
So you owned a bar that was open 3 months and somebody got shot in it?
Eres dueño de una barra donde hace 3 meses alguien fue asesinado, matado.
Era uno de los dueños del negocio, ya está cerrado.
Was one of the owners of the businesses and is now closed.
Because we shut it.
Yeah.
¿Por qué ellos lo cerraron?
Cerraron por el inconveniente que hubo de la persona que afuera del negocio mató a la otra persona.
Correct, it was closed because of the incident that happened with the shooting.
And you opened in January and this occurred in March, is that correct?
Ustedes abrieron en enero y esto sucedió en marzo, ¿es correcto?
Sí.
Yes, correct.
So you were open for 3 months and now you want us to give you another license?
Ustedes han abierto por 3 meses y ahora está exigiendo una licencia, ¿quieres?
Sí, porque la licencia que estoy exigiendo para el deli, para vender cerveza para llevar.
Yes, the license that I'm requesting is for the deli to sell beers to go.
You have to let her speak into the mic.
You want me to repeat? Yes.
Just say it to the microphone, yeah.
Puedes moverte un poquito para el lado para que ambos podamos hablar en el micrófono, ¿no?
Okay.
The license that I'm requesting right now is for the deli to sell beer to go, not to stay in the deli.
I mean, I have concerns about whether you should be given another license this quickly, given what happened the last time. I mean, somebody died.
Tengo reservas él tiene reserva por la razón que alguien murió en un incidente ahí, para ahora nuevamente darte una licencia.
And there was also a lot of failure on your part and your partner's part to even comply with health codes, building codes, fire codes, and a slew of other regulations that you also violated. So I just don't have any, this happened 6 months ago. There's no way that I'm prepared to give you another license right now. I don't know where they are, but I'm going to vote to deny.
Él no está preparado para darte una licencia. Eso sucedió hace 6 meses y él está bien preocupado por la razón que esto sucedió bajo tu dirección, bajo la dirección de tu compañero. Y a la vez hubo códigos de fuego, de salud, de seguridad que ninguno se apegaron ni se abstenieron de cuidar.
I'm going to vote,
Fan? Sorry.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, and tell me, come back in a year and we can reconsider it at that point.
Él dice que en un año nuevo puedes venir a aplicar de nuevo. Él no está de acuerdo con la licencia para darte nuevamente.
I think that unfortunately at this agency, your history follows your name. You may not feel like you're responsible for what happened at your prior licensed place, but I think you have to realize that from our point of view, you're responsible because your name was on the license, and so realize that you're just trying to make a living, and we hope that you will come back in the future.
Desafortunadamente, tu nombre está pegado a este incidente que sucedió anteriormente y la responsabilidad, claro, cayó en tu nombre. Y ella entiende que tienes que hacer una vivienda económicamente, sin embargo, ella no se siente bien con lo que sucedió y que por favor puede venir en un año y nuevamente aplicar.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Buffalo now. You have one item there, 2283 PNC Liquor Corp.
Members.
Here we go.
Oh, Deep Patel. Good morning, members.
Is there any opposition there?
There's no opposition present.
Why are you interested in opening a liquor store?
We feel like the area needs one. It's a building. There's a new casino that went in the area. We found the building there. It's been it was an eyesore in the area for a while. We had a couple of people tell us that a liquor store would perfectly go there. So we thought, all right, let's put one in.
Where you own a Quick Check right now?
Quick Shops.
Where is it compared to the liquor store?
I'm sorry?
Where is it located compared to where this liquor store is located?
20 miles away. About 17, 20 miles away.
So you're going to manage both of them?
No, I have managers at all my locations, and I have a manager at this location also.
Well, you indicate that in your application that you're going to manage this location.
Yeah, I look over every one of my locations, but I obviously I have Roxanne Pinto, who's the manager, which we did put in the application, will be there also along with me. I look over all 5 of my businesses.
How many different locations is that?
Quick Shops, we have 5 gas station convenience stores.
5?
Yes.
They all licensed for beer?
Yes. Yes.
Wait, do we have all that?
Yeah, current licensing.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, right, okay.
Tom? I'm ready.
Okay. Tom, we're ready.
Ready to vote? Commissioner Fan?
Given the new casino, there's no protests. I see improvement in numbers in the surrounding liquor stores. Closest one is almost 2 miles away. I am therefore going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
So you will be the closest liquor store to Del Lago?
Yes.
Quite frankly, I'm surprised that there hasn't been another one, to be honest about it. So I think public convenience and advantage would be served, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Thank you, members.
You're welcome.
Michelle, I have nothing else in Buffalo.
There's nothing else in Buffalo.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany, and the first one involves a translator. It's number 2350. You don't have that pulled out yet. Chopstick Bistro, Inc. Can we have the, whoever's here for 2350? There we go.
Go ahead and state your names for the record. So my name is Chow Queen Ma.
My name is Hong Jian.
Hi, my name is Masha. I'm an interpreter from Geneva Worldwide.
So you're licensed as a Asian fusion restaurant closing at 10:30 p.m. every night, and you want to turn into a nightclub sports bar closing at, it appears, 2 a.m. or later?
Schenectady before.
In Schenectady?
Yes,
What time do you want to close for, or was 2 correct?
2 a.m.
Can you just interpret for her, because otherwise,
就是说你的那个你原来
there's no point.
关门是吧？现在你想申请到
2点
要关门。
2点。
Yes, 2 a.m.
Why this big change?
为什么呀？这个变化？
你跟他说，因为我有的客人想做那些生日 party 啊 ，business party 啊。
就是要现场那个 DJ。
They have a business. Lots of customer request like a birthday party and other parties, and then they request like a DJ service. So the music with those kind of service.
就是 only for Friday, Saturday. Only for 就是星期五跟星期天。
Only request Friday and Saturday.
Well, that's not what your application says.
因为你的申请不是那么写的。他说你的申请不是那么写的。你申请怎么写的？
我不知道啊。
谁写的申请？
是我的律师。
She said that the lawyer submitted the application for them. She didn't. She doesn't have any idea how the application said.
Sorry, who else is with you?
谁跟你在一起？谁还有谁跟你在一起？
就我一个人。我。
你们两个是
夫妻。
是 owner。
对，就是我一个人 owner。
She's the only owner, and then the guy is her husband.
Okay. And he's a manager there, or?
他在那是什么职位
Manager.
He's the manager.
Do we have any bad history on this place? I don't see it.
No, but
No, but
this was a 500-foot piece, and
they did not indicate there was going to be a manager,
so there's.
They did not indicate he's a manager?
that there was going to be a manager.
Oh, okay.
他没有写你是 manager，就说你是今后会是 manager。
对对对。
So do you understand that what Jackie just said, that in your application under the method of operation, there's no record at the agency that you have a manager?
就是说你的申请上原来没有写有 manager，就是你是他会任命他。
对。
Yes, he will be the manager.
Is he the manager now?
他现在是不是 manager? Yes, he is.
Can she explain what events hosted by third parties are that she wants to have? She going to have somebody come in and host events?
就是说来 party 的话，
They have promoters in Schenectady?
有人组织这些 party。
你说就是一些。
No, she has private events, and then after that, she says events hosted by third parties.
他们会找。
对，他们会安排全部所有东西。
The family parties, the family is responsible. They will find whoever hosted those parties.
So she's not talking about using promoters.
你没有你自己不去找人是吧？
我自己也有人。
你也有人。
对，我会请一些 bartender， 会请一些做卫生的。
DJ 这些 security 什么，他们我们都有请。
They are going to hire some security and DJ and some other person.
Can you ask her if they plan on using promoters?
What is promoters mean?
They'll know what it is.
Promoter.
People that come in and guarantee crowds.
就是说有没有请一
Yeah, but she wants to make a nightclub. This is what's going on here.
See where it is, Vince?
对，对，我知道的，我们有签有厂，对，
不是就是你有没有请这个？
有请。
They asked, they requested those people coming. They did.
So they are going to use promoters.
Yes.
All right. So my problem with this is that this was a 500-foot case. He went through a 500-foot hearing, and had this method of operation ever been presented originally, I never would have approved it like this, what you're asking for. I mean, we approved a restaurant to open till 10:30. If you wanted to be open till 11 or 12, maybe I would agree with that, but I'm not turning this into a nightclub.
说是这个地方就是不太大，不爱吃是吧？
没有，我是3000尺啊，那就。
1700尺。
So are you ready to vote then?
I am. I don't know whether
Live reconsideration, Commissioner Fan?
Secretary, she's still interpreting.
他们如果要是11:2申请到12点，他们可能会
12点嘛12点
但是申请到2点就是去夜间俱乐部
你说12点。
12点。
They will accept like if to 12 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, so Commissioner Fan?
I'll go with 12 o'clock, no DJs, no promoters.
那我要 DJ。
She wanted DJ.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot of things I want and I don't get them, so.
So, Commissioner Fan, you're voting to reconsider and grant with those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Ford?
I will vote to reconsider and allow her to stay open until midnight and no promoters, no DJ.
Okay.
And I also will vote to reconsider hours extended to 12 a.m. No DJ, no DJ parties, no dancing, no live music, no use of promoters.
Would you like a personal questionnaire on the manager?
And a personal questionnaire is required on your husband.
Do you want to, Commissioner Fan and Commissioner Ford, do you want to add the no dancing, no live music to your conditions?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
他们每一个人的表态都，他们每个人都说不同意 DJ 不同意 DJ。
你说我们那个就是 Drink Street，为什么不可以？
She's talking about it's the street is a drinking street, so why
Well,
cannot allow?
the members, you can let her know, the members have voted, so the matters,
为什么我们不可以？
我们对面2家他们都可以。
She said everybody allowed, and then
Yes, that's because you came in asking for a restaurant. If you want a nightclub, you can, you can close this place and file a new application, and we'll reconsider it at that time. You're applying for a change of method of operation, and we applaud you for doing that before you actually start running a nightclub. But that's what that's where we're at today.
如果你要想你申请那个，你必须要先把你的 business 变成饭店 restaurant 变成饭店。
You're going to let the restaurant have some other extension?
No, I mean, what I voted for was to keep this as a restaurant. She can have 12 o'clock closing.
现在
就是 restaurant。
We denied the bar part.
okay, so the members have,
现在就是饭店啊。
So they are a restaurant right now, right?
and
And they're going to stay a restaurant.
right. The members have voted, it's going to stay a restaurant, but they can stay open to 12.
So you mean the restaurant not allowed to extend it to 2?
No, 12 o'clock.
Okay, 12. But they request, they want to do the DJ and the music.
The other request that,
You're her interpreter. You're not her lawyer. If they wanted to bring their lawyer, they could have brought their lawyer.
Sorry.
Members, might I recommend that they apply for a method of operation change on the restaurant, which is separate and apart from this.
Yes, you can recommend that.
I'm recommending that.
Go ahead.
Then
Go ahead.
换个是不在历史过来
I'll let her finish.
She said that her lawyer went abroad and then she want to get a lawyer to do again. So
What I'm going to recommend is this application is for reconsideration for the Bar Tavern. I'm going to recommend the members leave their decision as disapproved, and that you apply for a change in a method of operation for the restaurant to extend your hours and add whatever it is you wish, and that can be presented to the members, and we can change your restaurant license. Your restaurant license is not what is in front of the members at this time. I'll find out who their lawyer is. Seems to be a problem there.
All right, thank you.
整个都要放成数字，整个要放成做 light club 那种。
Thank you.
All right, wait, hold on for a sec, because are you taking up Deputy Commissioner's recommendation to just deny this? Deny reconsideration?
Yes.
Board?
Yes.
All right.
I just lost my paper. I just wonder, because I need you to sign. 那我现在怎么办？
The next matter in Albany is 2323, Kaz's Wine and Liquors, Inc.
Good morning, members. Glenn Kavista for Kaz's Wine and Liquors, Inc. I have with me Ann Kaczynski, one of the principals. To be brief, this is a removal request within the same mall of a little over 400 feet from the current location, which is being mandated by the mall owner because they are going to demolish the part of the mall that currently houses the liquor store.
So they're going to be in the same mall, just moved to a different spot?
Yes, sir.
I'm okay with this.
Increase.
I'll
Yes.
approve.
Vote to
Yeah, it's an
approve.
increase in space.
And there's an increase in space too, yeah.
You all set? Okay.
Approve.
Thank you.
Next item in Albany, 2301, American Craft Brewery, LLC.
Good morning, Commissioners. Alyssa Yowie here on behalf of American Craft Brewery. We've submitted a conditional no contest plea for the violations imposed by Council's office. We've also entered into a corporate compliance agreement with Council's office,
With the authority.
with the authority.
Correct. And Alyssa, I just wanted to note, and I do appreciate the work that we put together on this, but I do want the members to be aware that, as you are aware, Boston Beer and American Craft Brewery is now looking at it, and it will be paying over $1 million in fines this year for compliance issues. So I know that you and I have had that conversation and had multiple conversations on this. I just want to be exceedingly clear that, you know, how important we take compliance here. I know that you take it very seriously. I just want to make sure your client understands that at this point that it is at the very top of the priority list of what Boston Beer and American Craft Brewery needs to be looking at.
Absolutely.
I mean, these aren't complex issues, and this company is enormous. So I have a problem. What kind of compliance do they have? Because the first thing that we just took $975,000 for, which probably should have been more because of the stupidity involved, was the fact that there were dozens of different brand labels that were not registered, and we told the company that they weren't registering the brand labels. They ignored us and continued not to register the brand labels. Here, they went and actually put their name on a bar, rented a bar, which even somebody that is here for a week realizes is illegal under New York state law. So do they have a compliance department? And if they do, are they still there or have they been fired?
They do have a compliance department. As I indicated in June when we were before you on the brand label violations, there has been significant changes in staff over at Boston Beer. Several folks have retired, folks have moved around. There was temporary staff in place. There's now permanent staff in place. So Boston Beer does have a compliance plan in place. They are conducting training with all employees in New York State pursuant to their compliance program. And everybody will be trained in New York State alcohol beverage control laws.
Well, I don't know how you guys feel. I'm going to need a written report of what their compliance plan is going forward. I don't know how much time you need for that, and I'll certainly be flexible on that, but this is just getting ridiculous. I mean, you know, I don't want to take a license away from a company this size, plus I drink their beer, but this is just stupid. So
Agreed.
how long are you going to need to get some type of information to us that shows what they're doing to make sure this level of non-compliance stops?
I can probably have something to you in the next couple of weeks. I know they've already got their training set up. They've got plans in place. They've been prepared pursuant to the compliance agreement that we entered into to begin their training.
So a month, is that long enough?
That's sufficient, yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'll accept the 250,000.
So, accept and then.
I vote to accept $250,000 with the written report that the chairman had requested to be received within 30 days.
Do you want that sent to you, me?
No, it can be sent to council's office.
Okay.
Who will then disseminate it to us. Yep.
I will accept the $250,000 with the report as well. To the chairman's point, it's just hard to believe that a company of this size and stature could just be going along the merry way, ignoring the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item in Albany is also someone in New York, 2284 SG Bourbon LLC.
There is opposition present in Albany.
2284?
2284. You pulled it out for New York City, but there's someone in Albany.
It's close to the top.
Okay.
Chairman, about 3 or 4 down.
And again, Mr. Secretary, there is opposition in Albany.
Yeah, we got that.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, my name's Sean May. I'm the attorney for the applicant for this removal application. I'm here this morning with Jason Southwood. Good morning, members. We'll hear from the opposition first.
Yes, thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Well, could you hold on? We have opposition here as well, so we'll hear from him first, and then we'll listen to you.
Absolutely.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with Jamie Matzdorf, who is the proprietor of Grapes and Grains LLC, which is the store that would be the closest store if this removal application is granted. I have submitted our opposition position to this application, which if I encapsulate it, basically with this removal, if granted, would result in a store a little over a mile away from my client's existing store. His numbers, especially the last 3 months, or August, I believe, through September, I've shown you June, July, and August, and September, 4 months, have gone down rather than laid flat or gone up. The population in Rensselaer County has gone down.
But he's up 300,000 over the last 4 years.
The net profit that he has been showing on his store over the last several years has been flat. He's not taking any more money out this year than he did, I believe, 3 or 4 years ago.
So his sales increased by 300,000+ over a 4-year period, and he made no more money?
The sales that have increased are due to inflation and to...
You do 1.5 million, and it goes to 1.8, and you're telling me that's the rate of inflation?
Over 4 years with the costs of goods purchased, there's been a little bit of growth, but for all intents and purposes, my tax returns show no extra money, no extra profit having been made from the store for the last 5 years.
Okay. Go ahead.
How far are you from the current location of the same store?
3.2 miles.
And this removal application, my understanding is the licensee applicant has not been evicted, there's no demolition clause, the lease hasn't run out. It's simply they've been in there for 2 years and now are looking to relocate to what they feel will be a better position for them to open up 5,000 square feet or 4,700 feet of retail space.
But they're going...
Excuse me?
The current store is 5,700 square feet.
Right, but it's also 3.2 miles from my...
No, I get that,
Right.
but the store is no bigger than the original store.
Right, but
Okay.
it is, my point was that it is a significant amount of retail shelving space to be situated very close in the backyard of my client's store. And that, they had been there really only 2 years. And I don't find it honorable to go in with obviously a minimum of a 3-year lease that you're required to have when you apply, and after 2 years, try to locate yourself to what you feel will be a more beneficial space to you at the expense of my client. The numbers just will not sustain his business if this approval is granted. So for those reasons, we ask that you deny this application. There really would be no public convenience advantage served to the community, maybe to the applicant, but not to the community.
How long has your store been open?
Well, I've owned it for 6 years. It's been open since December of 1999.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I also agree with you. They say the store they have now is 5,700 square feet, but the authority originally allowed them only 2,500 square feet of retail space with 20% New York SKUs. So that would be something to remember and continue to do if you agree to move this store. We also don't think that it is.
I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm Mike Heller from Heller's Wine and Spirits, Heller and Spinard.
And how far are you away from the
We're 4.5
proposed
miles.
location?
We're about 4.5 miles.
Okay. And how far are you now?
8.
Okay.
So it's not really a distance thing for me. It's more of there's no more convenience or advantage to put this from one plaza to another plaza. They already have the upscale Market 32, which they used as their original application they want to be near. Rite Aid just built a nice new building in the same plaza down there. Ocean State Job Lots is opening up probably within the next couple of weeks. There's no real advantage for them to move into the middle of a place that already has 10 to 14 different licenses within the 4.5 mile radius. And that's our basic opposition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, good morning. As you can see by our submissions, we're moving, we are one of the 4 closest stores in this area. There are not 10 or 15 licenses. I'm not sure what Mr. Heller is referring to. We are one of the 4 closest stores. We're moving 3 miles down the road into a new plaza that's being built, Van Rensselaer Square. Our current plaza, they're losing tenants. I don't think our lease issue is germane to the public convenience and advantage issue we heard discussed this morning.
Well, why are you moving?
Well, the current plaza is just on the way down, and this new plaza is on the way up. As you can see by my submission, the development that's going on in the area by the new plaza is, I hesitate to call it explosive, but there's a ton of new development going on. I think the new development's not only going to benefit us in the new location, it's going to benefit Grapes and Grains as well.
I think that's probably what he's counting on.
Yeah.
May I make
Well, the thing is, just last year, a new liquor store was approved 1,400 feet from our current location. Now, this application is going to move us a little bit down the road and spread these stores out a little bit. We're going from 1,400 feet to the closest store to 3 miles from the current store, and then they'll be spread out. We will be about 1.5 miles from Grapes and Grains. We will be 5 miles from Menands. I'm not sure about Mr. Heller's store. He's supposing he's not one of the 4 closest, so I don't know where his location is. So we're moving farther away from 2 stores, granted, as well as closer to 2 other stores. And you can see the numbers are Grapes and Grains, like as you said, he's gone up 300,000 in the last 4 years. I think I can make an argument for a brand new store in this location, not just a removal. With the development that's occurring, I think this location could support its own store.
Plus, there's other future developments right across the street. Lowe's is going in there with a whole other shopping plaza. I mean, the whole area is booming. We're still one of the 4 closest liquor stores. We're not oversaturating the area because we're still one of the 4 closest. It actually just spreads the stores out a little bit better than they currently are. Like Mr. May said, the next closest store to us is 1,400 feet. Currently. So We're in a plaza now that's on kind of a downswing. There was a TJ Maxx in there that actually moved just over to this plaza, what we're planning on moving. There's a vacant 13,500 square foot space in our current plaza that's been vacant because they moved the store out of there and built a whole new building for it, but it doesn't do, which is great, it doesn't do us any good. So we're just looking to move down the road to a more up-and-coming plaza. There's a ShopRite in there, Marshalls, Home Goods, TJ Maxx, a lot of family and, you know, female-based businesses. You know, that's where we kind of want to be.
Jackie, what's the stipulation on this?
It changed. Initially, it was for 2,500 square feet. Then they came back to the board in, if I can get this thing to work, I think they were approved for another 1,200 square feet of retail space.
So they're at
That was
37?
December of
Went
20.
to 3750.
That was in December.
December of
Cole, you
2016.
hold on a second.
Yeah, December of
2016?
Of note, though, it was hard for me to find, I do believe the members disapproved a liquor store that was going to go in down the street from this location. I just have to find it.
And may I clarify something?
Yeah.
He had pointed out that the plaza is going downhill and they can't find tenants. Our understanding was that the only reason they were able to get out of their lease was that they found somebody to assign the lease to. So there are tenants going.
Mr. Romano, we all know why he's moving.
Yeah, this
It's a brand-new plaza, or why he's trying to move. So you think that we denied a store recently nearby here?
Hold on, yeah. 373.
Helps at all.
All right, it's not that recent, sorry.
It's not? what-
2016.
But it was how far
was-
from here, do you know? You can't tell?
Uh,
You don't have that in the top of your head?
I can, yeah, you go through the light, you go through the rotary, you know, yeah, I know exactly where it is.
It was
Okay.
1.1 miles from
From you?
Yeah.
In the same direction where he is, or?
the opposite side.
So it'd be like 2 miles away, 2.5 miles from where he's trying to go?
It would be 2.2 miles from the store that was turned down, from the place he's trying to go.
Okay.
But Grapes and Grains will still be over a mile down the road on the other side of a major 4-lane road in a Walmart supercenter.
All right. Do you have any questions, anybody?
You're talking about going up near the intersection of 4 and West Sand Lake Road, is that correct?
I believe it's 4 and 43.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
You're good? All right, we're ready, Tom.
Commissioner Fan?
As I always say, when there's a lot of opposition, that means there's really a lot of excitement for new economic energy in the area. And so for that reason, because there's a new shopping plaza and I see public convenience in that, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I see that he's, would be relocating closer to Grape and Grains. I do see that. But it's still in between Save More and Grape and Grains. It's still the same amount of stores in the same general area, so I'm going to vote to approve as well.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote on the same grounds to approve, but I'm going to go back to 2,500 square feet retail.
Well, Chairman, the box has already been built. This is the space that was offered. Everything's
You
been.
can keep this, you can have a 5,000 square foot store, 2,500 of it is going to be retail and the rest is storage. You can put up a wall.
I'd like to at least keep what I currently have.
Can we keep
Well,
the
you
current
can do that too.
3750?
Well, no, they don't have to agree with me. This is what I'm throwing out there.
Well, we're currently approved for 3750.
I got that, but in a different location, so I don't know what you guys feel about that. I can vote that and you can still do what you're doing.
They already have the space, though.
Yeah, you can disagree with me, I don't know.
Just be more storage.
Yeah.
Oh, the storage is already built.
The members are voting, please.
I'm sorry.
I'll give you 3,000 retail.
All right, got 25, got 3,000.
I'll go 3,000 too.
I'll go to 3,000.
Thank you,
All
everyone.
right. Next item in Albany, 2293, Star 3 Fuel Corp.
Why do we put these in order? Why do we put these in order?
If we're then out of order.
Because I have,
293.
it was supposed to be 2295 is the one
No
next.
idea.
So, yeah, these are,
I
these are
see,
the
'cause
Albany,
this
you
is
don't
in
have the
Albany.
Albany and Buffalo ones yet.
Yes, yes.
I added them.
Got it.
These are Albany latecomers.
I vote to accept. 2293, right?
2293, yeah, but
I
it's
think
a
they wanna s-
CNC
I
for
think they want to say
9,500.
something. Go ahead. Can you put your name on the record?
Yes, good morning, members. David Friedman, attorney for Star 3 Fuels Corp.
My name is Fatma Durmuş.
My name is Miriam Top as interviewer.
Fatma Dermis is the individual who made the underage sale. Fatma Dermis is the individual who made the underage sale back in early October. Miriam Top is here to help translate if there's any issue as far as comprehension.
Well, I don't have any questions. Is there anything you want to add? I mean, the penalty that you were given is the standard penalty for the third sale to an 18-year-old or under.
Yes, just briefly, as far as Ms. Dermis is concerned, who made the sale, she's 38 years old. She's worked approximately 8 years in the business, a convenience store business of sales of beer, alcoholic beverages. Never had a problem. 1 week prior to the sale, she was involved in a serious automobile collision with a deer on Interstate 87. Traumatized, came back to work probably too quickly, was distracted, not focused. So we're asking for a mitigation in the penalty of approximately 50%.
You know, not to be compassionate about what happened to her, but we also have to be fair and consistent with others who we charge with such offenses. I'm willing to give you some consideration, if the other commissioners are. I'm willing to just to go down to 8,000, but I can't cut it in half.
If this wasn't an 18-year-old, I probably would cut it, but I'm not. This is the second time they sold to somebody under 18, and it's the second time in 2 years. So I'm not, I'm sorry she got in a car accident, but I don't know what happened in May of 2016. I'm assuming she didn't get in a car accident then.
It was not her.
Well, but it's, somebody owns this store and they're clearly not paying attention to it. So, you know, the next one, they lose the license, generally. So I'm going to stick with the 9,500.
Okay, so we have 2 votes to accept the 9,500.
Oh, yeah, you already voted. Yep.
Commissioner Ford, you're staying with the?
I'll go to 9,500 as well.
Okay.
Even Steven.
So, 9,500. All right, the next item in Albany, 2285, Delaware Wine and Liquor, Inc.
There is opposition present. Applicant has not appeared.
Okay, have them come forward.
Well, don't even bother. Just second call it and start New York, and we'll give them a half hour, and then they're done.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go to New York. First item, 2295, Vineyards of Farmingdale, LLC.
Good morning, Kevin Dana for Vineyards of Farmingdale. I've put in a written submission. I'm here to answer any questions and to argue for it if you need me to.
No, I appreciate you coming because I do have an issue with your client. I get more, and I'm sure you know why I get more complaints regarding these guys than probably anybody in the state. Phone calls, emails, they are being watched by their competitors. And it seems like every time that something comes up, it's Mr. Leonard or somebody in his family trying to push the envelope of what's allowable. And I'm sure they're not even calling you to consult you about whether it's allowable. And this is a clear example of that they pushed the envelope of what's legal to see how far they could take it, and it's getting tiresome.
I understand. I can only tell you that this is not them pushing the envelope. This is, frankly, when this particular, this is selling after hours because the county has different hours during the weekday and weekend. I was unfamiliar with this, and you know, it was a mistake. They added this new law that allowed seminars. They thought it would be a good idea to run the seminar after they closed the store. They didn't realize it was after hours. So it's not pushing the envelope. You know, there are other issues, and they are advanced business people, each of them involved in this, and they try to do marketing properly. They also try to comply completely. Some of the issues that you call pushing the envelope, sir, are issues where the liquor authority is not completely clear about what the rules and regulations are, like issues about what could be on the internet and what isn't on the internet. And they sit down with the liquor authority and they're trying to comply. They are doing their best to comply. This is not people running amok trying to just.
Well, that's the impression I get, particularly on their advertising, in that they try to make it appear as much as possible that these stores are a chain. And I realize that it's not directly clear, and we're in a gray area on certain aspects of the advertising, but they always constantly want to be in the gray area. And it's very clear to me that you can be in the black area if you want to be.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, but you know.
Well, I mean, do you disagree with me?
On every page of their websites, they have a statement that says they're independently owned and operated. Every single page, you know, in every place. And you set up rules, and the rules say that and when they set up these rules, they came to the liquor authority and asked the liquor authority, you know, whether this all worked, and the liquor authority said yes. Now, one of the problems that we have is that I think there are two problems, and I really didn't want to go here. You know, I just wanted to get in and out, but you're the boss. But
that remains to be seen.
But one of the problems is that as administrations change, the rules change, you know, and that's life with the liquor authority. There's nothing wrong with that. But they went to the liquor authority when they first did all of this, and they sat down with the liquor authority and said, this is what we're planning on doing. And at that time, Mr. McKeon was counsel, and he said, this is all okay, and he approved it. Then a new chairman came in, new counsel came in, and they said, we don't like this. You know, and to a certain extent.
And I'm with the we don't like this part. I'm on that team.
I understand that, but from.
Well, so then change it.
We did change it, and then we joined a conference with the liquor authority to see what the best practices are, and we're waiting to see what the liquor authority comes out with the best practices are. But you know, in terms of that, you know.
I get what you're saying, but I mean, what I'm telling you is that they need to scale some of this back.
I will go back.
What it's going to do is make us put best practices out there that are going to be much more handcuffing than they otherwise would have been, because he, and you know who I'm talking about, is the lone problem that I'm having. Nobody else that owns multiple, that's family owns multiple stores is doing the stuff he's trying to do. And I get tries to get out there on the edge as much as he can business-wise, but that has to just scale it back.
I will discuss all this with my clients, all of them, and report back.
Otherwise, I'll accept the $10,000.
Commissioner Fan?
I'll accept the 10,000, but telling us that the explanation that somehow after-hours education classes is not violating the closing hours is not reasonable.
Excuse me, Commissioner Fan. I did not express myself well. What I was trying to say to you, please don't change your vote. What I was trying to say to you, is that they did not realize that they were violating the after-hour closing. Not that it's an excuse that they're allowed to do it or should be allowed to do it. You know, I'm just saying it was unintentional. They didn't realize it. That's all.
You and I both know what that sounds like.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll vote to accept the 10,000 as well.
I thank you all. I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas.
You too.
Next item, 2331, New York Kentucky, Inc.
Good morning, Stacy Weiss for the licensee. It's a CNC, it's a cancellation and bond.
Cancel and bond.
I'll accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
Thank you.
Next item, 2337, Lovell's After Dark Bar and Lounge, Inc.
Again, Stacy Weiss for the licensee. This is CNC, $5,000 for the civil penalty.
Loud music,
Closed.
loud noise, security guards, no kitchen, shots fired. I'm at 10,000.
I'm with you. 10, counter at 10.
10,000 counter. Someone was, not just shots fired, but someone had been shot in the leg. So, yeah,
There was no other active cases. You okay with me renewing?
Yes.
yeah.
All
10,000.
right. The next item
But
is
are you going to accept that, or? Yes? Okay.
That's fine. It's still not.
The next item is 2310, Lincolndale Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Morning, Stacy Weiss for the applicant. This is Lincolndale Wines and Liquors located at 155 Route 202 in Somers, New York. This is an application for a new liquor store.
So let me stop you there. Is there any opposition here?
No one signed in.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is going to be a 1,000-foot store located on East Lovell Street, which is a main thoroughfare connecting Route 202 with Route 100 in Westchester County. This area is near a shop. It's going to be located in a shopping center. It's a strip mall, and it's about 2 miles away from the closest liquor store. The other there are 3 liquor stores which are located in Putnam County, which is a different county. They're located about 5 miles away. The area has about a 3.4 increase in population since the last census in 2010. 3 of the 4 liquor stores actually have shown an increase in their sales in the past year. In the past year, there's been an increase in the sales. The applicant here has about 18 years' experience in alcohol trafficking. She's been involved with a retail store. Her husband has a beer license. Yes, her store is going to have focus on 70% wine and 30% spirits. And 40% of the wine will be New York State wine, and 10% of the spirits will be New York distilled spirits. And if you have any
How much
questions.
of the wine, New York State again? I'm sorry.
40% of the wine will be produced in New York State, and 10% of the spirits will be New York State distilled.
Is this, is it new construction that you're going into, looking at the pictures? Is it a new building or
No, it's currently an established strip mall.
just being renovated or something? Because
You can talk about.
looking at these
Pictures
pictures
is
right here, it
dirt.
looks like.
Those are new constructions.
New construction, there's new residential, those are homes that are going up nearby, so that's new construction. So there's more buildings going up nearby them. So, yeah, new buildings.
Where's her husband's store in reference to this location?
That's in Putnam County, Mayapak.
It's in Mahopac?
Mayapak, yeah.
Not too far away.
What kind of license does he have? Is it just a?
It's just a grocery
Grocery
store
beer?
and beer.
Beer license.
Why do you want to open a liquor store?
Because I need to support my husband because I have a big family. I have 7 children.
You what?
I have 7 children, so.
7?
Yeah.
Wow, good for you.
So I have to I had to support him. I need a second income.
And also, we believe that this location was a
yeah.
liquor store at one time.
Yeah, there was a liquor store before. The owner told me you can start a liquor store because they had a liquor store before there.
Many years ago, we believe it was a liquor store at one time. Called Lincolndale Wines and Liquors, that's what we were told many years ago. By the landlord, he told us that.
Ready to vote?
Yes, I think you're aware of the risks of sale to minor, so just be really aware of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, I have
some,
something.
I
Yes,
took
I
some
have
wine classes and I do have experience staying in. I check the ID all the time, when I sell.
I have
beer.
I just,
So
It's okay,
you can
Stacy.
hold on to
It's
that.
okay, Counsel.
she just took the tips training.
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Happy
Thank you.
Thanksgiving.
Same to you.
Next item is 2308, Karachi Inc.
Good morning, members of the authority. My name is Ben Savitsky of Bernstein Rado, here on behalf of Karachi Inc. I have with me here the two owners. I don't know if there's any opposition.
I don't either. Is there any opposition here?
No, no one signed in, I don't think.
And there, we did get a letter from On the Rocks.
Yes, and we'll address that. So this is an application for an off-premise wine and liquor shop under Section 63 of the ABCL. It will be located at 267 36th Street in Brooklyn. That is an address that is within Industry City in the Sunset Park neighborhood of Brooklyn. The owners that I have next to me are Tadao Yoshida and his son Takuya Yoshida. Tadao has over 30 years of experience in the hospitality industry and has been on several previous licenses issued by the New York State Liquor Authority. This is Takuya's first ownership opportunity, but he has been working with his father for a while. Together, they will be 50-50 owners of Karachi Inc., and they will split time overseeing the store, its managers, and the employees. Karachi, as we're proposing it, is a 736 square foot liquor store with an open floor plan. As I mentioned, it's how big? 736 square feet. It is located within Industry City, as I mentioned, and I don't know how familiar you are with Industry City. It is a large development, a complex of 16 old warehouses that have been converted into office space, retail shopping, food courts, and restaurants. It's located in Brooklyn, just in between the BQE and the river. There's over 6 million square feet of commercial space. It is a city unto itself. If you've ever been there, it's you get lost in there. It's wonderful. The store that Karachi is adding to Industry City in the neighborhood will be a wine and liquor store that has a focus on Japanese beverages and other beverages that complement Japanese cuisine.
Are you doing 100% Japanese products?
It is not going to be 100% Japanese products. It's going to be many products that are of Japanese origin and a Japanese influence. So there will be sake produced in the United States, as well as other products that complement Japanese cuisine.
But you're 100% Japanese-related products?
I mean, what she's asking are going to have Absolute vodka.
I wouldn't want them to stipulate to that, but they seem that they are okay.
Well, I
with
think
that.
They just said no.
No. Yeah, I said that, no.
So you're not going to have anything that's not related to Japanese, either made in Japan or a Japanese wine.
Japan, but I'm carrying made in Japan whiskey.
So the idea is to have sake, shochu, plum wine, Japanese whiskey of different qualities, things that you would find in an ordinary restaurant, as well as some more hard-to-find products. Some of it will not be produced in Japan. They make great sake here in the United States. There's even a sake manufacturer within Industry City. So they want products that are going to be produced outside of Japan, but there will be a Japanese influence. And the reason for that is because part of Industry City, what they're developing there, is something called Japan Village, which will have a market, a Japanese grocery store, a Japanese restaurant. And this is kind of a synergy kind of thing where we're hoping that patrons who come there are going to get the entire culinary experience of Japan. And one of them is going to be this liquor store where they could go in and they could buy these products that they've either experienced or maybe if you're an aficionado of Japanese sake, you would get something that is otherwise harder to find in New York State.
So you want this to be a complement to the market and the restaurant that you're trying to open as well?
Absolutely. So what we're proposing here is something that obviously is completely different. It's going to have different products. It's a different shopping experience with Japan Village, and also Industry City in itself is a different shopping experience than anybody else can offer. By the survey that we did, the 4 closest stores are a mix of high-end wine shops, discount stores, and your typical neighborhood liquor stores. Moore Brothers, which is a very high-end wine and liquor store located within Industry City, is the closest to the proposed premises at 872 feet. It is a completely different operation. They keep their store cooled at 56 degrees, I think it is, or 54 degrees, the optimal temperature for serving wine. That's the kind of clientele that they're getting, people who respect those things. We also, and I included in the supplemental information that we provided to the board last Friday, we have a letter from that store saying that they don't object to this application because they realize that Japan Village is something completely different from what they're offering, and that this store is not going to have really an impact on their sales. And their sales, they've only been open for a very short time, but they have been very good. Brooklyn Liquors is the second closest store at about 1,105 feet from where Karachi is located. This is a bulk discount liquor store. It's connected to a Costco. The people who go there are buying in bulk. They're buying large format products. They're looking for the best possible prices on the products that they love. Again, we don't think that Karachi is going to have any impact on their sales, although if you look at their sales, they are very good. They're pretty much stable over the past 5 years, about $11 million. The other two stores are On the Rocks and Grand Exito. These are beyond the BQE. They're completely separate from Industry City. These are your typical neighborhood liquor stores. Again, we don't think that Karachi is going to have any impact on these stores. And just by my brief description, you could tell that Karachi is clearly something different, and this Japan Village is clearly something different. The demographics of the neighborhood, Sunset Park, are increasing. There is a slight population increase as well as an increase in the median household income. We also did further demographic information on the area within a half mile from where the proposed location is, and that has a similar increase. We're showing an increase of 1,000 people in that area, as well as a projected further increase. Industry City, it's huge right now. It's actually planning on getting bigger. They're currently in the ULURP process with the city to add an additional 900,000 square feet of retail space, 272 square feet of hospitality space, and 387,000 square feet of other space that they're going to be using. So we think this is in the public interest. We think it's a public convenience and advantage. The area is growing, and we think that this is something that people in the immediate area, people going to Industry City, people who work in Industry City, there are 8,500 daily workers that go to Industry City daily. This is something that they're going to appreciate, and we hope that you realize that.
So my question is, what happens, say, a year from now when the sales of the Japanese products aren't what they expected?
Right. So my idea was that we wouldn't limit it to Japanese products. It would be items that complement.
I'm assuming whatever you're limited to, either sakis that are made in America plus Japanese products. What happens when the sales aren't what you expected? Are they then going to fill it with typical yellowtail and things like that?
I do not think so, because it is really a synergistic part of this Japan Village. Japan Village is going to be huge. It's going to be a very large market. I think to have just a typical liquor store there is really not going to make much sense. I think it's tied into the larger...
Well, it may be the only thing they can do if they're not selling what they thought they were going to sell.
No, right. I completely understand that, which is why I was trying to say...
Which is what my concern is.
Right.
The whole concept of Japan Village is basically to enjoy Japanese culture through cuisine and food. So if we deter from that, we would pretty much be abandoning our entire concept. So I don't think we would ever do that.
Well, people have come in here and said that they would not abandon the concept they had, but then when the rent's due, you do what's ever going to make money.
But the whole space in itself is actually going to be around 40,000 square feet. So
that's the whole Japan Village portion, not our liquor store. But I think even beyond the Japanese products that we're proposing to sell as part of this Japan Village, there is an interest in having a liquor store here. I mean,
well, there already is.
Right, but the Moore Brothers, which is the only other liquor store in Industry City, is selling super high-end products. They're not even, I went in there in October.
But the reason that they are like that they're there, because I was here for that, is we put them there because that's all they wanted to do. That's why they're a wine store.
Right.
If they were a liquor store, I don't know that they would be there.
Well, they actually did recently just upgrade to a full liquor license, and they are starting to sell higher-end spirit
But
products.
it was their business model that got them there. And now I question whether we need two.
Right. Well,
within this area. I mean, are they, I get that they're not selling, back to where she was heading, if you were going to tell me that you're going to do all Japanese products, done.
Japanese-related products,
yes.
As far as Japanese products that are produced in the United States.
Have the ability to do anything else. If we limited it to that, then this would be done.
Yes, that's the way to be. Yeah.
All right, well, then I'll do that, and I'll vote to approve it.
You says that in your statement primarily focus on alcohol of Japanese origin or beverages, which complement Japanese cuisine.
Yes.
So that appears to be your business
Well, it's
plan.
not going to be primary, it's going to be solely.
Exclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I vote to approve.
As long as we could get in there, though, that the Japanese products do not need to be produced in Japan. They can.
Correct.
Yes.
Commissioner Ford, you good with that?
It's only 736 square feet of space. I think it's a great concept. I really don't see how you can fail being so what you're trying to do and where you're trying to do it. So I don't expect you to come back and ask for any change in operation. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
So I don't know, what do you put on the license?
Well, you said Japanese-related products only.
Okay.
I have no idea how we're going to.
Do you guys own the whole chain of Sunrise Mart? Yes. I have to say that I'm a loyal customer for many, many years, so.
Probably should have disclosed that beforehand.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, can we go back to the Albany item? The applicant has
Good luck,
still not
gentlemen.
appeared.
Correct.
Tw-
Applicant
22
is not-
2285. Delaware Wine and Liquor.
2285? Okay.
Can you put your name on the record?
Good morning, members. My name is Harish Kumar.
And you're the applicant?
No, the opposition.
Oh, the applicant didn't show?
Yeah, we gave him another half hour. There's no.
All right, well, I mean, it's.
Can we just hold it over?
No, we generally, well, you can if you want to, but I'm going to vote to deny it. It's 11:30, the applicant did not show up. We do require the applicant on liquor license, or liquor store license applications to show up. The opposition has shown up. There are 5 stores within 1.6 miles. To me, that there's no evidence that the population or the sales of the other stores demand another store or could support another store, so I'm voting to deny it.
Yeah, there's like over 15,000 square feet of retail space nearby. There was another license that was just issued beginning of January, so I was going to vote to deny it anyway.
All right, vote to deny.
All right, so we're done with Albany then. Next time here in New York is 2314 Tremor Art Holdings LLC.
I'm sorry, what number was that again?
2314.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. How are you? Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is Mr. Albert Trummer and Elizabeth Keating, who are the 2 principals of the applicant. This is going to be a cocktail lounge that will be...
So I'm sure there is opposition out there, so why don't we let them come? Yep. Up.
Morning, Commissioners, Chairman. My name's Peter. I'm from State Assembly Member Yulee News Office.
Peter, what's your last name?
Nguyen, Nguyen. So we had written a letter to the SLA on August 9th of 2018 in opposition to the applicant. Several constituents belonging to the Orchard Block Association had approached our office voicing concerns about the applicant's history running 2 of the establishments, Apotheke and Sanatorium. There's been a history of reckless endangerment at Apotheke, and there have been numerous 311 complaints at Sanatorium. In addition, Committee Board 3 has unanimously denied the applicant's application. So we asked that...
Based on what?
I'm sorry?
Based on what?
Based on the applicant's history at Apotheke, the 311 complaints.
And has you or the assembly person ever met with the applicant or its lawyer to find out what its method of operation was actually going to be here?
No, we have not.
Have you ever talked to anybody related to the bar about it?
Yes, we've talked to Tamara Daly from the Orchard Block Association.
Has she talked to the applicant?
I can't speak on her behalf. I would not know.
So you met with the Orchard Block Street Association,
Yes, and
and
we've
you read
also-
the community board paperwork, or
Yes,
did you meet with the community board?
We've also spoke with the community board.
So
yes.
you spoke with everyone opposed to this, but you didn't speak with anybody that is...
No, we did not.
Did you think that would be useful?
Yes, it definitely would have been useful.
So
But,
what's the reason you didn't?
Yeah, so we just ask that you take the voice of the community, and on top of that...
I know, but our job is to take the voice of the community from both sides.
Yes.
And I would assume that you would be interested in hearing from both sides as well.
Yes, but
you didn't.
I'm here voicing the concerns of our community.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, thank you.
Hi, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Paul Smith-Leonard. I'm here on behalf of Councilmember Margaret Chin.
So let me ask you the same questions.
Yeah,
Did you ever speak?
I will answer your question. I figured that you would have the same. It's common for us to provide testimony on these matters, especially if there's been strong...
I know, and I encourage it.
Yeah, exactly. And what we have done as part of the community board process is that our staffers from the council office and the assembly member's office and other elected officials will be part of a community board process. As my colleague in government from the assembly member's office has noted, this has unanimously been disapproved. The resolution was passed unanimously by the local community board. As part of their process, the community board, yes, does meet with the applicant. They hear from other people in the community. This is certainly not a one-sided affair. I've actually personally testified in favor of applications on behalf of the council member.
So you're not answering. My questions were, have you met with the applicant, or has the assembly member met with the applicant?
I cannot speak for the assembly member's office, but I can say that I personally have not met with the applicant. But I am here since, as you know, these meetings are difficult for the community members to attend. I know that there are a lot of community members who are in opposition to this application who wanted to be here today, but scheduling being what it is, we're not able to be here. So I am here on behalf of the council member. My colleague is here on behalf of the assembly member, and we are strongly urging you to deny this application based on the unanimous vote of the community board and a very, very high number of neighbors who are opposed to this application based on the negative history of the applicant's prior establishment.
Okay.
Thank you.
I read your letter, but can you just, beyond the crafty fire manipulation, is there another reason why you're opposed to them getting?
Thank you for mentioning that. There is. Among the community's many concerns that I'm reading from the council member's letter include the proximity of an additional licensed establishment to the Victoria Children's Center Universal Pre-K. It's a 3-story school less than 200 feet away. I know that you take all these things into consideration, and the purpose of the council member's letter is to bring this to your attention.
But it would be helpful to me in the future, and this is directed at you as well, if the assembly members are going to give opinions on these applications, that they at least make an attempt to either review the application or speak with the applicant. Because in my experience, community boards are not always accurate in what they're giving, the information they're giving us. And I would assume that would be your assembly member's experience as well.
For the council member, yes.
Or a council member, I'm sorry.
It's okay. She is a city official. Her overview of your body is limited, but I'll take that into consideration. I'll definitely communicate that back to the council member. Thank you.
What the chairman is saying is we're suggesting she do what we have to do, which is listen to both sides and make a decision.
I would object to that we haven't listened to both sides. I mean, as part of the community board process, the applicant was there. We regularly staff all those meetings. If I don't staff them personally, then there are staffers in my office who report back to me. We certainly do. We're in the habit of hearing both sides. I think after conclusion, after listening to the community unanimously, the board voted against this application. I think that we have given this a fair shot. I think this applicant has a history in the community, not only of the fire incident, but numerous 311 complaints. This is a community that, as you know, is oversaturated.
When was the fire incident? Approximately, what year?
I don't have that information.
It was 2010, which was 8 years ago. When was the 311 complaints?
I don't have information about the specific 311 complaints, but my colleague, do you have any information?
Yes, I believe there are around 70-ish within the last year, since February.
Okay.
Sorry, can you clarify again where the location of this universal pre-K is?
I just have the information that it is less than 200 feet away. I don't have any other information about
You
the
don't have the
exact
address?
location of the school. I do not.
It's a universal pre-K in a nonprofit organization, or what is it?
I don't know who runs the pre-K. As you know, they're run by different organizations in the community, commonly by nonprofit organizations, but it's called Victoria Children's Center.
It's
Universal
323 Grand Street.
And I believe this,
So it's directly across the street.
324 Grand
wow.
Street is the applicant's.
323 Grand Street.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate your
Thank you.
consideration.
Do you know how many children goes there?
I don't have that information either.
All right, it would be helpful if you have the information.
A couple of points just to pick up on the questioning. When we went to the community board meeting, my recollection is that there was only one person in opposition, and that was Tamara Daly from the Orchard Street Block Association. My client had tried to reach out to her, but we got no response. We were not contacted by any elected official. I am not aware of any elected official representative who was there at that community board meeting, and it is frustrating to us. There are times when we do engage with some elected officials, and we appreciate that. Their time is important as well. But when they write letters in support without trying to contact us, we don't even know until after the fact, and it is a little frustrating. It does not appear as though there was any independent review. They simply were contacted by the Block Association, saw the CB resolution, and took a position without verifying any of the facts.
It's noted.
The incident relating to the fire was 8 to 10 years ago. The charges were dismissed. We've attached that documentation. You have since, after that fact, licensed Mr. Trummer. I think that it is a non-issue, and I don't think that that should fall into the equation. The space that, another very important and interesting fact about what we are licensing here is that none of the objectants, not the community board, not the Block Association, objected to this location or the method of operation. With respect to the claim for saturation, by the way, there are only 12 licenses within 500 feet. For downtown Manhattan, that is not many. There are none on our block. In fact, there are none within 500 feet on Grand Street at all. The space we are licensing has an entrance on the street. There's a door on the street. It is entirely subgrade. It is small space. The occupancy is under 75. It only has 40 seats, and 20 bar stools, so it is rather small. The hours are reasonable, from 5 p.m. opening until 2 a.m., so it is not going to go past 2 a.m. The issue relating to noise at his other establishment, which, by the way, Mr. Trummer left that establishment a year ago. So some of the violations they're referring to occurred after that fact. It took a while for him to file a corporate change and get off that license, but he stopped being active there in December of 2017. When there were noise issues, they engaged an acoustical engineer. They did a complete review, and I have indicated in the letter some of the specific measures that were taken there. With respect also to the view of the community, we've submitted petitions. Those petitions include signatures from 13 residents in our building. On top of our space is a retail store, which we are not occupying. Then above that are the residential tenants. So we are 2 stories below any of the residents that will live there. We will do soundproofing as is necessary, make sure the volume does not disturb any of those tenants in space that is rather small. Mr. Trummer has been in the business for over 20 years. He is a mixologist and has a reputation as such. He has been referred to by the New York Times as a cocktail chemist. And another feature of this establishment, it will be featuring some local art. And we have someone here who we are partnering with who can speak to that. We think that that is a very significant amenity. Again, there were no objections to the method of operation, no objections to the hours, no objection to anything we asked for. The objections were Mr. Trummer had an issue 10 years ago with charges that were dismissed that you've subsequently licensed him on, and 311 complaints for another premises that were there after remedy.
So can you explain to me the 311 complaints? And
It was a deal, my partner was my landlord.
can you talk into the microphone?
Yeah, Judge. My partner was the landlord, and we got convinced that it would be a great deal on Avenue C to put this beautiful cocktail lounge together. In my first visit, we had local attendants, and we had also letters supporting our cocktail bar. We did immense soundproofment, and I'm not a technician. We spent a certain amount of making a floated ceiling, like a sound box. And even after that, we did tremendous, we called the sound engineer, but during that time, my first year of operation, we, when you put your ear on the floor and you have somebody above, there's always, if it's quiet, you hear always something. But then our sound engineer told us that the outside noise, especially in the summer when the windows are open, the outside noise is stronger than the noise inside. So we provided all these technical letters and all the letters and submitted also to the community board to resolve the problem. That's why we like to move, or that's why in the new location I have no windows. It's like 30 inches of concrete. There would be absolutely no noise coming out. And
But that's not the only problem you had at that
No,
location.
I was going to say, you failed to conform to the application.
The bartender told the police they couldn't come in when you were open an hour after you were supposed to be shut because of us. You were using a trade name you weren't supposed to use. You were employing security guards you were not supposed to use, and other things. Now, you paid a fine, so I'm not suggesting you did not, and you did offer to settle that matter, and I just triple-checked. Those are all during dates where you definitely were the owner of that bar. I made sure of that before I said anything. So I just want to be clear. I'm not making any comments on noise, but I do want the authority to be, aware that that is, those are things that happened while he was the owner of this other establishment.
And we're obviously aware of that. I reviewed those with Mr. Trummer. He also had another third establishment that was violation-free, and he accepted responsibility.
What was the
for
third
those.
one?
Trummer and Trummer in Greenport, New York, serial number 1135100, which he also had.
Oh, okay, I got it, yeah.
I think, and I say this not to offer excuse at all, just by way of explanation, Mr. Trummer is a cocktail artist and was not paying attention as much as he should have, leaving it more to his partners to handle those aspects of the business. He understands that you cannot delegate that authority, that as an owner, regardless of what role you play, you are ultimately responsible. We spent a lot of time discussing that. He also was doing some consulting work outside of the location and was not there as often. This is going to be his full-time occupation. He is going to be there all the time. He has asked me, and I have agreed that when he's ready to open, I will meet with him and his manager and his staff, go over the critical issues of alcoholic beverage compliance so that those are not repeated.
Am I saying this right? Is it Keating? What's your position in this establishment?
I'm a principal, and as a local news reporter, I became passionate about covering art in the community, and I'm just really excited that this venue will be showcasing local artists.
Oh, so you're not going to have an active role?
I'll be active in events approximately 20 hours per week.
Okay.
If you would like to hear about the partnership with the art program, briefly, we have someone here.
Sure.
That can speak on that.
Hello.
Hi.
Is this okay?
Mm-hmm.
Please state your name.
Of course. If I may take a minute to read something to you. My name is Nazi Najand, and I'm an art consultant, curator, and writer based in New York City. I'm a first-generation immigrant whose parents moved to the United States in 1987 with $150 so that my brother and I can have a life with more opportunities and less hardship. I have devoted my career and life's purpose to supporting and promoting the arts and consider it a great privilege to be able to work closely with artists from all over the world. I'm here today to tell you how grateful I am to work with my friend Albert Trummer at his new venue at 324 Grand Street. Like many in his family, Albert has humbly dedicated his life to authentic hospitality rooted in quality and service. The venue at 324 Grand Street will be a hybrid lounge and exhibition space, bringing together undiscovered emerging talents in music and art. It is our mission to build a strong cultural program focusing on innovative emerging artists and to offer a space for the creative community of the Lower East Side. At a time when funding for the arts and independent exhibition spaces continue to be eliminated and threaten the soul of this beautiful and historic neighborhood, we hope to offer an alternative solution in supporting the arts community and the next generation of makers, thinkers, and educators. As the great Pablo Picasso once said, the meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away. I'm thankful for the opportunities that have been granted to me. I'm profoundly aware that it is my responsibility to give back to a city that has granted me the ability to fulfill my dreams. So thank you for your consideration, and thank you for the support that you're giving us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have any questions?
Sorry, the art element of this I don't mean to say just, it's displaying art by emerging artists?
There is, within the space, there's a room, and in the room, we are able to bring local artists to exhibit the work, and there's a wall that we're able to project videos. So we'll be able to bring video artists to exhibit their work. And so we will have the opportunity to kind of have a rotating exhibit of the artists because it is beautiful, empty walls, and there are many artists who will be able to benefit from that.
So you're curating all of that?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's going to be every few months. I mean, it's not going to be only.
How large is this room?
It's only 74 capacity, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So how large?
Well,
Square footage?
I know there's 500, around 500. So it's like, well, one is the door, so there'll be 3 walls that will allow for different kind of art, immersive, light art.
Mhm.
And then there's one large video that's kind of on the outside. And for that, the video will be projected. And ideally, for the video, we can rotate sooner. So say 8 to 10 per year, different artists. And for the room, every 2 to 2.5 months, we will.
Are you selling it too for them, or?
No, it's not going to be,
It's just
it is-
presenting it.
Exactly. It's an opportunity to exhibit the work.
Okay.
What about your showmanship, Mr. Trummer? The fire on the bar, that kind of stuff?
I grew up in a restaurant society in Europe, and in Europe it's very common, like 15, 20 years ago, we created the absinthe. Everything was in the absinthe hype. So absinthe is botanicals and herbs. I studied herbs and botanicals to make the drink better. That's why it's called the gourmet cocktail. But part of the show element was also to burn absinthe and champagne into a beaker, almost like a pharmaceutical setting. Part of it I got really very well knowledge with chefs like Danielle and David Poulet, and we crafted the gourmet art. But then it also was a show aspect. And at this time, like 10 years ago, I didn't know, I know, but I learned my experience that we didn't have the open flame permit at this time, and it was also my partnership who took care about the licensing. So I got a little bit in trouble with the open flame, but we didn't do it since then. And I got dismissed. I never have criminal charges in any kind of my
Is
Mm-hmm.
that
establishment.
something you plan on doing here?
No.
And those charges were dismissed by the DA's office. They dismissed the charges. It wasn't
all right.
us that had to do that.
Definitely with the arts, we will
Yeah.
not have any.
No flames.
fires to protect.
No flames.
All right.
So you got her nervous.
All right.
Any questions, Commissioner Dan?
We ready to vote?
What are the hours?
5 p.m. to 2 a.m. closed on Sunday. Sunday, right?
And can you just quickly describe the method of operation?
It is a cocktail lounge. It will have background recorded music. We've indicated that we would like some live acoustic music, maybe a jazz trio. We would like to have a live music programmer from time to time just to read the mood. It is not going to be loud. It's small space, small occupancy. There is food available. It's a light menu. It's a lounge menu.
Are there windows that open?
No. It's all subgrade. Entrance is on the ground floor, but then you go downstairs, it's subgrade.
And is there going to be a sidewalk cafe?
No. Which, by the way, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, never, or no, not right now?
No, never. I don't think.
in the
there-
basement.
It's in the basement. Which, by the way, by being in subgrade, was one of the significant factors that led the ALJ in the 500-foot rule hearing to find that it was in the public interest.
She didn't.
Well,
That was a
you raise a good
bizarre,
point.
I will grant
If
you
you
that
read-
the decision was bizarre, but she didn't.
If you read the text, she does say it is in the public
I know,
interest.
and
in
then
her
doesn't, I
conclusion,
know. I have
so it is
to,
a
I have
little
to deal with that later, but,
Yes. But if you read the rationale and the explanation, I think it,
yeah, no, it was strange, there's no question.
So was that a yes on DJs or no?
yes.
It is
The-
yes.
Yes,
Okay.
but it's not a DJ with the head, with the big DJ booth. It's not that kind of a DJ. It's just to read the mood of the patrons that are there and program the music.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you to speak about your plan moving forward? If you were to receive this license, that's really just the beginning of the road. You have a lot of community opposition here. It's not usual that we have two actual warm bodies coming from elected offices that they've decided to spend the time to come here, which is a really big deal. And so what is the plan to try to mend the differences with the community, and what are you going to do?
First of all, thank you so much that I'm honored to be here. I respect the community. I live also in New York since a long time, and I like that we work closely with the community because everybody needs this place to sleep, but also needs a place to have a cocktail, also have a place to, after the stressful day, to relax in the lounge. So my program is about to creating a handful crafted, beautiful drinks. Also consult with my lawyer and consult with the community that we don't have issues and we don't have these partnerships that I had before. I choose carefully my partners. They are on the same level that I am, that we have a clean operation and we will not be here, or you will not see us any further in this for any violations.
I know, but what's the plan to deal with the community? I mean, would you meet with them regularly? All of that. It's, I understand you're dealing with people that you think are on your level, and then by that same sentence, you're basically saying that there are people that are not on your level, which I do not accept as being acceptable.
I will say we like to reach out to the community. We did reach out to the community, to the Orchard Block Association, and wanted to present our concept before, especially with the art and the art community, that the Lower East Side is the last jewel of art, and art goes very well with cocktails. So we reached out to them. We reached out to them, and we want to make sure that also the community is happy that we are establishing a beautiful concept there.
We would be happy to speak to the elected officials' offices and stay in touch with them and be receptive to their concerns as well as that of the Block Association, which we had reached out to. We will, of course, be back before the Community Board in 2 years for renewal, so we have an opportunity, if not before then, to address any issues or questions they have.
Anything else?
You can vote?
Or you good?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Fan?
You have this interesting concept that I think it's in addition to the community. So I am going to vote to approve with background music, live acoustic music. No DJs. Do you have security guards?
No.
No security guards. I'm going to add some provision about meeting with the community on a regular basis. I'll let the chairman decide what that is, if he agrees with me.
You know, you have some recent violations here that you've paid penalties for. Failure to conform, noise, things like that. But I think you've provided information here that you are addressing those issues as far as noise, to not trouble other neighbors. This is a different location, too. It is new construction.
Also, Commissioner, Mr. Trummer's now out, he's off that license.
He's off of it.
Yes, he left a year ago, and then by the time he filed the corporate change, it was not till this year, but he is out of that.
Okay. So he wasn't there when...
No, he was.
He was.
He was, but I'm saying, when these violations occurred, he was there. So...
I'm not sure about the last set, but certainly some of them. Certainly some of them.
I'll say, I'll grant you, there may be some crossover, but, okay. He was here.
Yeah, I'm told that he had been gone by the time of those last violations.
Well, I'm going to vote to approve under the same conditions as Commissioner Fan just said, but I would require at least one security guard on weekends, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And it's 5 to 2, right?
It's okay with me, Tom.
And I would have, or I am going to vote to deny based on the recent history, so you can make your own meetings.
Oh. No lines outside. No promoters.
And if you want them to meet with electeds, just...
Meet with electeds' offices and try to come up with a plan on how to make your neighbors happy. That's really important.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay with Commissioner Ford with those extra, okay.
Thank you.
Can we take a 5 minute?
Yes, and we're going to take, good luck. Yep. We're going to take 5 minutes.
All right, we're back on the record. Next item is 2311, Dionysus Group Corp.
Good afternoon. My clients' applicants are still outside. They're going to be in a second.
Are they coming in? Or?
They're coming in.
Well, wait, can you put your name on the record? We have to hear from the opposition anyway, so while he's going, you can bring them in.
Okay. Irina Makita,
Okay.
attorney for Diana.
So why don't you go get them, and Mr. Lin, you can,
Do your dance. Get down tonight.
Good afternoon. Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent E&F Discount Liquors at 8774 Bay Parkway, which is also at the corner of the applicant on Bath Avenue. The applicant is at 2109 Bath Avenue.
who do you represent, E&F?
E&F.
Closest
Yes,
store, yeah.
the closest store.
I thought, we have that they're on Bay Parkway.
Yes, it's the corner. That's why I
Corner?
said
Oh, okay.
Corner, that's why I
Okay.
mentioned it. This application should be disapproved based upon public convenience and advantage. There are already 10 liquor stores within .64 miles of applicant. Have an exhibit, the survey listing all the stores, which I have as Exhibit 1, and the listing of the stores themselves. The 5 closest stores are all but .36 miles from applicant, and E&F, as I said, is at 8774 Bay Parkway, which is at the corner with Bath, and it's only 680 feet from the applicant's store. The area is saturated with liquor stores, especially when one considers that this area is along the waterfront of the lower New York Bay. The stores are, and I have this survey shows that it's along the shoreline, so it's not a full radius of stores. It's basically to the east, and to the east you have the saturation of liquor stores, of 10 liquor stores within .64 .64 miles with regards to the applicant's premises. The population and development in the area, the population has increased from 2010 to 2016 by about 5.6%. It had a population of 88,800 and now 93,000. I have that as Exhibit 2 annexed to my presentation. But again, this is 6 years, and on a per capita basis, that's 4,000 people over a 6-year period. It's not an extensive expansion of the population in that area. Also, Bensonhurst has shown little or no new residential or commercial construction in the area for decades. The only new construction area has been development along the waterfront where BJ's was just built. Adjacent to the new BJ's is a retail liquor store that was just licensed by the authority on June 29, 2018, just 5 months ago. It's called Brooklyn Wine and Spirits, LLC, at 1752 Shore Parkway. Its serial number is 1305032, and it's the 8th closest store to the applicant, just 0.52 miles. Again, because of the saturation of the stores, that in and of itself is the 8th closest store, although it's only 0.52 miles from applicant. As far as gross sales, the 3 closest stores to applicant all have had decreasing sales in 2017 in comparison to 2016. The 4th closest store, the 4th closest store has a consistently increasing sales. So the first 3 have decreasing for the last year. The 4th has had increasing sales over the last 4 years. Public convenience and advantage is not really going to be served by licensing this applicant. It appears that it will not be providing any new services or any new items that are not already being provided by the currently licensed 10 closest stores within 0.64 miles of applicant. It should also be emphasized that this area is basically served by car traffic. The homes are those single A-frames or cottage type of homes, and the commercial areas are basically single taxpayers with a one-story or two-story walk-up. Based upon all of these facts, it would feel as though Public Convenience and Advantage would not be served by licensing this applicant.
What's the population over the last?
Population's 88,800, and now it's 93,000. So it's increased over 6 years, 4,000. Oh, also, I didn't check to see what the demographics of that was, but you could also infer that at least a third are people under the age of 21 with their children. So you're really only talking about maybe a 2,600 increase for people who consume alcoholic beverage. Again, just an inference, but it seems to be logical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, I represent the applicant, the principals of the corporation Dionysus Liquors, Dionysus Group, Inc., Alexander Pituro, and Vasil Poznansky. The counsel who submitted application, his name is Eric Cohen. He is my co-counsel. We are co-counsel on this application. He was not able to be present today. That's why I'm appearing for the applicant. The four stores, the four nearest stores that are near the applicant's proposed store, one of them, ENF store, is 670 feet away, and it's a discount liquor store selling the standard inventory of liquors and wine that, you know, are very standard. My client's store will be different. It will be different in two ways. First, it will offer a different product, and two, it will offer a different service. The product will be different because besides a usual inventory, 20% of the product will be local New York, Brooklyn, bourbon distillery products.
How much?
20% of liquor, and 20% of wines will be New York local wines. In terms of delivering a different experience, my client is educating himself to become an expert and to deliver an experience of education as well as interest in wines and brown spirits, specifically in brown spirits. So besides the usual sell and buy transaction, it will be an experience of education. And for that, my client is planning on doing promotions, special offers, and tastings that will cultivate education and interest. And as was noted here by the opposition, the area has grown, the population of the area has grown. And the younger population is a very smart consumer. They do their research online. Their purchasing experience begins before they step their foot in the store. People research deals, offers, wineries, distilleries, and when they come to the store, they want you to deliver the best experience and the best product. So that's what my clients are going to do.
Which one of you is the one who's self-educating on?
Both of them.
Both of them?
Yes. They grew up in Ukraine. They worked one of them worked at a winery and the other one worked at a spirit factory when they were younger, as growing up. So they are passionate about this business.
And how much time are you each going to spend at the store?
They will be working full-time, both of them.
One of them is continuing the flower shop, or no?
No, he will not devote his time to the flower shop. His wife owns the flower shop, and she will be managing and operating it. and he will devote full time to this store.
Why a liquor store, guys?
They have a
Okay.
background.
Yeah. Why not, right?
Right,
Love to
why not?
drink.
Are you, or do you know if any of the four closest are bulletproof?
4 closest stores? I don't have that information.
Do you?
But I would assume no. No, that's not a high crime area.
Sorry, Mr. Lin, where is your client's store again? If I show you this map, would you be able to show me? Your map? It's 0.1 with that, but how many blocks is it?
So the
3.5 blocks. Okay,
Sweet.
I understand.
Your store is or is not going to be bulletproof?
Is not.
Well,
It's
no.
not, okay.
3.5 blocks.
I apologize, but I'm not sure if I mentioned, with the BJ's development, which is just about the only development in the area, a new store was just licensed of 3 months ago, and that's 0.52 miles, and it's probably the only area that's a general business area within that area, other than 86th Street. which-
Right, but that's not walkable distance, right?
No,
Because
it's not,
it
no.
passed by the parkway and all of that.
It's not walkable, but
So
given,
to me, that's not super relevant. I mean, we're, city people are counting everything by blocks, so.
no, but it's kind of a rural area, Bensonhurst, I don't know if you're familiar.
I understand what you're saying.
It's not rural.
Well, I mean, as far as the type of houses being the A-frames.
Yeah, they're
and the
single-family houses,
Single
yeah.
families, and the commercial areas are your taxpayers in a row with just one or two step-up apartments.
There is a new construction 12-unit building on Bath Avenue, just several blocks away.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? No?
Can you explain the total investment, $135,000? What is that?
Investment?
The investment, yes.
Yes, so Mr. Poznansky is investing $120,000, and $125,000, and Alexander Peturo, $10,000. They are not borrowing money from anybody.
I understand. Have you started paying rent, or?
Yes. We already signed the lease, and they are paying rent. They have been paying rent
Since when?
since, I believe, June. Червня?
Around 5 months, yeah.
Around 5 months. 5 months.
Yeah, this was filed in June, so.
See, they're here, the other stores are here, that corner.
You want to see that?
They're here, right? The other store is here within this complex here. So they're
Wait,
over
so
here.
they're over here.
Yeah.
So it's 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 2.5 blocks.
Right.
I mean, in theory, this is all public housing, right? So
Yes.
they're doing public housing business. That's a
Right.
discount store,
Right.
ENF, that's what they're saying.
What is that? What is that? The program. Any other questions? Commissioner?
Just don't know. Hold on a second.
Can I make just two short comments?
No, unless she wants to hear him, I don't need to hear him.
I'm good too.
Ready to vote?
Yep.
I don't know, if Commissioner?
Given that everyone is having decreasing numbers, I really do think that you guys are good candidates. I just can't justify this location, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm looking at the other numbers. I see the closest store, which seems to be at ENF, seems to be, it's in like a public housing complex. Is that what that is, what I'm seeing, all those buildings? What is that?
ENF at the corner is complex.
Yeah, what are all those buildings? Yeah, so, all right.
That store is going to have a completely, this store is going to be completely different nature.
On 20th Avenue and Crabsey, this is between complex and
Yep.
there is another stores that cover this complex.
He's just asking what the buildings are off the back of your store. Or what are they, is that a housing complex?
No, this is not housing.
Okay.
Okay. Looks different to me, but I'll let that go. Looking at the other stores, I kind of think that, well, the closest one, 1,500, 1,400, they've gone, I'm sorry, 1.5, 1.4, 1.4, 1.5. The other one's between 487 to 404, 515 to 580. 405, 596, I don't know. I kind of think that the other stores around there seem to be kind of holding their own, and this store is only going to be 530 square feet of retail space, so
Right.
I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny. There's 10 stores within .64 miles, and that
That is not
the
so.
population is, while it has increased over the last 8 years, it's 5.6% over 8 years is not significant to me. And the sales of the 3 of the 4 closest are showing either recent declines or are completely flat. So I don't see the need for another store at this time. Thanks.
Store will be different.
Oh, the members have voted, so.
Thank you.
The next
And
item.
like Commissioner Fan said, they're great candidates. I don't have an issue with them at all. It's just this is a bad location.
Next item is 2312, Vino 23 Wine and Spirits, Inc.
Jonathan, we have a chair that you can move up there?
We'll get you a bar stool.
Assume you would want the opposition to.
Yeah, but can you put your name on the record first and,
Bernard Seidman for the applicant.
and your clients?
43, Mr. Kim.
Okay.
No, don't stand. Charles Lynn for the opposition, as well as Robert Swetnick. I'm actually co-counsel for one of the opposition stores, 764 3rd Avenue Liquors, Inc. Maybe I should have Bob put on the record who he's representing.
I'm assuming he's going to want to talk, so you go ahead.
No, he's not.
Oh, you're not going to talk?
There's opposition in that public convenience and advantage will not be served by licensing this applicant. The first initial interesting situation is that the SLA proximity report is not correct. Applicant is between, we're in Manhattan, applicant is between 43rd and 44th Street on 3rd Avenue. If you look at my area survey and the list of the 7 closest stores, I have it attached as Exhibit A. The 7th store on that SLA report is Grand Central Inc., serial number 1292058 at Lexington Avenue and 43rd Street in Grand Central Terminal. So if you are at applicant's store, and you just go to 43rd Street, and you go up one block from 3rd Avenue to Lex, you hit Grand Central. It's called Gray Bar Building. It's the entrance of Cray Bar, go in about 40 to 50 feet, and that's where this liquor store is. So it happens to be 656 feet from applicant, and neither the applicant nor any of the other opposing letters had included it in their paperwork. But it happens to be very, very important because it's the first store, it's very close, and it was just licensed 2 years ago. So it does have a very important aspect.
Do we have, and we don't have that in our paperwork either?
No, because the address, the way that one pulls up is.
33 Lexington, yeah, that's the
Okay.
reason why, yeah.
But you're saying that's within 500 feet?
Yes, I walked it. That's as far as I could go, but I walked it. The other closest stores, PHAJ Inc., which is also known as Sussex Liquors, is the second closest store on 42nd Street, and that's only 858 feet away. And then you have 855 Wine and Liquor. Turtle Bay Liquors on 2nd Avenue is the third closest store, 878 feet away. And then you have 764 3rd Avenue, which had just moved about 18 months ago, and it went from 47th Street to 49th Street, and it's still serving its prior clientele. The two other stores on Lexington Avenue, they are less than 1,200 feet from applicant. So it's my argument that the area is certainly saturated with liquor stores in this area, and as I said, because of the difference also with properly positioning the Grand Central liquor store. As far as gross sales, I don't believe the gross sales figures for the closest store, Grand Cellars Inc., was requested because, again, it was not properly listed on the LAMP site. But even if it were, it's only been licensed since September 2006, so it wouldn't have any relevant figures anyhow. The third closest store...
2016.
16, I'm sorry. 2006, big difference. Third closest store on the one characterized by LAMP as the closest, 855 Wine and Liquor, which is Turtle Bay Liquors, was just licensed on a transfer sale on April 24th, 2017, so it has no relevant sales figures either. And then the fifth closest store and third on LAMP is 500 Lexington Avenue Wine and Liquor, which is doing business as Beekman Liquor, is also a transfer in January 2017. And it too doesn't show any relevant sales figures because, again, it's a transfer. You do have, however, two of the stores do have sales figures, and it's the second closest one, PHAJ Inc., which is doing business as Sussex Liquors, and Lexington and 40 Inc. doing business as Wine Shop. Their figures show that they're holding their own. And having that statement really is not a proper assessment. You have to remember that this is a midtown New York City area. You're having ever-increasing rent, ever-increasing insurance. Employee wages have gone up because of the statutory requirement now with the governor, and at least 2.3% increase in cost of goods with the wholesalers. So it's really not a true reflection of how those stores are doing by just taking the gross sales figures and because they're stable, saying that they are holding their own. As far as population and demographics, I have attached as my Exhibit B the demographic data for the zip code, which is 10017. And my figure 4 compares the population change from 2010 to 2016, and it shows a minus 0.3 percentage change in the population in this area. Also of significance is that figure 5 in that exhibit shows that the zip code 1017 has the smallest population density of all the other 10 zip codes in the area. So it's not as dense as you see on other areas like 2nd Avenue or 1st Avenue. Grand Cellars, again, the closest source, 656, was just licensed in 2016, just 2 years ago. As far as public convenience and advantage, they have a wine selection from a variety of regions, well represented in price ranges. They have a good selection of New York distilled products, and with spirits, they have well curated selection of bourbon, rye, and whiskey. Sussex Liquors is one of the oldest wine and spirit shops in New York City.
But I mean, and going back to the Grand Central one, I mean, that, we can agree that that's limited to commuters.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, the people in the area, although it's all.
Is there a reason you would walk into Grand Central Station if you weren't getting on or off a train?
Oh, you haven't been down to the lower mezzanine. It's one of the biggest cuisine areas in the city now. The amount of traffic
I have
there is-
been down there.
Okay, then you know.
Thank you.
Sussex Liquors is which is the second closest, one of the oldest wine and spirit shops in New York City, established in 1972. It is just 858 feet from applicant. Its wine and spirits inventory is one of the largest and most eclectic of any major retailer in the city. They match wine with food. The staff is trained to give wine classes. They have wine tastings every Thursday and Friday and Saturday afternoons, and they have delivery and they have internet marketing. At 764 3rd Avenue, which is my client, they carry 5% of New York wines, 20% of small producers, and 30% of high-end wine products. They have wine tastings on Thursday, Friday, Saturday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and their staff is trained for wine sales. And then the last one, the wine shop at 345 Lexington Avenue, has served this area for over 25 years. It has a good and affordable selection of fine wines and has well serviced the community since 1993. Applicant, I don't believe, will bring any new service and or any new products not already supplied by the 7 stores within 1,500 feet of the applicant, and therefore request that the authority disapprove this application.
Thank you.
Robert Swetnick, I'm here on behalf of 500 Lexington, which does business as Beekman. In addition to concurring with Mr. Lynn, I would note that if you look at the very map which the applicant put in, you will notice that the store they want is right, I'll say, in the center of a circle. So he's not putting his store off, which he's going to have competition or against one store. He's right in the middle of I call a circle, enclosing all these stores so that anybody who's there is going to be within 2 or 3 blocks of one of the other stores. I'd also note that 4 of the stores in the area were new licenses in 2017. Some of them were transfers, but they were new people coming in 2017. My client bought the store out of bankruptcy, which gives you some idea that it's not that strong a flourishing market. As Mr. Lynn has indicated, it's basically a commercial area. The prior owner, Beekman, had been there for many years. He ended up going into bankruptcy. We bought it out of bankruptcy and are now operating it. Our store, I know all the other stores in the area, carry New York State wines, artisanal spirits. I have pictures of it. There's nothing new they're going to be offering to the people in the community. So I think that because you have a number of stores already there, very close, the way this store is located, which is in the center of all the other stores, you have so many stores which just transferred and became new licensees in 2017 and really haven't had a chance to get up on their feet, that there's nothing at this store is going to offer which is not already available to the people in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swetnick.
Amy Zen, the broker who brought this transaction to fruition, would like to speak about this. She is an expert on the neighborhood.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Amy Zen. I just want to put on the record that I'm the broker on this transaction. My office is also located in the neighborhood, so I know Grand Central very well. The 4 stores that were called out earlier, 2 of the 4 are located south of 42nd Street, which is a little bit of a barrier to get over in terms of convenience. And the new one that was just pointed out that wasn't listed on the application is really located on the west side of Grand Central, which is underneath Vanderbilt. I guess we don't have the distance, but it is, the traffic pattern of the neighborhood is very specific to, just a few blocks, just given the amount of density in the area. I just want to give you a little background about the building. The building is a 650,000 square foot Class A office building, surrounded by 45 million square feet of other office. Right now, the building is the entire block between 43rd and 44th Street. I've been representing this owner for the past 2 years, and we've curated a very mixed tenancy. Right now, we have Amazing Kaiser Bakery, a local optical store, a vegan store, which is and smoothies, a sushi store, Luke's Lobster, which is seafood, Starbucks, and a financial institution, TD Bank. So we've spent quite some time trying to look for the appropriate dry user, and we think that this is, with all the vacancies in the neighborhood, just to be a little more specific, there's 11 on Lex between 42nd and 50th. There's 7 on 3rd Avenue between 42nd and 50th. There's also 8 on 2nd Avenue between 42nd and 50th. We just think that a new business would only help other businesses, and vacancies have really hurt. I'm in the retail brokerage industry, so that it's really hurt a lot of not just local businesses, because the only people that have been able to enter the market now are national chains. So we do want to be supportive of people who are, family owners, and want to come and help, support and grow the neighborhood here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I read the opposition letters that was prepared by Mr. Swetnick. And I understand that the neighboring stores don't want competition. That's quite normal. But let's take it, this is a highly dense urban area. My client wanted to open a liquor store in Manhattan. I advised him that it's fairly difficult in Midtown to find a store that's not near other stores. This is one of the few locations that is not on top of another store. There are 4 blocks, 3 blocks. Mr. Swetnick's client is on 49th Street. We're on 44th Street. Lexington and 40 is on 40th Street and Lexington Avenue, 6 blocks away. There is another store on 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue. It's not competition. This is an area that's open. There is no liquor store over here. Mr. Lynn's statement that the area is being served is not true. If you're on 44th Street and you want to buy a bottle of wine, why should you walk to 49th Street? Why should you walk to 40th and Lexington? There's no reason for it. Also,
So, in your world, we shouldn't walk anywhere for alcohol?
no, you can walk for alcohol, but why should you? Well, no.
I agree with you.
Can we speak
She
to your
agreed with
client?
you.
Can we speak to your client for just a few minutes? I want to know what the interest is in a liquor store.
This is my uncle. He is the owner. He would be the owner of the shop, and I would be the manager. And he was in garment business for a long time. and he had to unfortunately close it up because of the online business and whatnot. And he was looking for another venture to open. And we have some family friends that are doing very well, and we feel that this is one of the businesses, small retail businesses that's left to be somewhat profitable. So this
He doesn't speak English, or?
not very well.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you had any questions, I would be happy to interpret.
Do any of your family members own liquor stores?
Not directly, but we do have family friends from church.
So not direct family members, family friends that own it? Okay.
Are you planning to do anything differently from the other stores?
We do plan to carry general wine and liquor. The only things that we would be doing, hopefully, better is marketing, and we are interested in corporate accounts and whatnot.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
I should just note that to accommodate Mr. Seidman and those who think like him, local stores do deliver.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford.
Well, anything else, Mr. Seidman? We're ready to vote.
You read my letter, and basically, no matter what they say, the people of the surrounding liquor stores don't want competition. That's the basis of all of this. We have a monopoly. Distance requirements are out. Competition is the backbone of the retailing in New York. When you have competition, you have excellence. When you have excellence, you have reduction in prices. These people do not want competition, and that's why they are here today.
But that's not the only thing we take into consideration, as you're aware, so.
I understand, but in this particular area, 2,500,000 to 4 million people enter Manhattan every day. A good section of them are in the Grand Central area. 3% reduction in residences doesn't concern us. The customers will be the people the majority of the customers will be the people that work there. They come, they go, and they buy. And that's why rents are so high. And we are not on top of any other store. You have the distance in Manhattan that you should be able to approve this application. One more thing. Online sales are knocking a lot of retailers out of business. There are online sales of liquor stores, but it doesn't affect them. This particular store coming in when there are 28 stores in the area that are empty, we're doing the area a favor, and we're doing the residents a favor, and we're doing the neighboring businesses a favor. This was been empty for 2 years, and it could stay empty for another 2 years. And we're in a 37-story building with numerous people. We will benefit the area, and we will benefit the residents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Tom.
Ready to vote, Commissioner Fan?
I see increases in the stores that are close by, the 3 that are able to submit a good number of years of records. I agree with the applicant's counsel that the opposition really is about competition and that this area is not going down in economic activity. I hope not. This is 3rd Avenue, 42nd and 43rd Street, or 43rd and 44th Street. And that a lot of the competition is south of 42nd Street, as Ms. Zen had mentioned. And the applicant is coming from a different industry that is seeing decline, and so I'm going to support this application and vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
It looks like the stores that did report are holding their own. There's 2 stores that did not report that, and we have licensed 3 stores in the past 2 years in the area. That being said,
Not new stores.
okay, all right. That being said, I'm still going to vote to approve because I do think that there is a public convenience and advantage to be met, and strictly and solely for that reason. This area is densely populated 24 hours a day, and 3 or 4 or 5 blocks may not seem like that much, but in New York City, it's another world. So I vote to approve.
I vote to deny. So it's approved. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item, 2319, the Manor House Cellar, Inc.
Bernard Seidman for the applicant. I don't know if there's any opposition here.
We didn't get any, so I don't think so either. So go ahead.
Let my,
Did we get any?
No.
No protest.
Oh, no, we did get a written one. I'm sorry, late.
No one signed in, though.
No, but Eddie Lee Garrick of Empire State of Wine did protest, but that's it.
my client has been on 23rd Street for 15 years.
Can you just speak a little louder if you can?
If I can, I will. My client has been on 23rd Street for 15 years. They built up a following. They have goodwill. They become friends with their customers and friends with the charities in the area. They don't want to move. They have to move. The building that they're in, their lease is terminating. The building that they're in is going to be altered and renovated completely. The landlord has told my client and the remainder of the tenants to get out. My client prefers to stay in the Chelsea area where they built up their business. They've looked for other space closer to their store. There are some empties at $300 a square foot with no storage. If they did that and they maintained the volume they have now, they would be out of business very completely. Unfortunately, and wherever you go in Chelsea, you're on top of other stores. Where they are now, close to LeGarrick, is the best spot for them. And Mrs. Masson, now the principal, will explain more to you.
Hi, my name is Lakshmi Masand. I just want to give you a little background first. When we first came into Chelsea, there was nobody there. There was no Best Buy. There was no Home Depot, no Lowe's, no large Staples, nothing. We took over the very next door to a previous licensee, liquor licensee, Honig's Wine and Liquors. Since we've been there, we've seen many luxury residences come up. You could see it yourselves when you visit that neighborhood. There are no ground parking lots left anymore. They're all high-rises. In the last 5 years also, we've seen an increase in what we call startup locations. We have WeWork, Spotify, BuzzFeed, so on and so forth, taking over existing office space. That area is dynamic. It's not going anywhere, and hence the rents are rising to an astronomical rate. A few years back, this board, different members of the board, approved a license for Eataly on the same block as us. I know in your records it shows that the address for the store is 200 Fifth Avenue. The actual entrance is on the same block as us. They were direct competition to us. I opposed then to their opening, but it was extracted from them that they would only sell wine from Italy, wine and liquor from Italy. This way, we were able to exist on the same block
because we had different clientele. We didn't step on each other's feet. This particular location that we're moving to is possibly the only location we can find in this area, because directly across the street from us, where there are 3 or 4 empty spaces, and diagonal from us another empty space, those rents are prohibitive. Directly across from us is Best Buy. That building is also expected to open a Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is going to pay more than $250 a square foot. That landlord does not want to entertain any other offers below that. We cannot afford it. As far as public convenience and advantage is concerned, why we should stay in this location or this area, 2 blocks away from where we are. Our clientele know us. They know what we carry. We offer free delivery locally without a minimum. We have our own website where they can browse our entire inventory, updated every night. They can put in their pre-orders and select a delivery time. We also have an online search engine where internationally people can look and see what we carry. We use third-party marketers like Drizzly, who again provide the public with a choice. They see in a particular neighborhood what's available and who can deliver it and what the rating of that particular store is. Customer has a choice whether they want to go with us or not, and often the price difference, because it's online and comparable, it doesn't differ more than 25 cents per bottle. When we do sign up for these kind of subscription services, we are obligated to deliver within 1 hour. We hit that target 100% of the time. This week, however, might be a little different, but we do hit that target. We also offer corporations expedited delivery, as well as we have a culinary institute across the street from us, from we give the best possible price to the students there, as well as other residents. If we've known them for a long time, they're our customers, we do offer them a courtesy every now and then. To gain community support was easy for us. We know our clients. And to that note, we were able to gather over 375 signatures from local clients, of which you have a copy, but I do have one here in case you want to see it, supporting us. Beyond that, we also got letters from the local blind association, a letter for support, because we do get their residents come visit us frequently. They know my cashier by voice. She sees them and she knows immediately what it is they want. They speak with her. They're comfortable coming into our store. We have donated to many charities in the community. You do have letters of support on that. I got 2 last night, very late, one from the Battle of the Barristers and one from Soccer Recycle. You do not have a copy of that. I could give it to you if you'd like. As far as inside the store itself, we run a clean, beautiful store. We offer tastings, free tastings, every Thursday, Friday, and often twice on Saturdays, one in the afternoon and one in the evening time. What else? I did speak to the local police precinct, 13C. While they would not give me a good guy letter, a Mr. John, sorry, I can't say his name, Considine, did say to mention his name. If you had any questions, you may ask him. I also spoke to Committee Board 5, the Chair of Public Safety and Quality of Life, Nick Athanale, who again said while he could not support me, he would not oppose me. And he did suggest that I reach out to members of the community, which I did directly. One of them, Paulette Young, did come visit the store and say that, yes, we'd like to stay in the neighborhood. What I've done so far to foster this move is find this location, pay 3 months of rent while this application is processed. I'm going into my 4th month right now, in the middle of the 4th month. I have filed landmark and DOB permits, which just got approved as late as last week. The new location, which was formerly the Market Restaurant, has also been gutted by the landlord. It will no longer be a restaurant. Even a massive 40-year-old bar was taken away. The landlord does not want another restaurant in that area. He would prefer a package store.
So it's basically like a 528-foot move for you.
Yeah.
I have a question. The address that you're moving from is 61 West 23rd Street. In here, Commissioner, I saw a competitor, 61 West 23rd.
No, that's the same store.
It is the store, okay? In a removal, we also asked for their current gross sales, because the members have asked for that. So this is to their new location.
I do have maps to show you if you'd like.
I created a map too, I'm good with it, yeah. Just understand.
I'd like to point out Italy's location on that map as well.
It has 2 different zip codes too, that's why I was kind of confused.
Yeah, I saw that too. I was kind of concerned.
And it's correct that the store you're moving into is 4 times the size of the one you're in now?
In terms of selling
Square
space,
foot.
it
You're
has
moving into a 4,000 square foot space from a,
divided into 2 different floors, so the actual selling space is 1,700 square feet. We're going to keep the back area for
but
receiving.
what was your old square
About
footage?
1,700 square feet.
1,700, no, what would, the total square footage of your current store?
2,200 square feet.
And your new store is what?
It's going to be 2,200 square feet inside. So ours was a long loft-like space. This will be more squarish. There is an ADA entrance on.
Well, your application indicates that your new space is 4,000 square feet,
So the basement,
which you're going to use for storage.
storage, yes.
So it's double the size of your old store.
Well, we had a basement in the other place, too.
Did we not have that?
That's why it says as reported, because it wasn't clear what we had back then,
So she had
Doesn't matter.
4,000 square foot back then, too?
in all likelihood.
Okay.
I can't confirm that.
But it says 1,400 square feet, you're existing. That's what it says here, and it says 1,500.
Selling space.
Selling space, and 1,500 square feet of selling space in your new place. That's what's listed here.
That should be 17.
Should be 17, okay.
Because we can accommodate, like I said, there's an ADA entrance on 22nd Street, so that doesn't require a ramp or anything like that. The front entrance has a step going into it. So our receiving will come in through the ADA entrance and head straight to the back. The back area is not lit, it's not nice. It leads into what was used to be the kitchen area and the bathroom. We'd also have to put in an ADA bathroom, so that's going to take up some of that space as well.
Okay. Are you ready to vote? I am.
We don't want to discuss LaGarrick at all?
All right. Commissioner Fan?
Yeah, well, do you need, I'd like to hear about LaGarrick. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Since you are only going to be
I just want to show you
300
that I
feet
will
from-
not be a threat to him. Can I
Yes.
start my presentation?
Yep. Let's see it then.
It's blank.
I'm getting there.
There's suspense and drama here, you know.
I just want to show to you that the inventories that we carry are nothing like his. We have 2 very different clientele. If I carry 840 liquors, SKUs, actual SKUs in my store, and he has 76, there's only an overlap of less than 2.5%.
He carries only 76 different products? Oh, okay.
As far as wine is concerned, his main basis is wine. It's 401 wines. We carry over 1168. Again, it's about 3.5% difference. The bigger difference here is that 80 of our SKUs come from New York State. And how I got this information was to compare what's on his website to what's in my inventory. We happen to have the same website provider, so it was easy enough for me to figure out how to download this information. But this is, for me, the biggest point, because when I look on his website, I try and go for a state has about it. I'm not gonna go into price points unless you want to see it in a second, but these are also our hours of operation against his. On any given day, we are open 3 hours more, except on Sundays.
Oh, you switched sides there. I was reading the wrong column. She switched sides. Turn up, can you pull that up again? Did you do the same thing?
I did, but.
The blue color is always Manor House, and the orange is
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
you caught
I got
me there,
it.
because I was thinking, wait a minute. You got Kurt, all right.
I realized after I did it that,
All right, thank you. Anything else?
just to prove again that it's a different client, they have a different client base. If this adds up to 100% of his inventory and this adds up to 100% of my inventory, 11% of it is under $10. What I carry, most of what I carry, 47% of it, between 10 and 25. Most of what he carries, well, I shouldn't say most, but at least a good quarter of what he carries, over $100. I only carry 6% of my inventory over $100. It's not the same client.
Okay. Thank you.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Fan?
This location is actually very personal to me. Believe it or not, I had my baby shower in that restaurant that was there. And so it's heartbreaking that it's no longer a restaurant. To me, I think I'd rather have a liquor store than an empty storefront. It's been empty for a while now. I actually do know Empire State of Wine as well. I do shop there. But they're not really here defending their case, so I'm going to vote to approve this removal.
Commissioner Ford?
Well, I was going to vote, ready to vote to approve like 10 minutes ago, but now that I've seen your presentation, I know that I made the right decision. 500 feet, 528 feet that you're moving, there's no protest.
No, just to be clear, there is.
There is protest, just not here.
Where?
LeGarrick, we got a letter from him. Empire State of Wine, the one she just compared herself to.
okay.
But he's not here, as you're.
So, aside from that one, then I'll say, but I'm going to vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Next item, 2309, New York Happy Liquors, Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Yu. I'm a representative, and Mr. Jiang Fan is the president of the corporation, and Ms. Natalie is the manager of the corporation. We are applying for the new liquor licenses at 156-26.
I'm going to stop you there, though. You opposition, or, yeah, let them go.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Howard Levine for Objectants 162 Sunrise Inc. and Only One Liquor Corp. This application should be denied. There is no public convenience and advantage to licensing another store in this area. There are already 8 package stores within less than 1 mile. The package stores in the area all carry a wide variety of product, including Japanese, Korean, Chinese, New York, kosher, organic. They all have wine tasting. They all have educational material that's given to the public for pairing and other matters. This is a driving community of Flushing. This is not the dense Main Street area that we all know. This is about 1.5 miles out. It's surrounded by single-family homes. 162 Sunrise Inc. has off-street parking for its customers. This is also a higher crime rate area. I've submitted affidavits from members of the community, 2 of which are here today to speak to you about the quality of life issues in the area. The sales of the existing stores are either flat or declined, as far as I could see. There is a very, very minimal increase in the population. If you look at the U.S. Census, if you look at CLR demographics, there's a decrease in population. There's also a lower median and average income than across the nation. This is an area that is overburdened and oversaturated with not only package stores, but also with on-premise establishments. There is a church, although it is more than 200 feet away, not much more. It also has a parochial school attached to it with an outdoor playground, which is essentially across the street and just a little bit to the east. The Queens County Public Library is also within about 50 feet of this applicant, and that library has tremendous amount of programs that are geared toward families and adolescents and youth as young as 6 months old. There's no major construction in this area of Flushing. Again, this is not the Main Street area where we have all of those high rises going up. This is a predominantly residential area of single and double family homes. And there have been rejections in the area. The last one that I'm aware of is at the very end of 2014. It was Asolesis at 15302 Northern Boulevard. I realize that it's been a long day already and you have a lot more cases to get to, but I would like to introduce, this is the owner of 162 Sunrise Inc. She just purchased the store. She's operating under a temporary license while her full application is under review.
What's the address?
I'm sorry, the address of?
Her store.
The address of her store is 4130 162nd Street.
Okay.
And she can speak to the wide variety of products, the wine tasting more than once a week, the quality of life in the area.
Well, you already did speak to the wide variety of products, so we don't need that. Is anybody else, are these all your clients?
Yes, well, this is a store, this is another nearest store, and these are 3 members of the community. This is an employee of 162nd. He was an employee of the seller to the current purchaser. He has been working in the store for 26 years and can explain to you very, very briefly what he has seen in the change in the community with all of the new package stores, with all of the new on-premise, decrease in the quality of life, and the decrease in the business as well.
Well, why don't we hold off on that, and if we need to hear it, we'll bring you back up.
Okay, sure.
All right, thank you.
So if you put your name on the record.
Okay, my name is Sophia Misu Kong, and I'm the owner of the 162nd Sunrise Inc. I just purchasing it like 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And she provides off-street parking for her customers. And then we also have the owner of Only One Liquor Corp.
None of these are the 4 closest.
Well, that's what's interesting. Only One Liquor Corp is one of the 4 closest, but it's not on the map section of the State Liquor Authority's website.
It's on the questionnaire.
It contains an error, but they did get a gross sales letter, and it is right on Northern Boulevard as well. It's only a few blocks away.
Okay.
3 blocks away from.
It's 3 blocks away.
Okay. And who else do you have here?
And then we have 2 members of the community that would like to address the quality of life issues, 2 long-term members of the community, if you would hear from them very briefly.
Sure.
Okay, why don't you step up? Please state your name, your address, and...
Okay, my name is Judith Kim. I live in 161 Street. The residence is more than 7 years ago. I have 3 kids. It was high school kids. But at that time, 7 years ago, it was pretty much a good neighbor. But not now. It's so annoying and dirty. And there's so many liquor store, the bar, the full body massage shop. I don't know since when, but so dirty and annoying. When I pass by, some people throw it out on the street, it's so dirty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Christopher Pongmok Lim. I lived in 43-11, 159th Street since 2002. No, 2002. About 20 years. Recently, after vacation, I come back from Korea. November 5th, by chance, I visited this store. Look at them, it's NYPD detective in office, reviewed all the CCTV. I asked the detective what happened. Last night, it's my Monday I visit. Last night, Sunday, 1:45 and close in the 162, picture area is murder. I found the murder, who is murder. And CCTV been reviewed. And after weeks, and the Northern Boulevard 142nd Street had the 2 murder again. And so, I mean, this is a crime area, this area. Now, I hope no more liquor store license, easy to buy, and something more crime.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And I just want to add, the owner of 162nd was requested by the police as recently as November 5th to provide video surveillance. She has cameras on the outside of her store in all different directions in connection with a recent murder in the area as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Not sure if you caught the owner, well, the temporary was issued to 161. That is Lyser's Liquors.
Right,
The
that's what
address is
I
all
gathered
here.
that,
I don't know
yes.
where that extra address is there with 4130-36,
So what's the
167.
address?
4130, 162.
Okay.
I'm not sure where that
All right.
36 is in
But
depth, but that
she
is
just
what's
bought
on
that,
file.
she just bought that place and we don't have it on the paperwork yet.
We don't, yeah, that was 1023, the temp was issued.
Okay.
I
All right,
couldn't-
let's go.
I couldn't understand that address either.
Well, it's how they filed it.
Yeah, no,
Okay, the proposed location is, there is a public benefits and convenience because it is only shopping mall in the area, and it's a junction of the Roosevelt Avenue, 156, and Norton Boulevard. And then with the parking spaces over like 200 parking spaces, and the shopping mall itself has a multi-store such as two banks, golf shop, and several restaurants, and big supermarkets there. And as far as the church-wise, church is about a block or 2 blocks away, across the street, which is more than 200 feet, which qualify for the liquor stores. And I believe the 4131 62nd Street, that it's called the Laser's Liquor, which she just purchased. And that is located on the corner of Sanford Avenue and 162nd Street. And the problem is it's not convenient to go there from the proposed location because there's a Long Island Railroad is crossing it between Sanford Avenue and Norton Boulevard. If somebody has to go to that location, they have to go all the way, they have to walk all the way to the 162nd Street, make a right, and they have to walk another 2 blocks there. Or they have to go to 158th Street and then make a right 2 blocks on Sanford Avenue, and they gotta walk to the 162nd Street. There's no 157th Street, there's no 159, 160, 161st Street. There is no street that goes there. Also, the Absolute Wine and Liquor is located about 6 blocks away. It's about half miles away on the other side of Northern Boulevard.
Can you just focus on what your client's going to do differently than the other stores? You're focusing on the opposition, and I'd rather you focus on what they're going to
Okay.
do.
All right. Again, the shopping mall, and then there is a population increased. In Flushing area from 2010 was about 72,000, and the 2018 is a 219,000 population increase. It's almost tripled.
Tripled?
Yes, it's from 72,000 to 219.
In the zip code you're talking about, you're telling me
I'm talking about
that,
the Flushing area in general. And then we have a breakdown.
did they create more land, or
No, the thing is that a lot of Chinese populations moved.
where are you getting your numbers?
I got it from the Googles. I have a copy of it.
And what years are we talking about?
2010 to 2018.
And you're telling me it went from 80,000 to 270,000?
219,000.
Okay.
I have,
No wonder Amazon's coming here. Holy cow.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, you can bring it up. I'm dying to read this.
the shopping mall was not active about 10 years ago, All of a sudden, it became very busy, and then there's no vacancies at the shopping mall. A lot of people goes to shop for groceries and do the clothing shops. They go to the bank and bakery, pick up a cup of coffee and bakeries over there. The only thing they don't have is liquor stores, and then we are not here to compete any other stores because its proposed location is about 1,800 square feet, but you're going to limit to 1,000 square feet for the selling area. And also, we are going to offer multi-languages, which they can speak Chinese, they can speak English and Koreans. And as you know, the Flushing is an immigrant, the neighbors, and a lot of people just grab liquors and wines, but these people like to offer the wine tastings and educations with the help of the salesperson. And we are planning to carry the local wines from Long Island, and we already contacted more than 10 wineries, and then we get about 6 responses from them. And then we're planning to carry about 15 to 20% of local wines and liquors. And we have Miss Natalie, who knows about the wines, and then she is going to tell you how she's going to operate the tastings and educations.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioner and Chairman. And my name is Natalie Vaughn, and I'll be the manager of New York Happy Liquor. As I heard from the other party and saying that all the liquor store near us, they offer wine tasting. But actually, based on my experience, including when I working in some other liquors as well, there are a lot more. Wine is not only a culture. Wine is, nowadays, more and more people start to drink wine because they realize the benefit of drinking wine. So that's why our liquor store will put a lot of effort on introducing wines to the community, including the hot liquors, and especially like the New York wines. And the New York wines we mean is not only from like upstate, Finger Lakes, and we will mainly focus on the Long Island, Norfolk wines. And if you Google like a winery from Long Island, and you can see there are a lot of wineries in Long Island, but not a lot of people in Flushing or around Flushing knows that there are a lot of wineries in Long Island. Actually, if you Google it, you see that the winery's name and as well as the reviews. And most of I don't know whether commissioners have the list of our the wineries we contact before. So I think most of the wineries, 100% of the wineries we contact has at least a 4.5 star out of 5 from the Google reviews and like TripAdvisor. And so, which means they produce like very good quality wines, but not a lot of people knows that. And nowadays when people like talking about wines and they say, okay, we love wines from France, from Italy, and from like even like from Napa Valley, but actually our local wineries, they produce like very good quality wines. So that's why we plan to like set up one tasting like every weekend in our store to introduce the Long Island wine to our community. And the wine tasting, and we will of course we will check the ID for each person who gonna taste our wine, and also like we will do some like basic education to our customers. I know like a lot of liquor store they do like education to our customers, but actually in Flushing, I live in Flushing, I live in Bayside, and I spent like 7 years in that community, and a lot of person around me and in that area, they start to know the benefit of drinking wine, and we can easily Google that from the website and from like the
But so, I get it, but they all sell wine too.
Yeah, that's what I want to tell is like,
And I'm sure they have wine tastings as well,
yeah,
right?
even though they offer wine tasting, still there are a lot of people, they don't know the difference, especially like Chinese community. A lot of customers, they
they don't speak English.
Okay. Are you related to the owner?
No.
Okay. Where do you work at a liquor store now?
Yeah.
Where?
Northern Boulevard, 119th Street.
And who owns that?
Mr. Xu, ex-U.
And is he related to
No.
the applicant? So how do you know the applicant?
It's like friends.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I'll keep it very, very brief. The population as expressed.
No, I already looked that up.
Okay,
I was
so
gonna do it,
that is
yeah.
what it is.
It's 172,000, and it's gone up 2% over the last 10 years.
The language is not an issue in the other stores. If you look at the people that are here right now, they will tell you that they have employees of all different ethnicities that speak all different languages, and they're serving the communities well. As far as New York product and Long Island product specifically, it's offered in large quantities in every store. And 162 would just like to make one quick statement.
Okay.
Okay. That shopping mall has H Mart. They already sell like a lot of beer and wines.
What's the name of the store?
H Mart.
H Mart.
What is that, a grocery store?
Like a Korean and like Oriental, but now it's become like a regular supermarket. They already sell lots of beer and Korean makgeolli and lower the percentage of the wine. So that means we don't need any more like a liquor store at the shopping center.
Well, he can't sell beer, as you know.
And then H Mart already sell for the like a lower percentage of the wine.
Okay.
And you have how many wine tastings per week?
We have sometime Friday afternoon, we have like 4 different company came to do the like a wine and spirit tasting to educate the people how they drink it and enjoy it, not for the drunk. So we serving for the community for the like educate them how they drink.
How long
how
have
they
you just bought this store?
Yes.
When?
3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago?
Yes.
But Sal's been there 26 years.
Okay, and that's it. Go ahead.
What's your name on the record?
My name's Sal Torello. I've been the manager for this store for 26 years, and over the last 3 years, I've noticed customer count dropping, sales dropping.
You want me to start reading what the sales are?
Sales dropping, customer count
Oh, they're
dropping.
dropping from 11.1 million to 11.054 million. So I think that you're able to handle that.
Yeah, and I also would like to say that, like, I've been hearing all the other cases that someone mentioned that 6 blocks in Manhattan is another world, but 6 blocks in Flushing is a big another world itself.
Okay.
And it's a driving community. And council said it was inconvenient because of the railroad. If that's true, you have the other liquor store on Northern Boulevard only 3 blocks away.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I don't think the liquor store is 3 blocks away. My office is on 150th Street.
Okay, we're not going to get into that. Do you have anything else to say?
Oh, yes. We are not trying to compete with the laser. They've been there for 30 years. What I'm trying to do is that location particularly is booming. It's very hard. It's very hard to find the parking space in the mall. That's how busy they are. And then the people was asking.
So your argument that we need a new liquor store is because you can't find parking at the closest liquor store?
The closest liquor store, they do not offer any parking spaces.
Okay,
It's not even walking.
We got it, I think. Thank you.
Are we ready to
Except the
vote?
laser.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Fan.
I see public convenience in having a liquor store in a shopping center. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to vote to deny. There's another store, close store, that we just licensed this year, as a matter of fact. Another one within the past 2 years, so about that exactly. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Yeah, I'm going to vote to deny as well, basically on the same grounds as Commissioner Ford, that we issued a license 0.4 miles away in March of this year, and we issued another license in November Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't issue that license, but the one in 2018, we did just issue and opened a new store, and it's the second closest store. We can't even tell right now how those sales are going to affect the other 4 sales in the area. And the sales of the other 4 stores in the area are not significantly increasing. In fact, they're mostly flat currently, so I don't think there's a demand for another store at this time.
You mind if I ask?
We have lots of people been waiting to
I
have
know,
their matters
just
heard.
one more. I'm just, what is the liquor store that was approved about 0.4 miles away? Because I didn't know.
New Liquor Foam, Inc., 3603 164th Street.
No, that was my case. I came here about 2 years ago, about almost 3 years ago.
The location it was a transfer. The location's been licensed since 2015.
And then was transferred.
Oh, well, that doesn't change we still don't have sales numbers. It doesn't change my decision. So that is a transfer. We didn't have that information, though, Jackie. Oh, no, I did have it. It's just not in the normal place. Thank you.
All right, next item.
Same to
Next
you.
item is 2347 Hombres Lounge, Inc.
Good afternoon. A notice of pleading was served.
Could you just note your appearance for the record?
Yes, I'm sorry. Isaldo Fernandez for the licensee. A notice of pleading was answered on October 17th. I'm not sure if it,
Don't we have a pending counteroffer of $20,000 and 7-day suspension?
that's on a different.
On a different.
Yes.
Wait, what number is this? 2340? Yeah, I was going to say.
2347 to default.
No, but I think that
another case.
has that been accepted? Because that was about a month ago.
I think that's still in process, but this one is for this is a noise violation, alleged noise violation. And it's been defaulted for.
And you're saying you replied to their?
I did reply. I have a copy of.
When was it
claim.
sent in?
It was sent in on October 16th.
What was the response? What was the?
I never received a response. I have.
I'm not following this
What
because.
What did you send in?
I sent in a notice of appearing, sent a pleading form, and an email to the council.
Oh, so you received the notice.
All right, I represent the.
And you received the pleading from us as well, and your client's the one who defaulted. I mean, he didn't get it at his place of business, but you did get it at your office?
I did receive, but he didn't default because his notice of appearance, or my notice of appearance and my pleading was timely.
Okay.
And is there a CNC in there?
Yes, there is. I have a copy of it.
What is it? You can just say.
Bring it up. Well, bring it up because I don't know. Chris, do we not have this?
No, I don't have that. I'm not that I'm saying that I.
No, you just pled not guilty, right?
Right, that's
Yeah.
correct.
All right. Are you good with it?
Yeah.
It's unless you want to give a small fine. I mean,
You
it's
want-
a huge thing that's laying out there anyway. So
Do you want to take
just a noise violation.
$1,000 and get rid of it since you?
Absolutely, let's get rid of
The noise
it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
$1,000.
that's probably easier.
Thank you.
$1,000.
Next item, 2373 Milton's Distributing Company, Inc.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Richard Blau, representing the licensee. You should have in front of you an NOP as well as a CNC that was negotiated and agreed to with council.
And I just want to be clear, because I think there's maybe a mistake on the agenda sheet. My understanding, based on our conversations, is that Milton's will be pleading to a conditional contest.
Right.
And will be paying a amount of $225,000.
That's correct.
There will be an additional $250,000 held in abeyance.
Correct.
As a deferred penalty during the course of the year while we implement the compliance agreement and a number of other things. considering all of
I
the
have a
issues.
question about that,
Please, it's fine, Tom.
because I don't know how we hold a penalty in abeyance, because that means,
It would be deferred.
well, that's different then.
No, deferred. It would be
Because
deferred.
if it's held in abeyance, it's imposed, and then it just hangs there for a year.
My
No, it's
understanding was
deferred.
it should be deferred.
So my question is, what's probation?
We have an extensive number of things that I think have already started to happen based on our conversations, including changes in price posting, et cetera, et cetera.
That's right.
And more that are coming.
Is that becoming something the board is signing off on then?
It's something, I mean, historically, when we've done these, we have held these penalties in abeyance, just like we've done with Southern, where we hold it in abeyance while we implement a corporate compliance program and agreement, at which point, once that is completed, the penalty, the deferred penalty is essentially
No, but my question is, what's the probation period and what are they required to
12
do
years.
during?
12 months, I'm so sorry.
And what are they required to do during that period of time?
They will be putting together a corporate compliance program, a corporate ethics policy, if I remember correctly. Richard, correct me if I
That
get
is
any of that wrong. As well as coming up with a number of different solutions within that corporate compliance structure and program to try to remedy a number of the different issues that were identified during the course of our discussion.
And this will be all in writing to you, I mean?
Yeah.
It is in writing.
It is, much of it
No,
is.
no, I mean, the plans that they come up with are going to be?
They have to be sent.
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. So just disseminate them to us when you get them?
But who's putting them on probation? Is it the members, or is it just something between council's office?
No, it's part of the acceptance. It's part of the CNC.
But none of that's in the,
Yeah, it says pending licensee's completion of probation. That's why I asked what probation was.
right, but I mean, we don't have any of that.
I know, I don't want any of it.
So it says if no violations, we'll waive the remaining payment. Is that the $250,000?
Yes, yep.
And the completion of the program.
Okay.
That's correct.
And you're going to be the one putting together this program for them?
I'll be assisting the company, yes.
Okay, because this was pretty bad. They were basically being used as a pawn.
Milton's has not admitted to that allegation, and in fact, it's a multi-generational.
Well, based on the allegations, that's what it appears was happening.
That's the
And I'm pretty
allegation.
confident that had it gone to hearing, we would have been able to approve that.
I respect your opinion, but the company believes strongly that they are a compliance-oriented company, and in fact, after extensive investigation, this agreement, which council has described, includes components where both sides will work proactively to clarify and make clear that the lines are drawn specifically as to what's appropriate in the eyes of the authority and what isn't, so that there won't be compliance problems in the future.
Good. Because if there is, there won't be a future,
Well, that's,
given what went on here, what we alleged went on here.
that's understood, Chairman, and I think one of the progressive aspects of the solution that's been worked out with council's office is that it's a proactive effort to clarify for the benefit of the licensee, of the authority, and ultimately of the marketplace, the clear lines that the authority wants to see in acceptable behavior and not acceptable behavior.
So if there's no violations, $250,000 will be refunded? Is that what I'm?
No,
No, it's never imposed.
they're not paying it.
Correct.
They're
Not
not paying it,
imposed.
okay.
It's a deferred penalty.
Got it, I see, all right.
Yep.
I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
But you're going to disseminate whatever written materials you get?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
Next item is 2363, Jethro Wholesale Beer LLC.
And this is probably in conjunction with the second.
With
one as
RD.
well. Right.
That's right. Richard Blau, representing both licensees, Jetro and RD.
So maybe you can explain to me here, if you know, what the motivation for your employees doing this was? Because I couldn't figure it out. Are they in commission? Is that what they're doing?
No, this was an unfortunate situation of a company that had put, in effect, all its eggs in one basket, and the basket turned out to be bad. The head of the wine and spirits program for this company was engaging in effect, self-dealing, making transactions that were impermissible under the ABC laws. The company didn't realize it because they were looking to this individual to police and supervise.
No, but what was his motivation for doing it?
As-
What did he get out of it?
As best I understand, it was personal gain to buy product at wholesale prices instead of from a licensed retailer the way a normal consumer would. There are a slew of individual transactions, some as low as less than $10, that aggregate up to make all of these violations. But the company recognizes that it was wrong. And at the end of the day, the buck stops with the licensee, and the company is committed through an extensive compliance program to bring in a new chief compliance officer, to structure a series of internal training programs to coordinate with your council's office and to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
So you had 8 employees that were making purchases for themselves? That's what this was?
That's correct.
Through the accounts of, they were paying for the purchases, but the purchases were made on retailers' accounts?
That's correct. There were principally 2 bad actors, the head of the compliance of the wine and spirits department and his immediate assistant. The other 6 were just individual employees who didn't know better and would say, hey, I have a wedding coming up.
Oh, okay.
Can I buy
All right, I got it.
4 cases of champagne, or
Richard,
sparkling wine?
just to make things exceedingly clear too, another thing that is obviously not a part of the notice of pleading for either of these 2 cases was the disclosure of the failure to notify us of an equity change.
That's right.
Right, which we're not
That is-
charging, but
that's
it is
right.
something that we'll probably have to deal with in the larger scheme of
The
things.
company is determined to correct all errors, to clean its slate, and to move forward in a compliant manner.
Okay.
So on 2363 then, which is Jethro Wholesale Beer LLC.
Yeah, I'll accept 625 and 120, and then an additional 125 deferred for, that's 12 months?
Correct.
And I assume another written compliance agreement, which we will all see. All right, thank you.
Oh, what about, we're good with those?
Same here, yep.
And then on 20,
I'll accept.
2365, which is RD America LLC.
Same thing,
Same thing, split between 2.
same fine.
Yes, I'll accept that one.
These compliance mistakes really not worth $750,000 to your clients, in my opinion, so they better go back and do something else. They better make some changes, because hope not to see you again here.
Yes, Commissioner, they intend to make substantial change.
Thank you.
Next item is 2364, Wegmans Food Markets, Inc.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Stephen Van Arsdale, General Counsel with Wegmans. We've submitted a conditional no contest plea, have had extensive discussions with Counsel's office, similar to what you heard from Mr. Blau regarding Milton's, to change our business practices, and we'll be developing a compliance program which is already in process, which I will be submitting to Mr. Riano for his review and approval. And that will be an ongoing system to monitor our buying group to make sure that they're staying on the right side of the line. But I have every confidence, knowing those individuals, that they will do so.
So we'll get a copy of that too, Chris? So, were you here all day?
Yes.
So you were here when Stu Leonard's came up, because your company is number 2 on the hit list of the one I get the most phone calls about.
Understand that.
Because mostly every one of your competitors is watching you every day.
Like a hawk.
And they then call the associations, and the associations call me. And it's now cost you a lot of money. So I'm sure you're fully aware that this only goes up from here exponentially next time.
Yes, Chairman Bradley.
So as long as we get that the compliance agreement, and
they don't
not
have
the compliance agreement, I mean
we have a whole different thing.
yeah, the one that's you've already implemented
There's a
most
lot
of the
it's
stuff.
already in play, yeah.
All right, so you're
Correct,
just going to
yes,
put
yes.
that in writing and then hand?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
It's easy.
And there's a reason these stores have to be separate, which I know I'm not telling you anything you don't know. So I'll accept the $750,000 cash payment and $500,000 deferred.
For, I believe, also a year, correct?
And we're getting, all of the
Yes.
liquor stores are also paying a fine?
They're coming up
separate.
next.
Yep.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan
I'll accept as well.
and Commissioner Ford.
I'll accept as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next item, 2366, Amherst Wine Partners LLC.
Boy, the lawyers all got, the only ones who made money off this were the lawyers.
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Schwalbe on behalf of the 5 affiliated independent stores.
Oh, you have all 5 stores?
Have all
So
5.
let's take them all, Tom, because they're all the same.
All right, the first one is 2366 Amherst Wine Partners. 2360.
You're outside counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
2368 Chris Wine and Spirits, Inc. 2369 Johnson City Wine Partners. 2367 Nicole's Wine and Spirits. And 2370 P&G Tobin, Inc.
Okay. Go ahead.
I find it problematic that even at this stage, these 5 are being sort of represented together and dealt with together in one batch here. It's hard for me to believe that moving forward, these 5 wine stores are not going to be working together
Well,
in one conglomerate.
they
but
won't exist long if that continues.
I'm just going to say that.
Yep. So each of the stores are being fined for their allowing availing, and they're each being fined $75,000?
Yes, for an availing charge and a gifts and services charge, I
Gifts
believe.
and services. What was the gifts and services?
Regarding Milton's.
Okay. And the availing was Wegmans?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with Commissioner Fan that this whole setup is begging for this to happen again, so I would suggest that the company, or you go back to the company, all of these companies, and make sure that it doesn't, because next time there will be licenses taken.
That's understood. The 5 independent stores are all undergoing a training in the same memorandum of
Well, I
understanding.
mean, they're all related to Wegmans, so let's be honest, the training, they're doing what they were told by Wegmans, I'm sure. And they need to be a lot more independent in the future and say no. Because next time we'll take all 5 of them. I'm not taking these phone calls anymore from people who are telling me that this is going on, and then we finally confirm that it was going on. And, and it clearly had been going on for some time. So I'll accept all of them.
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept as well.
And next item, 2346 Palm Bay International, Inc.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford. My name is Nicholas Bergman. I'm an attorney with Buckman Law Firm, here representing Palm Bay International. Before you is a conditional no contest plea for a matter that we resolved very amicably with counsel's office. We wish to thank counsel's office for their help and assistance in guiding us through this process. I'd be happy to answer any questions for you about the incident.
I'll just allude, I mean, you can read, and the board, I'm sure, is aware of these particular instances and the importance of this situation, but one of the things that obviously is most concerning from our standpoint, and I know, we've discussed this, is the fact that your client also has almost 7 figures of fines in the last 5 years. So I do think, and we've had great discussions with the new general counsel, and obviously with you, Mr. Bergman, but there does come a point, and I know the board is aware that these things cannot continue to happen.
And understood, and forgive me, I failed to introduce Gabriel Bizio, who is new general counsel to Palm Bay, and also is the designated corporate compliance officer under the corporate compliance agreement in this settlement.
All right. So can you explain to me what happened here? You were basically, Palm Bay was giving alcohol to one of your employees' relatives' restaurants? Is that?
Not exactly. This was actually, the way we see it, quite an anomaly. There was a familial relation with one of the employees' parents who had a retail establishment upstate. And
Was it a restaurant or, yeah, a
restaurant.
restaurant.
Yeah, it was on premise license.
Okay.
Is it on premises, yeah?
And there was a fair amount of time spent in that restaurant, and charges were incurred. quite frankly, we believe they were done kind of innocently, but they were corporate charges that were expensed back, and ultimately they were deemed to be gifts and services by the authority. This is not, I will tell you, when this came to light, Palm Bay moved very swiftly, took disciplinary action against the people involved in their employ. They've also enhanced their corporate compliance training, which they have been doing since the last time we appeared several years ago. And very willingly, we now accept and look forward to working with the authority on the corporate compliance agreement.
And there were only 4 dinners, or that's all we're charging?
There's 2 charges under the consent order. There are 2 charges under the gift and services, specifically just under the statute. They all are a little bit different. I think obviously the concerning matter was that this vice president at Palm Bay was never there. People were using his card. There's an optics issue, as you can imagine.
Oh, so there weren't dinners, it was literally
Well, there's different things that
swipes.
different things were.
Meals
so
were
I just
served.
want to be clear.
But we're
And
talking about more than 4 dates.
These are the 4 and notice of pleading.
Right,
So
but we're talking, the investigation uncovered more than 4.
these are the 4 most solid that we negotiated.
Okay,
Correct.
but what, are we in dozens, or that
I
we?
don't believe that we ever got to that point.
I don't think so, not that we're deemed to be.
No, not that I'm aware of.
And we all,
charges are
but we
corporate
did
charges.
confirm it's only 1 employee.
It is a vice president, from all that I know, that was primarily responsible, and he will not be renewing his solicitor's license at the end of this year, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. I'll accept the 225, and when you say suspended, that's more like deferred.
Correct, it should, yes.
Okay. So 225 cash penalty and then 100,000 deferred. I'm assuming that they're entering into a compliance program that you're going to approve.
Yeah. And then we'll
So
go
can you
from-
just make sure that we all get a copy of that? Thank you.
Commissioner Fan
I would accept as well.
and Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Thank you. Happy holiday.
Next item, 2275, Eddie Joe's LLC.
Can we take 2 minutes?
We're going to take 3 minutes.
There's more liquor stores coming up.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Donald, let me know. We're on? Okay. We're going to resume the meeting called 2275 Eddie Joe's LLC.
Good day, Commissioners. My name's Aaron Pierce of Pearson Quack LLP, counsel for Edie Joe's LLC, family-friendly restaurant approved by the Community Board and the Black Association quite a long time ago now, back in April.
Jackie, do we have everything we need from these guys now?
I knew you were going to ask me that. I don't know. I mean, since this is all, do you think so?
I mean, we got the fingerprints. Did we get the information we asked on the financial disclosure?
Yeah, that I have to look up because I think there's so many different amendments to the financials. But I guess at this point, you're not changing anything again, right?
No, in fact,
We're
it
done
was
altering
my
this
understanding that the only reason for the disapproval of the initial request for reconsideration was I did not respond because I did not receive an email from Counsel Mark Fraring. I implored him to reconsider the denial of our initial request for reconsideration based upon.
In order for him to have asked you, that means licensing had to ask you multiple times. So if members want to take it back, we'll take it back.
No, I mean, and she is
I believe
correct
you
on
do.
that. The only reason this got disapproved the first time was because there was a deficiency that you were requested to fix at least 3 times, and it never got fixed.
I simply did not receive that email. It's
It's
my
not one,
intention.
they probably got 3 emails. They don't disapprove based off 1 email. They disapprove after 2 or 3 emails. And Mark, you're talking about a reconsideration email. That's a separate issue.
We issued 3 deficiency letters on this
And they were,
application.
and requesting information on the same deficiencies.
Oh,
yeah. All right, well, I'll send it back to licensing, but you got to pay better attention.
Do I need to keep this?
No.
No, Commissioner Fan
I'll approve the recon.
and Commissioner Ford.
Same here. I'll approve. Recon. Back to licensing.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next item, 2317 RNS Liquor Corp.
Oops.
Never mind. Hi, Vivian Tozaki. Good afternoon. On behalf of RNS Liquor Store Corp. This is a removal application.
Okay, so you're moving 528 feet?
No, 475 feet.
No, if you were moving 475, I don't think it would be here, right?
We're 475. 528 was the prior I heard their case.
Oh, then maybe we have a typo. But I think we only asked to see the ones
This
that,
is 475, so
Oh.
it's over 400.
Yeah,
looking
so
at the note.
there was a removal and it was 528 and it was in Chelsea.
Yeah, that was another one a little earlier.
Right.
It's
weird.
I thought that was odd that it was the same.
Yeah, so.
It is 475.
Okay.
So you would have seen it anyway. This is just a problem of overriding.
So the applicant licensee has operated a liquor store at.
There's no protest. I'm going to approve.
I'll approve.
Thank you
Good
so
luck.
much.
Commissioner
Happy
Ford?
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Approved.
2361 So Tasty Eatery LTD.
Joseph Coriali, So Tasty Eatery.
So the general fine for this violation is $3,500?
Yes.
The
I know.
second time you lose your license.
Yes, it was all a mistake, though. They sold cigarettes that were personal cigarettes. I already paid a fine with the tobacco people. They,
Well, that usually comes along with the $3,500. And we also, well, we didn't do it, but it appears that they asked, all right, hold on. What was in the stainless, or what was in the spiral notebook?
So, we keep records of, inventory, things we sell, cigarettes, batteries, stuff like that.
And you're telling me that this was one pack and the guy working for you was selling cigarettes?
Yes, it was, that was a personal pack of another employee, and the other guy sold it. There was no cigarettes on the rack. So he goes into the stainless cabinet, which is a personal cabinet, like with rubber bands, pens, stuff like that, and he grabs the employee's cigarettes and he sells it. The guy that I hired is a little bit special also, he's a nice guy, but he wasn't paying attention too well.
But he was selling them loose?
No, he sold one pack.
And there was no other packs in there?
Nothing, just one single pack of cigarettes.
Our people tend to get confusion with the
I can check and
meaning,
see
well,
what
they're
we
looking at, we have in here a carton. To me, a
No.
carton is 24 packs.
No, a carton is 10,
12 packs.
10
whatever,
packs.
10
A carton
packs.
is 10. But it
We-
does
we
say...
have- hold on.
I'm sorry.
We have one carton written here.
Let's see what the referral says.
There's a referral, and it says, no, it says .1 carton. The prosecutor got the,
All right, so that was one pack. All right.
Yeah, it was the employee's cigarettes.
All right, you guys decide.
They buy them at the Indian reservation.
I had 3,000.
I'm a very small business and nothing like these guys today. My highest gross net is $1,500 a day.
3,500.
Oh, you're not nice. I'll go 2,500.
I'll go 25 as well.
Go
Thanksgiving.
25.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Now, what do I do with this? Where do I
Get a
pay?
letter.
you'll get a letter from my office.
Okay.
Probably in a couple weeks, and then you send a check in.
All right, thank you.
Next item, 2276, Pushcart Coffee Petersfield LLC.
Alfie Hoffman for the applicant. This is also a request for reconsideration. I think it was disapproved because of the examiner determined that the menu wasn't sufficient to be a restaurant. I have with me a manager. It is a full-service sit-down, but it's breakfast and lunch and through early evenings. But the menu is clearly more substantial than that of a
It's
bar
soups and
tavern.
sandwich, it's salads and sandwiches.
But
That's
it's
the
sort
menu.
of much fancier salads and sandwiches, and, you know, certainly more, you've licensed burger places and pizza places as restaurants. This is, you know, it's table service, full seating.
And it's all prepared to order,
It's
fresh
all-
to order.
It's fresh to order. Certainly more substantial food than would be the. that
Well, I
meets the-
thought it was I think it wasn't, that, I granted the reconsideration because I thought the menu was just sufficient. Certainly, it's very close to not being sufficient, but I was fine with it, as long as the other two are fine with
This is
it.
based really on the terminology that if it was licensed as a TW, then you have a problem with the lease.
Right.
Is that what I see in the?
No, I don't think, I don't.
That's what I read here. It
That's
says
what I
that
read
the
here.
lease prohibits the applicant from operating a wine bar, so he's precluded from operating for a TW license anyway. Is that
It's
news to you?
fine. Waffle pancakes.
Original application, so I
Waffle
haven't gone-
pancake sandwiches. I think of it as a restaurant. I will vote to grant the recon as well.
And send it back to licensing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next item, 2348, Knights Ridge LLC.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo, and I thought I had a client.
Michael Swear.
Mr. Secretary, you got the submission from last week?
The thing you sent in on Thursday, the members have that.
Thank you.
I'm not following you. Is this for this one?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
It's an application before you. Don't have too much to say. Mr. Swear is an established licensee. Haven't stolen the building, and we're planning to put in, if you'd like to speak a little bit about what you're doing.
Okay, I don't raise it.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, Michael Swear. I'm just a little history of myself. In 1985, opened a bar on the corner of Avenue A and 2nd Street called 2A. Still owned and operating. 1994, I opened the Mercury Lounge on Houston Street, still running, open, operating. We're having its 25th anniversary next year. 1998, I opened the Bowery Ballroom, still opened and operating. I did in 2007, a month from each other, opened the Music Hall of Williamsburg and Terminal 5. They're still open and operating.
So you have all those places and no negative history with us?
No, and I also have a little
or maybe you-
cafe in the Seaport called Fresh Salt. Was
So the
opened in
Mercury
2004.
Lounge, no negative history. The Bowery Ballroom, no negative history. So what was going on with the community board?
We don't know. The community board never invited us to speak to them.
You have two community boards that have given you letters of support.
Right.
I've never seen that before.
Especially 3 and 4.
Yet the local assemblyman wants nothing to do with you.
We were never once called in before we started work on the project. We waited 60 days after notification to give them the opportunity to call us in.
It wasn't until 2.5 months into that submission that they even got.
Well,
the
I mean,
first
it appears his issue is more the treatment center across the street, which I get.
Yeah, but there's a liquor store right around the corner.
There's also another licensed premises about 40 feet away.
Yeah.
All right, what were the questions you
I
had?
have a question about the certificate of occupancy.
We
How do
won't
you-
have one until it's completed.
Yes, it's going to be changed. We haven't submitted the permits to the building department yet, but
Our construction's about 10 months or so.
yeah, as soon as they will, we'll have a new permit, C of O, condition, appropriate to our use.
Why this location?
I like this location. I like Ridgeview. I like what it's happening. It reminds me of my early days in New York, in Williamsburg in '79 through '85 when I lived there. I like.
I feel like I'm on an HBO documentary.
I like the energy there. I like the creative energy there. Before '85, I was very much into the art world in that Williamsburg area, and it was a very big part of my life. I kind of let that slip away, building my other businesses, but this one specifically, coming back to this area, I want to not only have utilize my resources and experience in live music. It's only going to be one of the activations. I really do want to, not really, I will activate it as a visual art space as well. There's 2 galleries in the space. There's the outside area, which has 2 great walls for murals that I want to do as a rotating thing. I really want to do it as a multifaceted venue for that creative energy that is in the neighborhood now.
What's the capacity? Occupancy
Capacity, I know it said 370.
What's the official, 370?
Well, 370, if you add up all the rooms together, it's
We
370.
use the building department formula.
Yeah, but
Square footage for people.
but-
We wind up with that.
what the reality of the matter is, you have the performance room, and most of the other rooms are support of that room. So they won't, the 2 gallery spaces and the outdoor spaces will be a support of that room. So they're not going to all be activated to their fullest at all the time. The only one that might be simultaneously activated with that music room would be the lounge on the street side. So ultimately, that capacity is approximately 250 when you calculate it in that regard.
As part of the massive renovation that we're doing here, we're extensively soundproofing the premises.
That's what my question was. So you are soundproofing it? and-
Soundproofing, if you could also see the floor plan where the 2 galleries are in the front are surrounding the music area, the performance area. It's the, one of that sound, that air block is one of the first steps of attenuating the sound. And then with the other acoustic treatment that we will be doing, is also going to be, incorporate that. I've done that extensively in all my venues, and it's been a big part of not only the way how it sounds inside, but that sound inside doesn't emanate outside at all.
Do we have a letter from the community board at all? I see that they're protesting, but I didn't see a letter.
Is that the one we got through an email?
You have a letter from a different community board to
From
to
two
this
different
community.
ones.
We have two ones in
Those are
support.
just letters.
So you live in East Hampton?
I do, and I also have in Laura on Eldridge Street. I live in both places. I've been on Eldridge Street since '85, and I'm there half the time.
So I can see Mr. Plo's looking at why
Oh,
my
I got
face
the
is.
email. I got it.
No, actually, I don't think, to see this many licenses under your client that have such little history is actually very impressive. I have
No,
to give-
and I'm
I have to give
familiar
you a
with the
lot of
types of
credit.
places they are. They're
There's
live
a late
music.
renewal
I-
from like
Who
10
knows?
years
He
ago,
said that he
but
found
that's what I've
something.
got. I'm very impressed. I just have to.
So I agree with them. I was there when we negotiated the new bar at Terminal 5, so I'm very aware
That
of
was
the.
quite a scene. I think if you were there, I was in front of that 1,000.
Yeah, you were there too.
Well, you weren't. He was.
You weren't there?
Robert
On
Ferrari.
vacation again?
Robert Ferrari was
One of my
representing
people
there.
would know that.
But that was the.
So I realize you were in a tight ship, but can you talk about the security plan here, given that there are really concerns about this outreach house where the young people under treatment live there?
Sure.
And so it's not like it's a school where at nighttime they're not there.
Right. It's important to me to really coexist, in the best way possible, and to insulate us or insulate them from us, however you want to put it, and to keep everything intact inside. We do have there will be 2 security people out front. And by the way, they'll all be licensed and used from the same pool I use the Mercury Lounge and Bowery Ballroom security people from. So I do have a good connection to the right people. And inside there'll be 2 to 3 depending on what's going at any given time. But it's definitely an important part of us to keep that intact and a self-contained unit. The idea that with the outside area of smoking, once you're in there, we're not going to have people on the street smoking. It's going to be in that outside area.
Is that
So-
that alleyway kind of looks like? Is that
Yeah,
what
it's
that
like
is?
a vacant lot, which is part of.
So that's not where you're going to have live music outside?
No, not at all. It's all in that main middle room. You'll see it's.
Is there a place for you to have lines inside the way you have it at Terminal 5?
The queuing of people coming in.
Yes.
Well, if you see on the side, it's not there. I guess I could show you what I'm thinking. The actual queuing comes here. So this is actually a lines area here, and this entry here is for that. And then this could also be served as additional queuing if people came early enough, and there were 2 more than we accommodate here. This would also be, again, this is what I
One.
meant, this gallery space, which again,
What's the other one?
we want to activate
Still in
the
minor in
gallery
95,
and this
one in
one here.
97.
This is kind of like.
That does it.
Just being thorough.
Performance area.
I like me, okay? I'm good.
Frank?
So this is in the music venue?
Again, music's going to be an important part of it, but it's not to be the only part of it. I really want to activate.
You go, just go, because we taped this, so we got to be able to hear you later.
I really want to activate this as a multifaceted creative space. So yes, music will be a part of it, an important part of it, but the other aspects of it will as well.
And what, the hours?
I think I have 4 to 4 Tuesday through Saturday, and 4 to 2 on the weekends. I think that's what I had.
Say that again.
I don't think that's right.
It's backwards.
It's backwards.
I'm sorry, 4 to 4 Tuesday through Saturday, and I think it's 4 to 2 Sunday and Monday. It's close there. It might be, the early part might be a bit different, but it's pretty close to that.
Do you really need 4 all during the week? Tuesday, Wednesday?
I need to have the ability for it. It doesn't mean that every night of the week it could be activated till 4, but I do need that flexibility to really, Yeah, and then it gets true. I have it. All my venues has the 4 o'clock, and those I don't necessarily activate every night till 4 either. So it's just something that I need to have that flexibility to really give myself every opportunity to become, create a successful business.
I mean, what would you have going on there that needs to be 4 o'clock on a Tuesday night?
Could be a performance, could be anything, could be just
I think most times probably nothing,
Yeah.
in all honesty, but I think he needs the flexibility to occasionally. When we have it now, we don't abuse it, we don't have problems with it.
It's just an important thing to be able to have the ability to do.
Well, you have it now, you don't have an outreach center down the street.
No, but
who's objecting to it.
but again, insulating us from that, from them, and I think is definitely a doable, and will happen.
I think it's only 300 feet away.
320 feet away is the community center.
It's
So
still pretty
I
close.
feel confident in being able to draw that line. I mean, we're going to have, 21 and over venue, obviously at the door with security checking it, our tips employees, all our bartenders, we tip certified. We'll additionally have that other layer of protection of serving underage people. Yeah, I mean, and again, I always, the ability and to reach out to them and to offer them the space, the community center, the space to either in off hours to come in and maybe, use the performance areas for whatever activation they might want to do that, to even maybe, again, I don't know how creative their focus is, but to have the gallery spaces be one of theirs as a curated time frame is definitely something I would welcome. And
Everywhere he's gone, he's become a part of the fabric of the community, and we intend to keep that.
well, that's just, I mean, that for me, it's important. It's the most important relationship I've had, as you can see with my, lack of record.
Are you involved in the day-to-day stuff of all your other places still?
I am. I'm because there's more of them. I'm more of an overseer and I delegate, but I am involved with everything. We do have night managers on all our places. There will be GMs. There's, I mean, there's a lot of people involved with all this, but I do oversee the whole.
And this is your brother who's your partner?
He is, yes.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
No.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Yep. Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to approve, but I'm going to take you up on the offer to try to manage the line so that they are not out on the street as much, just try to do what you can to manage that. And also reach out to this treatment facility and see what you can do to try to aid in their efforts. Because they have been there for a really long time, so I don't think it's reasonable to ask them to move.
Sure, I welcome that.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to approve as well. Like I said, I looked at the area and there's other liquor establishments, so one sort of the other right there as well. So if you manage it right, should not be an issue, and I think you should also, I like the fact that you're willing to offer them use of your place for, if they can use it during your off hours. I think that's a neighborly thing to do, a good idea.
Important.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'm a little concerned about the sales to minor in 95. Well, I'll vote to approve. It's an impressive record, because I've been in a couple of your establishments, and not recently, but the fact that you don't have any violations whatsoever is amazing, given the type of businesses you have. What?
Were you there in
No,
95?
it wasn't me. And by the way, I was nowhere near 21 in 95.
Well, thank you
Next
so much.
item is 2349, 25B Group Rest Ave LLC.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is James DePasquale. I'm here on behalf of my client, 25B Group Rest Ave LLC.
So can we take 2 minutes to talk with counsel?
Done.
That's what I mean, you can go back on.
We're back on the record with 2349.
Okay, go ahead.
Members of the board, we're here in connection with 5 alleged violations, all of which pertain to my client's alleged violation of a set of stipulations supposedly entered into back in 2010 by my client's predecessor. My client came into ownership of this particular business in 2015. We have spoken with the prior owners of the business, and they have made it very clear that there were no stipulations ever in effect on this license. I went back and I've pulled.
How many times was it transferred?
It was, my understanding is the original license was applied for back in 2010, and then there was a corporate change application in 2015.
Well, who did he buy it from?
Well, he bought into the corporation from the predecessor.
Which was who?
William Bishop and.
Well, so I have a copy of signed stipulations signed by William Bishop in front of me.
And we were provided those in the course of discovery here. The original application that was filed by Mr. Bishop never mentioned any stipulations. The renewal applications filed in 2012, 2014, again, never mentioned any stipulations. The licenses issued by the State Liquor Authority in 2010, 2012, 2014 never referenced any stipulations. In preparation for the corporate change application, Mr. Shapiro communicated with the community board, inquired whether there were any stipulations, and was told that there were not. And he communicated directly with the State Liquor Authority and asked if there were any stipulations or restrictions on the license. And he received a letter from Mr. Larry Fowler indicating there are no restrictions or stipulations on this license. It was only upon the express statement from the community board and the State Liquor Authority that there were no restrictions or stipulations did he agree to buy the business, because he was not willing to go in and buy a business, obviously, that was heavily restricted. They have operated.
Well, I wouldn't call these stipulations heavy restrictions by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, the hours are 4 a.m. on the weekends. It's the only one that is even remotely restrictive is the fact that there's no promoted events and no DJs, which is what, if he came and got a license today in this neighborhood, that's what anybody would get.
And I understand that.
In fact, you wouldn't be getting 4 a.m.
And I understand that. The concern here is, though, he was not aware of these
Well,
stipulations.
we're past that. So what's going to happen here is, assuming the other commissioners agree, I'll dismiss the first 4 charges. The unauthorized alterations are staying, because that's nothing, that is based on the application. And it's going to be a $2,500 fine, but I'm now going to make the stipulations part of the license.
If I can, with respect to the alterations themselves, in the bill of particulars, there was nothing to indicate what that charge was based upon.
Well, then that you can go to hearing and try to win, but if you do, the fine's likely to go up.
Okay, again, it's just more so that we didn't have.
But I can tell you what it is. It's the DJ booth, I believe, correct, Chris?
I'm looking right now. That would make sense, but I'd have to.
And the DJ booth, again, existed prior to my client buying the business.
He did, but it wasn't on the application. The diagram that they sent to us did not have a staged DJ booth in it. It basically indicated that they were going to rip it out. I don't know whether he decided not to rip it out or the former owners decided not to rip it out, but it never got ripped out.
Again, the only thing that he had is,
Well, the application itself is completely foilable, so he did have access to that if he wanted
and
it.
we did request that, and we've requested copies of each and every.
No, I mean before he bought the business.
Yeah, and again, that was requested along with, the statement provided by the State Liquor Authority. Again, he relied on that statement in.
Well, the
buying
statement has nothing to do with the unauthorized alterations.
I understand if that pertains to the DJ. Again, this is the first that I'm hearing about that. I can't really comment on.
Well, there's a stage, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the place has been operating in the same fashion for 30-plus years. The stage has been there. We didn't change.
No, it just got licensed in 2010, correct, Jackie?
Yeah, but if you follow the.
Well, I know, but we're going off the application in 2010. And that application indicated that the stage was going to be gone. And it wasn't when our people went in there.
Right. I mean, it had been operating in the same fashion since 2010, for sure.
I get it, but if it could be, he could have operated in 2030. If we walk in and find a stage that wasn't on your application, you're going to get fined. That's the way it works.
If I can, imposing this, the primary concern for my client right now is if there was an unapproved alteration, I certainly understand that. More so the concern is at this stage, removing his ability to have a DJ, to have promoted events. I mean, that's the way his business has been operating. That's the reason he bought into this business, and it would literally change his entire method of operations. And it's not as though he's attempting to do something nefarious. He actually went to the State Liquor Authority and the Community Board in advance and said, please tell me if there's something I need to be aware of. If there is, I need to know that so I can either A, buy the business and proceed in good faith, knowing what the restrictions are, or B, not buy the business. He was told there was no operating restrictions, there were no stipulations, and for that reason, he's continued to
May
operate.
not have been the right forum.
Say that again?
That was just, I mean, you said Larry sent that in. That's just one of my staff. That's not really the
And
formal.
I understand
what's
that.
going on, you know?
Well, I mean, look, when acquiring a business, I asked for everything I could ask for. I didn't believe them.
When did you come in? You said 2015?
Yeah. And we basically said, look, I appreciate you guys giving me copies of all of your things. This is great, but I need something from the State Liquor Authority that verifies all this. And the State Liquor Authority provided me with a document on State Liquor Authority letterhead signed by a State Liquor Authority employee that verifies that there were no stipulations on the business, and we went forward with the purchase of the business based on that, and solely based on that. There's no way we would have acquired this business with no live music, no DJs. These were very limiting stipulations that we didn't have to take on in the marketplace at that time.
Again, there's no attempt to deceive. It's just,
I get that, but I have a community board that agreed to a restaurant, not a club. And I get that you didn't know that. But at the end of the day, the guys that opened this place originally told this community board that they weren't going to have DJs, they weren't going to have promoted events, and they weren't going to have live music. Now because there was a miscommunication between the seller and your client, as well as perhaps our agency, or a low-level employee of our agency, I'm supposed to just tell the community board, well, welcome, you're going to have a club in your neighborhood?
no, there was also miscommunication apparently with the community board, because they reached out to the community board, and the community board did not represent or indicate that there were any stipulations or restrictions. And again, in 2000, we're saying that these stipulations never existed, at least according to the seller and according
You
to everyone
can't
that's-
say it. I got a signed
and
copy of them.
I get that, but this is the first time we've ever been provided
It's the first
them.
time somebody got in trouble for it. How
I
did
mean,
we end up finding this out?
2010,
How did we find this out?
2014, 2016, the community board never mentioned.
You know how we end up in places? We end up in places because people are complaining about them.
Nobody's complaining about us. We have
They had to have, because we don't just show up because, and look, do you have stipulations? We end up in bars and restaurants because somebody has filed a complaint with us or the police department. 100% of the time. So my point being that somebody is not happy with the way this is going as it is, and now you want me to let it continue. And
Chairman, I got this was filed around the same time the connection. Who's Josh Kent? Is that your partner? Okay, he signed, and it was notarized to us because we were asking what the method of operation was during this time. And it indicates, I just had to blow it up a bit, sorry, that the premise will be operated more as a restaurant than a lounge, serving full meals and cocktails to accompany same, that the premise will be operating 7 days a week, Monday through Thursday, 11:30 to 2, Friday, Saturday, 11:30 to 4, Sunday, 11:30 to 2. That there are no new stipulations with the community board, and I have attached herewith a copy of the original stipulations agreed to March of 2010.
which is what this says.
That's what we got. And that was signed October 27th, I can't really, it's either 13 or 14.
Wasn't it?
I can't read it.
And who signed it?
Josh Gent.
Yeah, I don't think that's from Josh. That wasn't provided to us in our discovery process, and he swears up and down he's never agreed to any of the stipulations. I know I've never agreed to.
And this was in connection with the corporate change. That's what he said, it was a matter of, and it was,
Filed by Frank Flula, probably.
There's Frank.
Who assured us the whole time there were no stipulations as well.
Yeah.
This would be crippling to our business. Just so you know, it's a standalone building. There are no concerns for neighbors.
But I mean, here's what you can do. You can go back to the community board and redo them. If you haven't been a problem to them, they'll probably, if they allow you to do what you're doing, then I'll allow it.
CB3?
Oh, I know. But the point is, I'm not going to them. That I can tell you.
I don't think anybody has to go to them. We've been operating the same way.
She just read a letter that your partner sent in 2015 indicating that you were fully aware that there were stipulations. You might not have been, but he was. So I don't know what you want me to tell you.
It is a notarized statement.
So, I mean, I will dismiss the top four charges. 2,500 on the unauthorized alteration. I assume, have they filed an alteration application?
Not that far yet. I'm still on the, well, they're operating under SAPA, so we do have a filed renewal.
We have 2 floors to the place. The underground floor is completely, like, I could have guar playing down there, you wouldn't hear anything from the street. The ground floor is where we have the restaurant. It's very likely that what Josh might have been interpreting was that this was relevant to the main floor. There's no world in which he would have agreed to anything.
He didn't agree to it, he attached them.
Yeah, and there is
It's
no
the copy of
alteration
what was
application.
signed by Bishop, correct?
Can't. Oh, Bishop, right, the one
Yeah.
from 2010, correct. No, there's no alteration
How
to your
can
other
you
question.
reconcile the letter from the SLA that says we have no stipulation?
Because that's a low-level employee who was not able to find what,
I don't know who's who. I mean, like, I can't.
the point I'm making is that you told us that you and your partner never were aware of the stipulations. It's quite obvious your partner was. And that was before you bought the place.
I think it's likely he just signed what was.
Well, if he's confused, that's not my problem. But
Can we find some middle ground between your employee being confused and my employee, sorry, partner being confused?
But
It's not you being confused.
the
It's
middle ground
licensee.
is the dismissal of the first 4 charges.
Yeah.
That's a
But going forward,
pretty big step.
at the very least downstairs, we can take as many, like.
I mean, your change of method of operation is not in front of us today.
We don't want to change method of operation. We want to be operating exactly as we have been the entire time, which we were.
Well, there are stipulations that you acknowledge, but that you're not living by, so I would take the 2,500.
Can you give us one moment, please?
Sure.
Well,
why
so,
don't you sit down and we'll call something else? And then take a couple minutes. Go ahead, Tom.
That's no contest, though.
I know, it's not over, he's gonna come back.
Okay.
I'm not trying to make anybody completely unhappy.
so the unauthorized alterations, how would you say?
2282, Halo Restaurant and Lounge Corp.
Good afternoon. My name is Bert Levine, counsel to Halo Restaurant and Lounge Corp. This is a reconsideration of an application for a wine and beer license that was on before this board approximately, was it 2 months ago, 3 months ago? At that time, counsel who was representing Halo did not have all the information that I have and was subsequently forwarded to the board by my client. And if we can go on.
I really think that the best thing to do here is that you go start over again with this, because there's still so many unanswered questions to me,
But I think-
such as why was Chan Singh preparing articles of incorporation for a business that he doesn't even own?
He didn't prepare articles of incorporation.
Well, his
for my
signature,
client.
no, but he did for the previous one.
Well, I can't answer for the.
I get that, but there's so much information, there's so many unanswered questions here, and there's a lot going on here as far as making this application one of the more confusing ones I've ever seen. And this Mr. Singh, or his involvement in this is just bizarre to me.
It is.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if we can go by this point by point.
Well, I think what the chairman and I have to agree is saying is that it would be far easier for the board to evaluate a clean application based on all of the stuff that is in this particular
See, that's why I have a lawyer. He's much more articulate than I am.
matter.
But you're putting a major hardship on this poor guy. He's
Well, no,
paying-
the hardship would be if we deny it, and then he's not getting one. Now, I'm not telling you I'm going to deny it. I'm telling you that you need to go back and start over again. Because this, whatever the truth is here, I don't know that we're going to ever find out about it through this reconsideration. I think you need to go and clarify all of this and make it clear to us what went on here. Because going through what has been presented previously and what you want to present to us now is just going to confuse me more. Does anyone disagree with that other than?
No, you have the letter of support from Senator Sanders.
We've got
you
two
know?
letters of support.
Well, that's great.
yes,
I
we
mean-
do, and the community board.
But our biggest concern is to make sure that the people that are coming in here telling us they own a place actually are the owners of it. And
I'm aware of that,
And
sir.
Mr. Singh concerns me.
Well, it concerns me too.
Good.
To be very frank, but he was the seller of this place.
I know, but he seems to be still hanging around for a place he sold, and I'm wondering how he sold it because it appears he was never even owner of it. It's just bizarre what's going on here, so I'm going to deny the reconsideration.
I'm going to agree with the chairman.
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
All right.
Are you ready to come back? All right, we're going to recall 2349.
Yes.
Admittedly, Ms. Held's reference to a letter signed by my client's partner certainly caught myself off guard and also my client. I've spoken with him and he recognizes that despite his, the fact that he was completely unaware of this, it nonetheless binds the company. And for that reason, obviously, he would appreciate your consideration with respect to the violations 1 through 4. And he also specifically just wanted to request, at least in terms of the method of operation of his business, your consideration in another respect. I'll let him speak to it.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of these things don't matter. Actually, none of them matter. We've been operating happily with everybody in the neighborhood for this entire time without any issue. Somebody might have said one thing and somebody came in. The one thing that we don't, most of them don't matter at all, especially on the ground floor. We just need to be able to have music downstairs. If we can walk out of here paying the fine with everything in place, but we get live music and DJs in the basement of a standalone building where you can't hear a thing from the street, with, on the main floor, which is the restaurant, no such thing, then we can work together to salvage.
Give me 2 minutes.
Is your restaurant open time? Is the downstairs music going on?
The restaurant, we serve food until at least midnight.
Yep.
And then usually the restaurant's closed by like 1.
Okay, all right.
Stipulations? The signed one?
I don't have them.
Chairman, we're not back on yet.
Yeah,
At
okay.
the podium, but I do have a copy of it. They were
All right,
provided.
we're back on the record now.
You don't have one?
I have a copy of it. They
Oh,
were
but-
provided with the discovery material.
Oh, here, because I'm going to read off them, so. Can I get your copy? All right, so we are going to dismiss 1 through 4. And on charge 5, I'm going to, I'm going to fine $2,500. What I'm going to do is make these stipulations part of your license, except for meaning it's going to be printed on your license, so it's clear to everybody what they are. Except for, in the basement, you can do DJ and live music. So Jackie, do you have a copy of those stipulations?
I have them here.
So every one of them, except for the music, is going to be part of the,
All right.
so the hours are what you already are aware of. You see them all, right? Sir?
Really appreciate that.
I think we put them on, or they're ready to be printed on if this application renews.
Okay.
Sunday to 2, Monday to
And
Thursday.
there's no history other than this, right?
I think little stuff. I don't
Okay. All right.
And you
You
said
guys
that-
good with that?
And what you are adding for the music again, I need that one.
You don't have to put music on there. He's allowed to have music downstairs.
He is allowed to have music.
Live and DJ.
Live and DJ, okay.
You don't have a jukebox, do you? Okay.
All right, the next item is 2374A, Harlem Nights LTD.
Say that again, Tom?
2374A, Harlem Nights LTD.
Hello?
74A, yes, I do.
Okay.
This is an alteration.
Oh, you know what? I should have had them. Did he leave? We should make sure he files an alteration application. Can we send a letter?
I'll call the attorney.
Just so he doesn't get busted on that again?
I don't have a problem with this.
Go ahead. What's your name?
Claudia Fatu, I'm the sole owner of Harlem Nights.
And what do you want to change?
We wanted to add security and ID checkers at the door. We wanted.
What are ID checkers? You mean a security guard checking
scanner-
IDs? Oh, scanners?
For IDs, yes, sir.
And it looks like you already put the stage up.
You also want to add
we
live
never-
music and a jukebox.
Yes, sir. So the stage was actually there, and we never took it out. We got fined for it, and we paid for that last year with you
Yeah, I
guys.
see that.
But, so then this was, I put in for it as we kept it. So we want to add the live music. That's why we kept the stage. So the live music is also part of,
Do we have anything else besides that last?
Something is going out today.
What? For what?
Notice of pleading, I'm saying, is just being put in today.
Do you know what the charges are?
Yeah, let me look very quickly. Failure to comply and failure to conform.
Which is what, so you already got the live music and the DJs?
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Which we got a fine for, and we paid for.
About to get another one.
Another one.
Because there's charges going out, but I guess, so you're still good with this?
This is a.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
All right. Commissioner Ford, or you?
Yeah, I'm fine with it,
All
too.
right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I'll vote to approve as well. But you got another, you're gonna get something in the mail for, I don't know what date, do you know the date?
It's literally got scanned in an hour.
So it'll probably be going out, you'll probably get it in the next few days, and I'm sure it relates to the DJ.
Probably.
Probably see you guys after the holidays.
No, you can,
Talk to the prosecutor.
yeah, you can probably
Talk
work
to the
something out.
prosecutor, yeah. And let them know what happened today.
What's that?
Let them know.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, don't ignore it.
Don't ignore it.
No, sir.
Yeah.
I would never.
All right.
Happy
All right,
Thanksgiving.
next item is 2318, Deja Vu of Staten Island Corp.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Herbert Garcia, representing Deja Vu.
I don't get any of that. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Herbert Garcia, representing Deja Vu. We have a previous application in 2017. After our application was reviewed, we have a hearing with the Commissioner, Jacqueline Held. She recommended to make an amendment to our application after her review regarding the size of the bar. We did it, but suddenly we received from the license divisions a request regarding a subname, and they gave us 10 days to fill out this requirement. We request a certificate to the Division of Corporation. Unfortunately, it took 30 days. And as consequence, even though that we request an extension of time to the license division, they disapprove our application and cancel it. So we spoke with the Division of License, and they suggest to reapply, attaching the same documents, thing that we did. We are here now after we received by email a letter that we have to come before your office to answer question about the application. That's why we are here.
Well, you're actually here.
You're actually here for us to decide whether your application is approved or not.
Okay, sir.
What was the application disapproved for cause?
The first, that was
What was the
for,
cause?
I think it's, go figure, menu.
Not enough of a
Um,
restaurant.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's supposed
So
to
it
be a
wasn't,
restaurant,
it
you
wasn't
get
character
soups,
and
wings,
fitness?
No.
Do we have is the menu satisfactory now?
Yeah, it's been expanded.
What are your hours going to be?
Lunchtime to 2 a.m. We spoke with the community board, and they approve only to work until 2 a.m., no more than that. We have the new letter.
We have
I
stipulation?
was just going to say the same thing. Do you have any, what else did the community board
You
want?
signed something for the community board? We just went through this a minute
We
ago.
went in person and we received a new letter from the community.
Can I see it?
It just says no objection. Doesn't have the steps.
Yeah, it says no objection.
Okay. Are you having security?
No, we don't have. But if you recommend, we can hire.
What kind of music?
No music.
No music, just background music?
Restaurant, background, like radio.
All right.
I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. No protests, no objection, community board. ALJ says you've met the statutory burden, and Department of Buildings letter of no objection as well. So,
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
2 a.m. closing?
2 a.m. closing, sir. All right.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Same to you.
Next item, 2322, Rafters Tavern LLC.
Good afternoon.
Might as well.
Could you just note who you are, please?
I'm Brewster Smith.
I'm Molly Denver.
I'm Keith Thompson. Keith, what are you doing? I'm one of the managers.
You're not on the application.
I'm not.
Yep, they said, well, the business employee manager, no.
Yeah, we,
He's also a partner. He's a,
he's a partner, and it's Rafters
Hey, can you
Tavern.
define partner?
You don't want to say partner.
you don't want to say partner? What would
He
you?
can be a partner down the road, but you need then to file
to have
amended
a license.
application, blah, blah, blah. So why don't we get through this one and then you make him a partner?
Okay, good enough.
And you file all the proper paperwork, and during that period of time, file a manager personnel questionnaire too.
Gotcha.
But if you call our office tomorrow, someone will explain to you. The only thing I need to ask, and this is to Chris, because it appears to me you're not going to have any employees. They're going to be working in the restaurant?
The way it has worked in this particular location and 3 or 4 nearby locations is the liquor store has a bell on it. You ring the bell, and one of the employees, which we will have multiple employees, comes out and makes the sale and goes back in. And that's how it's been known to run in this town for
Many
We had the
generations.
application for the on-premise, and they would just wanted to mimic what was there before. But our concern, because they were only going to have one employee in the bar, and it's, what do you mean, you're just going to walk away? So that's what I know, you changed the application to indicate they'll always have someone on site. Ours was more of a
All
supervision.
right, so we've done this before. That was my next question to Chris. We have. Okay.
Is this the area right here?
Yes, that's liquor store.
And you commute to New York from Callicoon?
I'm doing it every day right now.
Oh, my goodness. I live in Kingston. Do you drive?
I do drive.
Wow.
But we also have a little farm about 7 minutes away from the liquor store location that, like when we got snowed in on Thursday when I was there, I just went to the farmhouse and
telecommuting.
And we're there every weekend full-time.
Oh, so you actually live in New York City?
We are working on that.
But you have 2 houses. You have one up there and one, okay.
That's right.
That's a haul, man. Wow.
I don't mind, you know.
It's got to be over 2 hours, right?
It's about 2 hours.
All right, well, there's no protest. The closest store is Western Liquor, who didn't protest for some reason. How close are they to you?
They're actually fairly close.
Right underneath you.
I mean,
just
they're on
about.
the same street, like a few stores down.
Are they doing the same thing you're doing? That they have a restaurant next door? Or?
They have a restaurant, they have rooms for rent.
They do.
But I think, I'm not actually sure.
Well, what it is as in some of the other places in town that have situations of any kind of similarity, they all specialize in something different. There's a wine merchant in town who just sells local wines. There's the Peck's Market, which sells beer, things like that. So, I mean, we're not going to have...
So what are
beer or
you
anything.
specializing in?
We're going to have liquor and some wines, but the wines that are not already handled by the wine merchant, because we don't want to compete. We want to bring everybody to the town as a whole.
Okay. Well, I'm ready.
I move vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve as well. Now, if you are going to make him a partner, there's all paperwork you have to do, so do that and then...
Yeah, don't do it yet. Yeah, file the papers first.
Right, that's what I mean, file the papers before you start paying him a percentage or whatever.
Pick up the license first.
Yeah.
Get going first.
Good luck.
We will. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Happy
Next
holidays.
item I have is 2278 Macumba Bar and Restaurant, Inc. Anybody here for that? You want to go ahead and...
That's easy.
Cancel for
Cancel
record.
for the record.
2278, yeah, cancel the record.
Next item I have is 2303 230 Elm Productions, LLC.
2203?
2303.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tim Burke. I'm representing 230 Elm Productions. This is Vanny Jacoya. He's the licensee. We are up for a violation of serving alcohol outside. This is a very old building, built in 1938. We were asked to come into this building to take over. We do fundraisers, we do benefits. The day of the violation, we were actually doing a benefit for a large Polish society, 100 years. When we saw that application, I didn't realize that it was serving liquor outside. I said, will you be selling liquor outside? No, we had no intention of selling liquor outside. You know, the fact that people wanted to go out and have a cigarette out there and they took their wine or beer with them is something that we have totally stopped, but that's what we're in violation of. We're asking, due to the time of year, we're a local community establishment there. We're asking any leniency that could be given for this violation.
Okay, thank you.
I'm at 1,000.
Okay, that's pretty lenient. 1,000.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, you got another, whoa, you got another vote.
2302.
2303.
Oh, phew. I was about to say, hang on a second.
You said 500, sir? Is that what I heard?
I think a sale to minor, $1,000. Was there a sale today? I was gonna look
No
out.
sales, no sales here.
Let's see here. Yes,
We've got a
1,000.
clean history in town. We've got no records from any local police
You're getting
departments.
a $2,000 break on what?
No, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
2313, Crown Heights Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Good afternoon. Michael James appearing for the applicant. With me is Kay Chan, Ms. Kay Chan, who is the principal of Crown Heights Liquor. I just want to focus on three things. You ready? Wait, actually, let me make sure. Does everyone have the supplemental documents I submitted?
When did you submit them?
No, I don't have them.
Sunday.
No, we don't.
Okay.
Friday. No, we're not taking them either. Friday, you got to get them in by Friday. There's a reason for that.
I understand, so I'll read them into the record. 5-month-old will do that to you. But, so I just want to focus on the applicant. The applicant is a real estate agent by trade. She's poised to know the trends of each areas. She understands the growth in each area and the investments in each areas. And she has some family friends that are also in the liquor business. So she understands.
Who's her family that's in the liquor business and how?
I said family friends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, family friends and friends that are in the business. So she understands, you know, the opportunities that present itself with a liquor store, and in the right neighborhood, it can do well. The area that she plans to do it in, obviously, in Crown Heights. Now, there's major construction going on in Crown Heights as of right now. You don't have the.
Can I just stop you there? Is there any objectors here? Because there were 3 letters sent. Okay, go ahead.
The Department of Buildings, they have a tool that you can see the major construction going on in the neighborhood, active permits. There are 51 active permits in this zip code alone for new buildings, which is proposed 980 dwelling units, new dwelling units. There are also another additional 40 active permits for alt-1s, so alterations of buildings. So it's about 1,400 new dwelling units that will go into this neighborhood alone. When we first started this application, a 3-family was going for, in that neighborhood, about, and she can tell me, she's a realtor, was going for about $1 million. Now that I just checked this week, and a building on their block, a 3-family is going for 1.4. And that's in a matter of a couple months. And it's actually a gut job. It's complete gut. So that tells us how in demand this area is. Also, I want to speak about the population. The population does show that it has grown since 2010. It's about a 4% increase from 63,000 to 66,000 in 2016. And 2016 is the last numbers that I could pull up, reliable numbers that I could extract from the city.
Is this gonna be bulletproof?
No, so that's why I was making sure you had the update, and that obviously that's my error. I did submit new diagrams that shows that it will be an open store. She did change that after the fact, so I tried to submit.
Why is she opening a liquor store? Like, why does she want to let her tell me.
Okay.
Okay, I'm kind of transitioning. I'm in the process of.
Bring the mic down so we can. Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
So I'm in the process of transitioning from a real estate agent. The income is very unsteady, so I'm kind of wanted to have a stable income, and that's what I'm doing right now. So I've been started to look for like a retail store since last year. I looked it up. My family originally, my dad helped me. We the whole city, Brooklyn, Queens. We originally wanted to do a laundromat, 99-cent store, and a restaurant.
What's your
and
father do?
he used to own a manufacturer, clothing manufacturer back then, but he's retired, so he's just giving me hands and advice and all that. So I'm kind of, done with real estate at this point, so I kind of wanted to have a stable income to move forward and having a little, to be honest, I originally wanted to purchase a store, but I went to a lot of, sellers. I sat down, I observed them. Some of them are good, but I just really couldn't afford it, and they didn't want to do, seller's finance and all that. So I figured, hey, instead of me paying all these amount of money, why not just go out there and try to see if I could establish a business on my own? So that's pretty much what I'm doing. And I come across this area is, the population-wise, is really high, just the stores that I'm looking into, 1524, just on the same blocks, there is close to 200 units, and there are a lot of new buildings going up. And, one of them, 1515 Park Place, their permits are all approved for 52 units. And the list just goes on and on. So I feel like this is a good opportunity for me to come right in. And I know there are some other liquor store in the area that is close by. The two that are the most, the what? Okay, the two that are most close by are 1647 St. John's Place. Mr. Luke, I actually went in and spoke with him, on several occasions to see if he's interested in selling. He told me he's retiring and he owned the building himself anyway. So he is interested, but he's not ready. And with his store, he has like no inventories in the stock market, in the store. It's a bulletproof store. And like I said, he is in the process of retiring. So sometimes he opens, sometimes he doesn't open. It really depending on his mood. And, with that being said, so whoever couldn't buy anything from that store, they would have to walk down to the other nearest location, 213 Utica Avenue, which is an open store. But I looked up their reviews on Google. They're really, really
That's
pricey.
Utica's Best Buy Liquors is what you're talking
Yes,
about?
213 Utica. Okay, their business hours, I don't know their sales record since I don't have access to it, but their business hours is like 8:30 a.m. to like 12:30 midnight. I'm not sure if you are even allowed to open until after midnight, but with that kind of hours, you have more than 16 hours in business. I assume that the business is quite good there. And I'm gonna have a brand new modern store completely open. You won't have a security guard looking over your shoulder. You're gonna
Actually,
be
the sales have gone down significantly there over the last 2 years.
It's kind of impossible. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying no, since I'm not an accountant and on all that. You have,
I am, and I couldn't tell you why, so.
I mean, yeah, you have all these populations. They're like 27 units, 57 units within that, 10 minutes walk. You can't have.
So are any of these stores, the 4 closest stores, bulletproof?
Yes.
Except Utica.
So
All of them are bulletproof, except 213, which, that's why they have.
Oh, they're
security
all
guard.
bulletproof except 213.
Yes, but their price is like extremely high up there. So, I really want to bring in a competitor, into this neighborhood and make it, more beneficial to the local neighbors.
I do have certain reviews from the community about the pricing of the liquor store, American Best Wines and Liquor. The community seems to think that they have Manhattan prices. That's literally what it says. They're $3 or $4 above what other stores are in the neighborhood, so they are not actually.
Is that much cheaper in Brooklyn? $3 or $4 a bottle?
No, that's not the reason why. The reason why, because 1647, Mr. Luke, he only opens when he feels like it.
That's the other store.
He owns the whole building. I asked him if you want to sell me the business, so I don't have to go through this whole process. He said he's not ready yet, but when he does, he's gonna sell the whole building. So a developer that's gonna pay multi-million-dollar is not interested in running a liquor store in the bottom of the commercial space.
All right.
Move it and I don't know, put something upscale there.
So this is fully open store, you're saying? It's not going to be closed, it's not going to be a bulletproof?
No, it's not.
And you're going to run it by yourself?
My dad said he's gonna come help me set it up. He doesn't want to hold my hand throughout the whole process. So I guess that, and I already spoke with a couple of people that is working, another liquor store, see if they're interested in coming over and help me and be a manager and all that. And, the tenants upstairs from this building, I spoke with one of them and they're interested, landing a job as a part-timer or full-timer, which makes a lot more sense on my end too.
Okay.
You ready to vote?
I am, if they are.
Commissioner?
Kudos for going around and talking to your competitors and trying to figure out the background story of all of these different places. While we don't really license liquor stores because of anticipated growth, I do know Crown Heights, it's a growing area for residential units, and that I hope that it will become a very vibrant business area. And so with that, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
With 3 of your 4 competitors being bulletproof, I'm going to vote to approve as well, since you're an open floor plan.
I'm going to vote to approve for the same reason.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
Jonathan,
Happy
can you
Thanksgiving.
check that mic to see if it's still working again?
Just hit it, you can hit it. Yeah, it's.
Hello, testing, testing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next item are items 2279 and 2280. Hemda Enterprises, Inc.
Frank Palolo.
Mark Coulter.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3, sustain 1 and 2 in the second proceeding.
Just for a moment, if I may, I would ask the authority to strike those charges that refer to a security guard. This licensee has permission to use security guards.
Why wasn't that presented?
It was presented, and the judge referred to it during the hearing. Palmda's been there for 16 years. During the first renewal period,
I mean, I read this pretty closely. I didn't see anywhere where, are you saying she didn't refer to it in her decision?
she refers to the decision, but it's not attached as an exhibit, although submitted.
Which is the one, it's a charged, is that, that's charge 1 in, well, charge 1 has multiple facets. So it's charge 1 in the second proceeding, is what you're talking
Charge
about.
1 in the second, also elements of charge 1 in the first.
Yeah, but there's also the DJ is part of that,
We never
and the
agreed to
fact that you weren't a restaurant.
no DJ. We don't have a stip that says no DJ. And admittedly, the
And you
system-
weren't a restaurant.
On the
Consuming
one-
food.
On the one evening the investigator was in, there was a private party for what was it, Bankers Trust?
Bank of America.
Bank of America. On the one evening the investigator went in. Always no restaurant from day one. It's Moroccan
There was
inspired.
still restaurant staff and kitchen staff available.
The investigator found food in the kitchen and found staff there.
See, here's the problem, Mr. Palillo.
Go ahead, sir.
The ALJ, and rarely do they do this, basically found that your client was one of the most incredible people
Yeah, I
that
know.
they'd ever heard testify.
They didn't like
They
each other.
rarely call witnesses liars, and she all but did. So,
Mr. Chairman, it took everything I had to prevent my client and this judge from going at each other. They did not
I
like each
wouldn't,
other.
I wouldn't mess with her.
They did not like each other. And I'm not crazy about a decision either. Notwithstanding, we have the right to use a security guard. We've always had the right to use a
But
security
that.
guard.
trying to
that one
find out
charge
what
is
the-
not- the one charge is having unlicensed security, not having a security guard.
One of the failure to conform to the
Right,
application.
no, I'm talking about charge 2 and charge 1.
That was a licensed security guard, yes. They said we didn't have a license. They asked the bartender for the license.
No, logbook they asked for. The securities are licensed, all of them, for sure. I have a file on every one of my security. I've always had it for years.
You know, we've been there for 16 years in one of the most difficult neighborhoods in the city. We've had numerous dust-ups with the authority, some dismissed, some sustained, but it's incredible that an investigator makes one visit and comes to these conclusions. And please, we're using Yelp now to win cases.
Jackie, do we have the application? I don't, Yelp?
She relied on Yelp reviews.
The license represented that it would not employ security personnel at any time when it operated during the life of the license. Is that in the application?
I'm sorry. You're looking for the method of operations?
Yes.
No method of- That may have been the initial, Mr. Chairman, but during the first renewal period, there was another stip that superseded that stip.
You can't change the method of operation on a renewal period. Did you file a method of operation change? Or not you, but did he?
15 years ago, I don't believe we were.
Was one of the problems, was the fact that licensees were changing their method of operation during a renewal or by.
If this were
in an
today, we would have been
endorsement,
in here
just
to do
happened to
that.
change something else. And then we caught on.
I also would just offer that about 6 months ago, we settled by offering compromise a charge of having security guards, which means the authority was on notice and knew that we have security guards.
What are you trying to say with that? That we knew you had security guards so that we shouldn't charge you again for keeping them?
Who in their right mind, changing positions for a moment, is ever going to tell a licensee, no, you can't have security?
We're not telling him he can't. We're
Do I
telling him
really
that
need-
if you start changing things, you need to tell us. I am all for all security. But you can't just, because you and I both know that when you start needing security, it means that this place that was this quiet little restaurant is not so quiet anymore.
That's not true. 16 years ago, we agreed to put security guards on the premises. 15 years ago.
15 years ago, we were mandated by the
I'm sorry, fifth 2006.
precinct asked us to do that. So
2006,
we complied.
2006, the community board, and I filed it with the renewal application.
Well, she didn't find it.
No, she referred to it, but didn't include it as an exhibit.
She did not even refer to it. I'm reading it.
She did, I think she calls it Exhibit 6.
I mean, his whole argument about why he needed security guards was because he's telling us that the police department down there mandates it? You and I both know that's not true.
They verbally mandated in.
They verbally mandated it.
In our monthly meetings, different commanding officers have always stated that it's a mandate to have
But
security
notwithstanding, available. As long ago as 2006, we had them and filed them with the agency.
I'm going to sustain the charge anyway. I don't.
That's it, that is in the record, that Exhibit 6 that you're talking
That he
about.
what? What's in?
It's referred to, it's not attached.
Well, you don't get the attachments, but it's, that affidavit is a,
Referred to, yes, that's what I said. I mean, warning signs and health regulations. I mean, it's undisputed. My client and the judge we're not getting together for cocktails afterwards.
All right, I'm going to sustain the charge anyway, because I don't see anything in the record, in my record before me, that indicates that he notified us that he was having security guards, and I don't think the renewal, unless, Jackie, you're telling me that consistently we accepted that back in that time, then it's staying.
We'll have to see what's here, and I'm, trying to do this in 3 minutes when you guys had a full hearing. It's a little hard to read.
I know that I submitted it with that first renewal application.
I mean, here's my biggest issue with this, is not the security guards, it's that he takes the tables up and sets up a DJ booth.
Let's go through.
Yeah, when the investigator was displaying my table layout, he submitted a floor plan for the basement, but he referred to drawings on the ground floor. When I testified, I explained that the drawings and the photographs are opposite. You're showing the basement for a ground floor setup. When I addressed it, I stated that the ground floor drawings matched the ground floor photographs as the basement drawings matched the basement photographs. It was agreed that he was wrong and I was right, because I know the layout of my place.
But there's no tables in the middle anyway.
There's no tables in the
Yeah, but
main
it sounds
floor.
like you
Never
don't
has
even
been.
have, you don't even have restaurant tables. You have what amounts to
There's
either
no
people
diff-
stand or you have low coffee tables. You're supposed to be a restaurant.
I serve a full menu, and I have since I opened that place 16
They didn't, you
years
weren't
ago.
serving one the night they walked in there.
Just finished a corporate party, which is,
Without food.
No, we had the full buffet display. I showed a buffet menu when I testified.
It was a private corporate party?
They were predominantly in the basement, yeah, it was a private corporate party, which is common in our business.
We regularly serve meals.
The testimony was that Katra did not have tables and chairs suitable for dining anywhere within the locale.
I have over 30 tables in the place.
Yeah, how high are they?
They're cocktail tables, but that's
What-
part of my
How
theme.
high are they?
How high are they?
Yeah,
They're
what-
about 24 inches to 28 inches.
That's not a restaurant table. That's a club table. You're supposed to be a restaurant.
Does it matter if it's a club table if full meals are served at it?
To be fair, there's never been a definition of how high.
Well, there's a
custom table is.
definition of what a nightclub is, and everything that I read in here sounds like you're a nightclub.
Did you hear dancing anywhere?
Yeah,
No.
they did talk about dancing.
There's no testimony from the investigator that he saw dancing.
No, he didn't, but there's plenty of look on the internet where there's dancing, and they advertise this dancing. You're telling me that all the internet sites that not Yelp, not just Yelp.
Yelp.
Frank, you're barking up a tree here. Soho's hottest event, DJ First Choice, DJ Squared.
Where are you reading that from?
I'm reading it from multiple Google searches that I did myself.
If you're looking at the Eventbrite things and where they show New York,
Showtime New York.
I know, so Eventbrite now is putting up events involving your place that you didn't sign on for. They're just advertising your restaurant for free. Is that what you're saying?
Very common in the business
Yeah.
that people solicit business.
Now you're lying to me. Stop.
I'm not
I'm going to
gonna
tell
lie.
you right now. You lie to me and you're done.
No. I have an internal marketing company, yes. Do we have Eventbrite dates? We do from time to time, but it's not uncommon for companies to solicit business, then contact the venue. and
You're
try
not
and-
operating as a restaurant, so here's the deal. You start operating as a restaurant, and we're going to be in there shortly to check, or you're done.
But I have
And
a
I'm
full
gonna take
menu,
10
7 days a week. I
You're
have a
not
full menu.
operating as a restaurant. You get all those things off the internet saying that you're the hottest DJ club in Soho. That's the first thing I would do. The second thing I would do is get rid of the DJ. And I'm at 10,000. And that's because you lied to the ALJ, because that ALJ has not called anybody a liar since I've been here. And she found you to be a complete liar.
I'll take 10,000.
And I'm telling you, come back in here with this same stuff again, it's over.
Commissioner Ford.
10,000.
on that note, let's get out of here.
Next item, 2320, Georgetown Wines and Liquors.
Like to take a break?
No.
I thought you might ask for, want a Snickers bar or something like that?
Oh, you're actually fine.
All right, good afternoon, Thomas McCowan. I'm here with Ernest Katsev, the applicant principal. My written submission pretty much sums it all up. This had been a liquor store for decades. There was a fire. Mr. Katsev operates, he's a manager. His wife is the optometrist at the Pearl Vision Center, 2 doors down, and it's an opportunity. And he's looking to move forward and reopen the store that had burned out, and the owner was contemplating retirement, according to Ernest, who has been his neighbor for 17 years. So it's an opportunity that Ernest is looking to move forward on. The sales of the other stores I reviewed, they're all,
No protests.
No protests.
and again, with the parking and the convenience, it's it's a solid application and a great location.
Who's going to run the store?
Well, Ernest is going to hire a full-time manager, and again, he's a manager in the Pearl Vision Center, which is one store front over. So he'll be in and out. He has a manager, which we can submit a personal questionnaire on. He just hasn't hired him yet. And then there'll be a part-timer, so he'll coordinate supervision at all hours.
Does he have any experience in liquor industry?
Well, not in the liquor industry, but he's a manager of 2 retail stores, 2 Pearl Vision Centers, with his wife, so he's got extensive retail experience. The current location, which is 1 door down from this proposed location, he's been working in retail for 17 years there.
Have you explained to him the legal obligations of owning a liquor store? Because he doesn't plan to be there, and
Well, he
he's never
does.
done this before.
Well, no, I did. We submitted it was part of the deficiency, a more elaborate method of operation as to how he can supervise it. He's going to hire competent full-time staff, and just by virtue of...
How do you define that?
Full-time competent staff, someone that he's going to interview, and will have some retail experience, and, he's a bright entrepreneurial guy. I think he'll be able to pick up the alcohol beverage control laws and the the critical components of supervision.
The store he works on is right next door, right?
Yes, it was an intervening store, but it's 40 feet away or less.
So you're still gonna work at the Vision store and go back and forth? Do you run the Vision store?
I manage it, yes, with other managers.
So they're fine with you doing this?
My wife is the optometrist in the optical store.
Oh.
and I'll
She
go
owns the
back and
store.
forth, So she's always gonna be there.
So
I
he's
have
been a
to pay.
presence there for 17 years.
And was this previously licensed or no? 'Cause
It
we
was.
had-
It was previously licensed for, I mean, Ernest knows at least for 17 years since he's been there, probably longer. And anecdotally, it may be licensed since the Georgetown Shopping Center opened up initially more than 2 decades ago. So there was a fire, and the owner decided he didn't want to rebuild the store. Landlord had asked that he re-up a 5-year lease extension, and he retired. So it's been sitting vacant, and that's when Ernest moved on the opportunity with the landlord.
Okay.
You ready to vote?
Yeah, I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Ford.
I'll vote to approve as well.
As will I.
Thank you for your attention. Great holiday. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item we have is 2338 El Marquez, Inc. I would note in this matter, the licensee's attorney contacted the Secretary's office on Friday asking for...
Here's the licensee right here.
Yes, but his attorney requested an adjournment because he wasn't available. Secretary's office declined the request, but I advised him that we would pass the request on to you if you want to grant it.
Okay. Why do you need the adjournment?
I need somebody to speak Spanish, please.
Oh, that we can't help you with.
Guess
All
he's
right,
adjourned.
what's the next one?
12-6, 12-5, 12-6.
12-5.
12-5, December 5th. Bring your attorney here again, okay?
Okay.
You understand me? And you need and get an interpreter too. Spanish? All right, thanks. You'll get a letter too.
First over today.
Next item, 2315 Havana Hospitality LLC.
What number again?
Terrence Flynn.
I'm not doing that. Somebody else better do this. I'm gonna.
Wait, what is
This is Jack.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee.
2315.
It's a little different.
I'm gonna
This
break a
one
blood
does feel
vessel.
Prelude. I was approached by our enforcement department, and they had an investigation going on where they saw some discrepancies on what was stated at a full board meeting, and requested I bring it to the members' attention.
Okay.
And at prior board meeting, you did approve, the
So
members did approve.
I'm gonna gather that you didn't know any of this.
First, I didn't know any of this, but what I did find out, I honestly don't know why we're back here with the
Because
allegation.
I recall this.
No, okay, I just
All right,
want
go ahead.
to, with the allegation that my client wasn't truthful with you, I think if you want further clarification on some of the things, I can understand, but from what I've seen, I made a statement that.
Well, regardless of what was said, the application doesn't indicate he was working at his brother's in-law's bar.
I'm going to have him answer that. That's the only question we weren't asked, which.
Not asked, it wasn't on the application.
Because he wasn't. He'll answer that in a second, okay?
But the question I asked him directly, is your brother-in-law going to have any, and I went back and watched, is your brother-in-law going to have anything to do with this? No.
Nothing, right.
Where is he now? I don't know, somewhere in New Jersey.
In New Jersey.
You know damn well where he was. You were working for him.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true. You're calling me a liar, I'm not a liar. And so maybe semantics. I never worked for him in New Jersey. Wherever you're alleging in New Jersey, first of all.
Didn't our investigator go in and find him there?
No, it's impossible.
Where were you, October 29th of 2018?
Is that from Bart Goatsman? Right? Is that?
Tell him who you are.
I don't know. I don't know the date, so I'd have to. What's the alleged? I don't know who the complainant is or what the complaint is, but Sean Spicer, my brother-in-law, I married his favorite sister. I worked for him at the poorhouse. Poorhouse is closed. I'm now trying to take it over and open it up. Different name, there's some confusion. He's not involved at all.
I get that, but
I said somewhere in Jersey, he owns a batting cage in Jersey. He owns a real estate company. He, as far as, maybe I misspoke, but I don't.
No, you knew I wanted to know where you were working.
I don't work for
You
Sean.
never worked at O'Malley's.
I never worked at O'Malley's. And Sean Spicer has nothing to do with O'Malley's. So I don't know where that comes from either. But O'Malley's, that doesn't even make sense. But O'Malley's has been for sale. The building's been for
You're
sale.
telling me, so you're Walter Nolan, correct? You were interviewed as a manager of O'Malley's in October of 2017.
By whom?
Police.
The police
Weren't you issued a-
department.
This is what we have here. Weren't you issued a ticket
I was issued a noise violation in July.
while
And it was-
bartending
it was
at
thrown out.
O'Malley's?
I wasn't, so O'Malley's has
where were
been
you?
for sale. The building's for sale, the business for sale. The guy who owns it, Mark
Well,
Pavlicek,
I don't care about that. What were you doing in O'Malley's on July when you got that ticket?
due diligence, looking to see if that's a possible.
Were you working there?
I was there. I was not working. I was
Where
never
were you?
paid. I was there. I
Well,
was
why
there.
were they giving you a ticket?
Exactly, because they know me. They know the Orangetown Police know my face. They assume that I'm the owner. I'm not the owner.
Did you tell them that?
Yes.
Where was the owner?
The owner, Mark, was home. It was thrown. I went to court, however long ago afterwards, and the
October 2017, photograph off of Facebook of Nolan behind the bar at O'Malley's. Walter Nolan, Facebook, check-ins at Mad Hatter Hoboken on 24 dates.
Okay.
Photograph of Nolan behind the bar at Mad Hatter, filling pitcher of beer dated October 7th of this year.
I have looked at purchasing or being involved in a number of different bars and restaurants since the shuttering of the other spot that I've been trying to open myself. So I don't understand what I've done wrong in going to other places.
Application for liquor license employee identification card by Walter Nolan, June of 2018, as required for employment at New Jersey Mad Hatter.
Correct, and that is a local ordinance.
But none of this is in your application.
That was after the application.
Did you ever work there?
No, I never worked there.
Listen, here, in New Jersey, you have to file to get the.
You filed the application here in July.
Yes.
Okay.
You got the license for the Mad Hatter in June.
But you never
The
worked
bar card. Bar card, that's what
Yes.
you're in for? Yeah, so
So it wasn't after the application, it was before the application. None of that's in your application.
I.
Well, put yourself in my shoes.
Okay.
All of that out there, and then I ask, where's your brother-in-law? And you say, I don't know, somewhere in Jersey.
Yes.
You knew what my concern was when I asked the question.
That he's involved in.
And that you weren't involved with him. And it's obvious to me that you were involved with him. And you did not want to indicate that to me. Did you blatantly say, no, I'm not? No, you didn't. But did you not give me all the information you had? Yeah.
I mean, both businesses are called Mad Hatter. I don't know.
So that I have a DBA that just, again, for.
It's just a coincidence?
Complete transparency, I have a DBA to change, changing the name to the Nyack Sidebar. That's, I want to have nothing to do with my brother-in-law. This is, I'm trying to do my own thing in my community. He's moved on. He's in Jersey. He's, as I said, doing whatever he's doing.
Did you tell our investigator that in October, or at the end of the summer, that you only worked for O'Malley's for 10 weeks, although in October 2017, Orange Police Department report lists you as the manager?
I'm not the manager. I was never paid.
But so everybody screwed up?
Okay, there is confusion, and I'd like to know who the complainant is, because it doesn't.
We
make
were
sense.
looking at O'Malley's.
For what?
Nothing to do with you.
Exactly. So.
But your name popped up.
But I don't own the place. I have nothing to do. I was looking at buying it. It's for sale. It's been for sale. It's 2 doors down. When the inspector came in, I had just finished my second inspection at the sidebar that didn't pass for whatever reason, so I went next door.
Well, so here's the
to have
deal.
some-
This is on hold. You want to go get me affidavits, Terry, from people that are going to tell me he never worked for him? Then you do that or bring him in here. But I don't know where they are, but that's the only thing I'll accept, sworn affidavits.
Can we put this over to the 5th meeting,
Enough time.
December 5th? Is that,
I don't know, is that enough time?
I don't know, do you think that's
it's enough time?
Terry?
Look,
Oh,
I'm either going to get these things right away or I'm not. So yes,
your
it's enough
call.
time for
Okay.
me.
It's fine with me.
And I don't know, and I want to know what happened with that ticket that the Orange County, or the Orange, what is it, Orangeburg?
Yeah, it was thrown out. It was thrown out because I don't own the place.
We'll get a disposition. It's not a problem.
And what else?
You're coming back with sworn affidavits on 12/5.
Sure,
Yes.
from the owner of O'Malley's, you're
Yep,
asking for?
addressing all of these different issues.
And then I want an explanation about why you would go get a New Jersey,
I got a bar card in Jersey City.
why?
I was looking at purchasing a business that was in Jersey City, and
When you were about, this application was already being,
Jersey City, that was last year. That was 2017. That was, I want to say.
no, it was June. Completed on June 6th of 2018.
I'm telling you, when I got my Jersey City, I'm sure that's a matter of record, that from.
Well, then get that too.
And then Hoboken, I did also, because I was looking at other bars. in
Because they
Hoboken.
apparently in Jersey, they keep an ABC employee list.
Yes, they do.
So I would get that because it's got you listed as manager bartender with employment start date of 6/5/18.
You need to wear something that identifies yourself, if you want to shadow an owner, or if you want to be.
And Terry, if you're going to find out if he's lying, because if he's lying and he comes back here with this, don't even bother.
I'm coming back to you with everything you just asked for. If I don't, I'm not coming back.
Can I just ask
Okay.
for one thing? And it's not because it's my request, but Jack, Commissioner Held, this was your request. So I just want to make sure, is that enough for you based on
Yeah,
what
well,
the board?
I could not do anything with the application because the members approved it.
Okay.
Okay, it's, they were the ones.
Well, am I missing anything that I didn't, that I
what I-
asked
yeah.
for that I didn't ask for?
I don't think so.
Or that I should ask for that I didn't ask for?
I don't think so.
Can I just run down the list because I
Yes.
want to make sure I'm absolutely
Yes.
everything? So if we can,
Yep.
detailed explanation of the Jersey City and Hoboken bartender cards,
And the records,
whatever they'll give me on there, and whenever they will file, and
Oh, I already have those records, I'm sorry.
well, I don't, so I'm
All
gonna
right.
get them so I can look at them, because I don't have anything that you have, with regard to that. Sworn affidavits from the owner with regard to employment disposition on the noise violation. That's what I have. Is there anything else? Clarify all this.
Am I missing anything, Jackie?
No, I don't think so.
All right. No, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you on 12/5.
Okay. Next item, 2286 9th Street Venture LTD.
I'm going to ask for this to be put over. It's down as a default. I've represented this client since they've been licensed, which is sometime now.
What number is this?
2286.
Maybe just a letter
I
of
got it.
warning. It's
I
a
got it.
punch inside, and they don't have a history. Maybe that's easier.
Yeah, I just had maybe just
Letter of warning, I'll deal with it right now. It's fine.
letter,
Yes.
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
I'll put the official offer into the that's
No, I think
No, it's done.
It's
It's
done.
a
default.
It's the
Yeah.
penalty on the default.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
All
Have
right.
a very nice Thanksgiving.
You too.
Yep.
Next item, 2304 La Mexican Inc.
geez, 5 months in business here, and already.
Whatever you guys, oh. Is that not working?
I'm at 3,000.
Can I just for a second say one thing briefly?
Yes.
At this particular hearing, I had my client present. The police officer was so confused as to whether or not it was consumption or after-hours sale that I did not put on a defense because I did not think the authority carried their case. Notwithstanding, the judge disagreed with me, and I can't tell you how many times this police officer changed his mind.
What did he say?
I can't tell you how many times the police officer changed his mind
About what?
as to whether or not it was consumption or whether it was sale. And it was that lack of clarity on the police officer's part that led me not to put a case on. It wasn't as though I didn't have evidence to controvert it, I certainly did.
Just to jump in for a second, just to clear up one thing on the agenda sheet. This actually happened when they had an RW license, but they were charged under the on-premises license, which came into effect on 6/5.
But I'm not following you. You're trying to argue that.
I'm not trying to argue, I'm trying to
We charge
explain.
prohibited hours of consumption, and you're trying to say that it should be prohibited.
No, I'm trying to say the police officer was not credible when he testified. He was completely confused on so many different issues that I did not even put a defense on. That's all I'm saying. I recognize that the case has been lost and I can't retry it.
But she found him credible.
I know.
I'm not saying that.
No, I know. I know. The judge literally lost her temper and was screaming at the police officer to get on the same page, either consumption or sale. I understand the case was lost. It was I should have put a defense on.
All right.
Simple as that.
But and Commissioner Ford's right. The bigger problem here is, how did they do this before their life? They did this on a temp?
No, on a YMB
They got
license.
an RW license in 2017.
Oh, all right.
The violation happened, and this should have been noted on the agenda sheet. The violation happened in April 2018. By the time the case came around,
They got a
the
full.
OP, so the prosecutor charged the OP license.
I got you. Okay.
So it's technically, it was the wrong class that was charged.
So
with the right
we actually
licensee.
charged the wrong charge.
Well, it's the wrong license. If that's
Well, it's a successor licensee.
Successor
I mean,
license.
Move to
Yeah, but
dismiss.
does it go by? I
think
question
it's
whether
probably-
he's actually right.
Well, it's a successor licensee, so I think I think it's fine. I understand that Mr. Palillo still wants to argue the charge itself. I do think it's pretty soon. It's one charge. They were drinking at 4:46 in the morning. I would just sustain the charge and issue a nominal fine.
Sustain the charge and issue a nominal fine.
Oh, that has to be a number.
Has to be a number.
Oh.
Can we leave it at that?
I'm gonna let them
Well,
decide what
under
it is.
under the rules of ethics, nominal is, well, it was 15, now it's 75.
7,500?
No, $75.
Oh,
I was thinking 500.
I was at 3,000.
I like the 5,000.
Wow.
500 is nominal.
You like my
Going towards
15
nominal.
bucks, don't you?
What were you at, 500?
I was at 500,
All right,
yeah.
I go 500. 500.
Enjoy the holiday, folks.
Happy Thanksgiving, Frank.
I have nothing else signed in? Okay. All right, so we're gonna go ahead then?
All right, can
What
we
are they
do
trying to
this?
do?
Yeah,
Let's do this.
2277.
6,000?
Accept.
Accept.
2281.
Dismiss 1 through 5, sustain 6. And I question, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I was at 10,000.
So I'm gonna sustain, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, I think charge 2 was proven, which is maximum occupancy.
220 over 120, yeah.
I mean, isn't the hearsay from the lieutenant admissible?
Yes.
So that's proven. So I'm sustaining that. And I think, isn't the hookah smoking on premises?
Yes, I think that's local rules. Is it charged right?
Well, I think it's 4 and 5, so why can't we, like she amended this thing so many times it was confusing.
I think 5 deals with the security guard roster based on what I'm seeing.
Wait, but isn't hookah allowed in certain?
Yeah, it depends.
It
So
is, but she didn't have the permit, or they didn't have the permit for it.
Considering that it's currently dismissed, I would feel better just leaving it that way if we're not sure what's in the record.
All
or
right,
not.
so dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, 4, and 5, and sustain 6. 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
2287.
5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
2288.
3,000 on a year
Accept.
Accept.
We're good. 2290,
Accept.
Accept.
What about 89?
Yeah, what about 89?
89 was 6,000 we already did.
Did we do 89?
No.
We didn't? Oh, no, I wrote that down. Shit. No, we didn't, sorry.
really? I don't,
6,000.
all right, I don't know what the heck happened to my 89.
I have 2 copies of it, Tom. I think that's what
2289.
happened.
Oh, you probably have my copy.
Yes.
Actually, you have like 18 copies.
That's probably.
All right, so that was
2289.
6,000, we'll accept.
Need a copy?
With that,
Guys got mine.
2290,
Accept.
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 2291,
Accept.
Accept.
8,500, accept.
2292,
I'm at cancel and bond.
Based on the fact pattern.
Third time.
you all good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
1,000.
No, cancel and
Cancel and
bond.
bond, I was at.
Oh, okay.
2294,
12,000 accept.
Accept.
What was the last one? Wait a minute. Oh, 2292 was canceled bond, okay.
You with
sorry.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, 2296,
40,000, 30-day suspension,
I would just ask, obviously, the board pick a month to make life easy for.
What month do you want?
month of
I defer.
January.
January, I accept.
Accept.
2297,
6,500 accept.
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 wait, you said January?
Yes, month
Then
of
do
January.
February then.
Yeah, because he's just about to put his posting, well, no, he won't, his host set of the host, he might, so why don't you go with February? It'd be cleaner that way.
All right, February.
Except there are no 30 days
Yeah,
in
it's not
February.
30
but
days
it's
then,
up
do
to you.
March.
But then it's 31 days.
No, just do the first 30 days of March.
No, you can't, no, that screws up the price posting system. Just pick a month.
Then pick April. April has 30 days in it.
September,
Yes.
April.
Okay.
April.
2297,
Preference, just say 1 month.
Accept.
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 2298,
Accept.
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 2299,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
2300,
Revoke for the record.
Revoke for the record.
2302,
3,000.
Accept.
Oh, no.
6,000
Second time, sorry,
accept.
6,000, yeah.
2305,
Dismiss.
Dismiss 1 through 3. What happened here, Chris? Do you know?
I've already asked Margaret to talk to him.
All right.
2306.
I'll adopt the findings of the ALJ.
I would know that Mr. Romano contacted me about this. He was going to appear with the applicant, but with the intention of like offering almost like a reconsideration. I said, no, that's already, it's already going to hit, so they're just going to refile a new application.
Okay.
Are we all good with that?
Yes. Uphold disapproval.
2307.
I'll adopt the findings. Yep.
Adopt the findings.
Adopt findings,
Okay,
yes.
2321.
Already
Do
said-
we need to bring them in? I was okay with it.
Yeah, I was okay with it too.
Okay.
So we're all okay?
Yeah, she wants to close 2 a.m. during the week and 4 a.m. on weekends. She's been around for 2 years without any negative history, although she does say that she's allowed to have DJs, which I think our application says she can't. That's all right.
You still good with it?
Yes.
Yeah.
2324.
Cancel bond.
Yes.
Cancel and bond.
2325.
Accept.
325, 1,500.
Yes, accept.
2326.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel bond.
Cancel bond.
2327.
5,000, accept.
5,000 accept.
Accept.
28, sorry.
10,000 accept.
10,000 accept.
2329.
Cancel and bond.
Can you put a name stop and location stop on that too?
2329.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2330.
3,500 accept.
3,500.
2332.
4,000, unless they,
I was going to say 5,000, but
all right, 5,000.
5,000.
2333.
cancel and
Cancel
bond.
and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2334.
Accept.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
2335.
5,000.
5,000.
2336.
Hang on a second, 2335.
Yeah, sorry, 2335.
5,000, yes.
Yep. 2336.
I think revoke and bond probably.
Yes, revoke and bond.
Revoke and bond.
Just cancel, revoke and bond, right.
2339.
Vote to adopt, I think.
I vote to adopt.
I'll vote to adopt as well.
Vote to adopt as well.
2340.
Accept.
Bless you.
Accept.
1,000 accept.
2341.
Accept.
1,000 accept.
2342.
Counter at 10,000.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of
Counter
low
at
too.
10,000.
Okay. 2343 and 44.
3,000 accept.
Accept.
Yep, accept.
2345.
Disorderly and at 5,000.
No prior history, though? Seven police units, though, and no arrests were made.
I don't have any other.
I had 3,000.
So 4,000.
4,000.
2351.
Accept.
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 You all caught up?
Yes.
2352.
Accept.
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 2353.
Accept.
Accept.
Accept. 500.
2354.
Counter 9,000.
9,000.
2354, 9,000.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sale and consumption?
I just wanted to say
Oh,
withdraw.
I got the wrong case. I'm sorry. Accept the 2354. I jumped one.
2,500
accept.
accept.
All right. I'm guessing I know where this is going. 2355, 56, and 57.
I think this is when we met 10,000, right?
Counter at
Well,
9,000.
I'll counter 10 if that's what you want. It's
Counter
probably,
10.
it's probably worth 10.
I think they should be shut down, so
Ooh.
So 10?
we'll go with 10.
And
23,
Maybe they'll get the message.
cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2359.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2360.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2362.
Counter at 4,000.
4,000.
4,000 counter.
2371 and 72.
Counter 5,500.
5,500.
772, counter at 5,500.
2374.
And counter at 3,000. I mean, it's almost like they didn't
Yeah.
take the adverse history into account here, because this charge didn't
Yeah,
look that
this is
bad.
bad.
There is more pending. They're not operating under SAPA now. They're still on their regular
Okay.
license, but they will be come December 1st.
So we all set with 3,000 as a counter?
Yes, 3,000.
All right. Chairman, I have nothing left. You all set?
One
Yes.
thing I want to say to the Chairman, that Abby's Bar, the method of operation change, you did approve the DJ.
Okay.
Okay, just want to make sure.
So then
We didn't let it slip.
they have a DJ.
They have a DJ.
All right, we're adjourned.